got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh,
wanna show. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. They say life is not fair. Hey, not easy to share. So pray for all the things you've done, the little things you've done. You don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Are you kind of my type? Fool, probably right. Confused by all the tiny lights and all the things you bought. Don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Do, 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 do. Don't wanna show. Do, do, do. Don't wanna show. Don't wanna show. Do, do, do. Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You made a fact that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fight. And she's stealing your soul. Your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language.
returning. Nothing stops my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. The good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. And the music factory stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, L.O. and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far outside, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Take said, could things be harder? I said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing it too. If
hard times. So tell me, brother, can we make it through the dark? Let's try to be there for one another, though the road seems very far. When the world just falls apart, we are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark. Look for the clear skies, it's getting better. Just believe it in your heart. Let's try to hold on, it's now or never. We can make a brand new start. When the world just falls apart, we are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark, 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 let love be the spark. We are fearless, we are lightning, breaking through the dark. We are fearless, we keep shining, let love be the spark, 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 let love be the
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na.
Welcome one and welcome all to a non-particular night of the LPL. Nothing special, right? It's just a regular Tuesday, I think. And I am Mizell, joined by Dagda. And how are you ready for this absolutely regular Tuesday that we have on our hands?
Look, I just hope we get, maybe one good series out of the night. Who knows? Hopefully it'll all come together. But
No.
I mean, not expecting.
We can't hold it back. Tonight is going to be a banger. It is a terrific Tuesday, as Dagda has called it, but I'm calling it Titanic Tuesday because we have some fun stuff later on down the way. But before we get to all of that, let's talk a little bit about yesterday's games, because we did go to 5 games total, not 6, as I was hoping for, but we did get a banger of a last series. Now, RNG took care of business against Thundertalk Gaming in the first series, 2-0 victory for them, raising themselves up to 13-2. BLG taking home the win against WE, although it was a bit of a difficult road, and 2-1 for BLG.
Yeah, kind of a tale of two series here. RNG smashing TT, really wanting to make sure that they can actually get themselves into that second place spot. Remember, if RNG 2-0 their last series on Sunday, they will take the second spot away from JDG. Whereas when you look at, as you say, BLG, that game 2, definitely a curious one. BLG, it definitely should have been one you closed out smoothly, but still means that they are sitting in 10th place for the moment.
Look at this!
Because this week is insane for our standing.
There's literally like 5 days left, and we still have 4 slots at the LPL playoffs left. Oh my gosh. And all 4 of those slots right now are taken by teams at 7 wins. With still so much on the table for a lot of these teams. It's going to be so much fun. Do you have anybody you're looking out for the dark horse there at the end?
I really want TT to make it. TT
You want TT to make it?
All
right.
heart. I want it so bad, man.
All right. Well, we got to get to what we have on the docket today, because I don't know if you saw my video, but we have a 2-course meal for you tonight. And it is a spectacular Tuesday night because we have LGD versus RA, the battle of pride, at least between these two organizations. Try not to end second to last here in the LPL. And then after that appetizer, we have the main course of main courses. Whatever your favorite meal is, that is what this is. Top Esports versus B5. A win here for Top Esports will ensure the top spot in the summer playoffs for that first seed.
Yeah, it's going to be a rich meal, worthy of a night. If I could come up with someone else, no one else's name works.
You're trying.
Of Xiaolong Bao's. It'll be a rich. Yeah, there we go.
It's going to work really well. But getting to the end of the season, we have a couple days left, I guess 5, so that's more than a couple. But I wanted to have a little bit of fun here because I'm on the Academy broadcast. We get to have a lot of game shows and stuff, and we're getting towards the end. And I was saying this is a battle of pride for them. But first, before we get to this first series, we got to have a little game show. And Dagda, I'm going to subject you to this. It is Who Am I? I'm going to have some statements describing something in general. and you're going to have to guess who I could possibly be. Now, this is going to be throughout LPL history, probably a little bit more recency than anything, but got to appreciate the silhouette munch there to kick it all off. So, who am I, Dagda? The first one on the bat. If you give me food, I will grow big and strong. Who am I?
Nomsy from TFT.
And who could it possibly be? There's nobody that likes to be fed in a certain way throughout LPL history. There's nobody.
Oh, it's the Uzi.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, it is Uzi. Uzi and the puppy. You got to feed the puppy. Come on. All right. So second, who am I? A couple of these shout out to Lyric as well. But I executed a big tempered fate in the 2020 spring finals. Game
New man.
5
Next
on
question.
Bard. Bam, there you go. All right. I didn't even get to the who am I part. Okay.
Look, that was an insane series.
was-
Luma was an
it
absolute
was.
beast and created that Bard meta. I'm not going to forget that, man.
Never forget. Never forget. Once nicknamed the 3 genius ADCs. Who are we? See, we're going to go plural with that one.
iBoy, Abel, and Jackie Love.
There you
Dude,
go.
I thought
Right
these
on
were
the
going to
back.
be tough.
I know.
Come
Hey, I had to
on.
lowball you some. Come on, we got to get these through here. I can't be sitting here all day. All right, we got another one. This is another Who Am I? 2020, I played all 5 roles. Nico for a majority of them. Who am I?
Yeah. I love how we have Lyric.
It
as
is
our silhouette for
absolutely-
this, and it is Mo.
Oh wait, I
his
thought it was.
favorite
I thought it
player.
was. I thought it was Munchables. I thought.
No, I know that. Like, see,
so
what
sad.
people don't realize is that that photo is only the upper half.
Yeah.
Lyric has his leg kicked out in what he calls his kawaii pose,
Okay.
which is my favorite pose that Jordan has ever done. So
I like it.
I will know that pose anywhere.
All right, I got one more again from the lovely man himself. I have a pentakill on Lee Sin in 2021 summer. Who am I?
I believe it's Mr. Doonby.
It is Mr.
got a
Doobie against
pentakill, yeah.
RNG, none other.
Dude, I'm on fire.
Yeah, you are.
Let's go.
The
Easy.
synergy's on point. Lyrics already here in full force. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. But we do have to get to the actual nitty gritty here, to the actual series ahead of us, as that was a little fun iteration of Who Am I. But we have a battle for pride out in front of us right now to kick off the night. It is a best of 3 between LGD and RA. And between these two, right, it is literally just a battle to not finish second to last, not to be close to WE down there. And it's particularly a volatile matchup I'm looking forward to here, Dagda.
Yeah, this is where it's just to make sure that you are not taking that second last spot. Because as you can see with the game difference, these two teams are very, very close. So having that extra little bit of a leg up when you got the head-to-head as well. Excuse me, sorry, it's going to mean an awful lot. So I'm expecting a lot here from RA and LGD. Especially when you look at just how both these squads want to make sure. Honestly, you're just not second last. Like, let's be real, WE not going to be able to catch anyone at this stage, but with a 14 loss streak over 14 series, but definitely Rare Adam and LGD want to come out and show that they are not going to be the ones that are sitting at the bottom of the table with WE.
Yeah, indeed. I'm here for it. That's the thing about a 17-team league is you will have moments like this. And I still want to look at the level that these guys are on. What's next? What's looking forward? Speaking of looking forward, you've been doing a little bit of super sleuth in here on the part of LGD because you've come back to the line with a bit of a report in Le Gamer Drafts with some throwback to my French heritage. As LGD have some spice in their back pocket, Dagda.
Oui, c'est vrai. In honor of Mazel, I needed to go digging for Le Gamer Drafts to make sure that we could find exactly what LGD were bringing to the table. And I was snooping through their solo queues and found that there were some interesting picks that were starting to creep up. Especially when you look at Fearness, we've already seen his Akali. He went 9-0 last split. He looked absolutely spectacular in it. So, still playing a hell of a lot of that. Chalitza is starting to play a little bit of action. And when you look at Haichao as well, there's the double action that could be coming through here today, which has me a little bit excited. Speaking of double ups though, Shadow and Yeji, both of them have been playing a good amount of Kiana, and this is actually something that we genuinely could see today, because when you look over at the LEC, we've actually saw the Kiana be brought out as well in the mid lane already. So definitely something that I'm kind of keeping my eye on as we come into this draft, even alongside those other assassins like the Fizz, the Zed, that I still think can actually do relatively well. Particularly Zed, I think can have a spot in that mid lane at the moment. If you want to try and get him involved, at least for a game, as we said, for a series that doesn't really have implications on our standings. The other big spicy one He's looking awesome.
Yeah.
The Jace bot lane. Give me those old Def vibes. The thing is, he was even running it with TP as well. So definitely something that I'm going to be looking out for to see if Asim wants to bring it his way.
I really want to. I'm here with the Twitch too. I mean, I just want to see Asim pop it off, especially if we can get the Jace, the Nico bottom lane. Very interesting combination. I think would be cool. I doubt we'll ever see that combo together, but at least we're seeing some of Le Gamer Draft. Merci, mon ami. C'est toujours bien.
Had the problem.
Thank you so much. But as we were talking about, right, battle for not being second to last, we also want to look at a little bit of positivity. You know me, always the ever positive. So we did a little, I guess, gathering, and we got all of the LPL Pingus together because we got eyes on a couple of these players, Strive and Asim. You've already mentioned Asim a lot, but both these guys, these are two players that for both these organizations you have to look towards the future, right? And things that we've seen them develop over this summer split and even spring.
Yeah, look, Rare Anim and LGD are completely out of playoff contention, and they haven't had the best of splits. But I still think there are spotlights that we should be pointing on to both these players because they have had highlight performances on either of these squads. And starting off with Strive in particular, as we start to roll into the clips, I think Strive has been absolutely spectacular for Rare Anim, especially when he's been able to link up with Lien and trying to play through this mid-jungle style. It has happened very infrequently, as we've kind of pointed out. It feels like it's been a little bit lackluster, but when Strive is able to get roaming around the map and able to take control, he's been fantastic in the early stages. His team fighting has looked great, and he's been the standout performer on Rare Anim, especially when we look at iBoy, who's been having less of a good time, I'll say, on Rare Anim.
I would say so. That craziness not actually working out for him this time around. But speaking of a little bit crazy, you're talking about Strive, a lot of gatekeeping, or not gatekeeping, I guess keeper status for him, trying to make sure the rest of the team is performing well. Asim, he's flying by the seat of his pants here, and a lot of times we could see some of the game making and the play making abilities from this guy. And I think for Strive, you want to see a lot of those play making abilities, but you're seeing a lot more of the team play from him.
Yeah, definitely when you look at Strive, it's more so about how he's able to bring himself together in a lot of these strong team fights. But as you say, for Asim, both has been the strong laning phase, but mostly when you look at his team fights as he's on your screen at the moment, he has been the carry for LGD, the guy that they want to set up. And I mean, you can even see at the bottom of your screen, nearly 32% of the team's damage on average. Like, that is an insane figure to have, but it's because LGD been playing so spectacularly around him, making sure he's on these late game carries like the Jinx, like the Zeri, the Aphelioses, playing to allow him to carry these team fights. And it's been the sole reason, honestly, in a lot of these fights that LGD have been able to take the victory because of Asim and his position, especially for a rookie coming in to bear that mantle and be able to, wear it well. I think it bodes well for LGD's AD carry as we start to look towards the future.
And it's also the way he interlocks within the team. And not only is he the one that finds a lot of the carry potentials a lot of the time, he's also willing to the backup team fights, right? You're able to find a lot of the follow-up kills in the fights because Asim is always looking for that killer instinct. So got to keep your eyes on these two guys as we go forward and into next split as well. But that brings me to the attention of what we see today from both these teams, right? It is the battle to not finish second to last, and especially looking at some of the spicy gamer drafts from LGD on the other side. Do you have anything you're particularly looking at? I mean, obviously we have Lead on a lot of his signature picks that we want to see. We could see the Rek'Sai come out if it's not banned once and for all again. Do you have anything you're looking out for?
So we actually in rehearsal, which is going to give you a little quick sneak peek. This is the secret behind the scenes footage.
The secret.
We actually had a bit of an interview with one of the players in LGD who was talking about, hey, look, we actually do want to bring out a couple of funky new picks because we know we're out of the playoff contention and we want to try and get some stage practice on some of these new picks. So I actually think that we might see things like the Kiana, especially with how much I saw it being practiced in solo queue, specifically by Yeji, which I think would be really exciting to see. The only thing is, of course, it does give up a lot of lane priority, so you do have to be a bit careful in that regard, but plays very similar to how Silas has to give up lane priority in the early stages but can still be a menace when you hit the mid game. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Kiana coming through. I don't think we'll see things like the Jace, unfortunately, in the bot lane. I think Nico as well is very much a kind of like a niche pick where it's like, hey, look, there's a lot of close range fights. A lot of people want to jump and dive onto your face. Maybe that's where we'll see Nico. But yeah, I think the big ones are still going to be things like, the Zeri, the Poppies, the Wukongs, these kind of things still kind of rising up to be the major first picks that we see.
Well, we will see RA take to the stage here as we are getting ready for as I said, an appetizer of a best of 3 here, but especially for these teams, right? This still does mean something for them, ending on a positive note. This split is really, really nice. But specifically looking at these guys, right? And a lot of the conversations we had throughout the split of iBoy and some of the lacking nature and some of this play, it's the other parts of the team that I really look at. And especially when you were talking so much about Strive, this guy in the mid lane is going to conduct a lot of the win condition, I feel like, for the squad when he's pairing up with Leanne.
Yeah, it's definitely the Strive and the end show for Rare Adam, and it's just a case of, if they're feeling it on the day. It's been so inconsistent to see how these two work together. Like, some days they look like an incredibly strong mid jungle, like to rival some of the best that we have in the league, and other days they just look like they go like somebody slaps someone before the show and they don't want to talk to each other. Like, it's so hit or miss as to how these two will work together. So I think especially when you're going up against Shadow and Yeji or Haichao, when they like to play through this mid jungle, I think you're definitely going to have to try and find ways to shut that down. Because if you end up allowing kind of the mid jungle from LGD to take over, they're very quickly going down towards Ass from the bot lane. They're very quickly getting whatever he's playing on snowballing, and that becomes a pretty terrifying prospect.
Now, we do see actually that Quay is going to be the one starting tonight for LGD. So I'm really interested at how Quay approaches the likes of Leanne when he is so aggressive, typically in his pathing and trying to find unique avenues there, where we see a lot of standard skirmish comfort picks coming out from Quay, and we don't see any of those crazy spicy things yet, right? And I'm wondering if we do get an adaptation of that here tonight, Rob.
Yeah, I think I think there's always a potential, right? Especially as both these teams are kind of going, hey, look, we're not exactly in contention here at the moment, so maybe we want to try and bring out things like the Pantheon jungle, see if we can try and make that work, especially if he's not going to be nerfed, say, coming into the new season, year. Trying to see if you can try a different style as well, like maybe for Lien, like we've seen him looked really good on things like the Nidalee. Maybe he wants to try other farming things like the Graves that we've seen him play before. Try and mix that up a little bit. So I definitely think there's a lot of experimentation that can now take place, and especially think when you're coming into, look, it's the end of the year. There's going to be several months before we play again. Probably a massive patch in January that's going to mix up everything anyway. Like, have a bit of fun, flex your muscles a little bit with some pocket picks that you may have, and see what you can bring to the table.
I am also just excited to see, and just like as a general overlook on RA and even LGD, the willingness to change rosters, right? I think that's something that's really interesting, because we were seeing both these teams really stick with their rosters for a majority of the time, even in failing moments, even in a rough spring split, right? They brought back majority for the summer split, but we have started to see those adaptations, right? We have started to see those influences, right? We're getting Zora coming in for RA. We're getting Haichao, Quay, Assam as well for LGD. And I think that you have to look at these organizations finally being like, okay, we need to change something, right? It's no longer the shadow show for LGD. It is moving forward, at least trying to turn a little bit of a chapter.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was that Shadow was actually, the funny thing, a pretty big band-aid for LGD. I still think he's probably the strongest player there's on LGD. Yeah. But I can understand where they're coming from, right? Like, Shadow was good at covering further mistakes, and the only way you're going to learn is if you kind of, honestly, get blasted a couple of times. Like, if you get hit with a couple of shots that you weren't expecting, well, then it's like, okay, I will learn from this mistake and I'll move on. And it feels like at least that's the way the LGD have gone. But, I mean, especially when you look at the number of players that have been swapped through LGD, right? Like Fearness versus Chalitza, Shadow, Quay, Haichao, Yeji, Eric, Assam. Like, Jin Chao is the only person that has been stable on this squad. So it definitely has been a lot of plug and play here for LGD, trying to see what works. But we'll have to see if they can actually manage to solidify that as we start to move in towards the new year. But again, I think at the moment, it's a case of, hey, lads, end of the year, you've only got a handful of series. I think they might even only have the single. Is this one more series both after this? I believe. Yeah. Although LGD actually has a few.
Yeah, they're a little bit behind the ball on timings.
Yeah, but look, just have a bit of fun with it. Already though, Fearness's Fiora going to be banned away as we rock into the pick and ban.
Oh, but the Italy also banned away. I'm sad face right now. We get the Jax ban as well as the Poppy ban, so very high profile jungles taken off the board by LGD already. That Kalista and Wukong, obvious picks for RA to take away, but first pick for LGD, it's going to be Ari for Haichao.
These guys are taking this series far too serious. But the Pantheon, give me the Pantheon. I'm ready.
I'm
There
here
we
for it.
go.
Let's go. My roommate, Kankus, is actually like a huge Pantheon player. So every time I see Pantheon, I always want to go wake him up because it's like
Yeah, shout out to
ungodly
Arkham
hours
as well.
of the night. yeah,
Arkham as
too.
well in EU is a massive Pantheon fan. I saw that clip of him going nuts when he was locked in NLC. So
I love
we'll
the
see
spice.
if he's going nuts somewhere else.
The spice that we get. We get a little bit of spice. It's not like it's not like ghost pepper, but it's like habanero a little bit. We get the Pantheon.
Yeah, exactly. You know, jalapenos on your Subway sandwich. You know, but
It is the Zeri though, so I feel like that's kind of plain and simple. We do have the Vi and Gwen locked in for LGD, and then an immediate response in the Gnar for RA.
yeah, so very strong mid jungle for LGD here with the Vi and the Ari. It's like, hey, you know, Ari, I have set you up. I have point and clicked on your mid laner. Hit the charm. Then follow up and just murder whoever's inside. So definitely I think Strive going to have his work cut out for him, especially when LGD can start to ban away mid laners and kind of pinch that pool a little bit here. Rare Adam, though, very much a strong pick composition. If you want to play through the Pantheon, you got good poke that Zeri can bring through. Great team fighting pretty much across the board. So it looks like Rare Adam already kind of setting up for several different avenues that they can look to delve into as we move on into this.
I'm seeing a lot of focus on the bottom lane now as well in the second phase for them. We do get the LeBlanc focus for LGD, but it's yet another ADC ban. On top of the Sivir, it's the Draven joining the ban table.
Yeah, just trying to make that bot lane as comfortable as possible for iBoy. We kind of highlighted iBoy has not been having the best time in laning phases, so I definitely think it's a good shout to make him that bit more comfortable. But even against things like the Zeri, though, we have started to see like Ashe start to creep in where she's just able to outrange her and make things a little bit uncomfortable. Look for picks on the Zeri. That's in the support role. In the AD role, we still have things like the Jinx that can just outrange her. The Aphelios can still do pretty well into her too. Callista is banned away though, so won't be able to get that. But still a lot of options here for these teams to go for.
I actually really like the target bans from LGD though towards Strive, right? You're getting rid of a lot of these picks that have that mobility through mid lane. I think Silas is easy a pickup as a finality to that though. But it was interesting to see the respect given to Strive and the connection that he has with Lian. This would be really, really
Mr. AD carry mate. There's a spice.
I've heard
There's some spice.
not great things, but we'll see. I would like to see it, but, you know, I'm just not hopeful. Even though she's one of joy, I'm not very hopeful. We do get the Yumi, and could we have the submarine tech coming through? We were highlighting the we were highlighting the Twitch.
Yeah, we highlighted the Twitch at the start of the day, so this was something Aston was playing a lot of in solo queue.
Do it.
Aston wants
Do
the Neela. Is it
Do
Neela?
it.
Nyla? I can't remember. But
Neela.
What do
Neela.
they want to get it? They want to get it, but it looks like it might be the Twitch. Tom and Jerry.
Jinjiao, do it.
could be coming
Jinjiao,
out.
do it. Jinjiao, do it. Just do it.
There it is.
I
It
still
is
like
gonna
the
be Tom and Jerry.
submarine here. We're gonna get Is it Tom and Jerry or is it submarine? We gotta get on the same page here, Dagda. Which one is it?
Look,
is it
Tom
both?
and Jerry
Is it Tom
have
and
been
Jerry in a
multiple different
submarine?
scenarios. That's what I was gonna say. I feel like there is definitely a Tom and Jerry submarine moment. So I feel like we just combined the two.
Hey,
you know?
let's go. We get the Pike as well. Man, the scrappiness that's coming up from the RA comp right now, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, you've got jungle support that are going to be terrifying wherever they go in the map. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the way Lian and Zora try to play through this like really strong pick that they have and just the execution damage that can come through from the Pike. But on the upside for LGD, like super strong team fighting, great engage coming through from the Vi, and just ability to be a nuisance. Like this is like Twitch and the Yumi is something we've seen a lot over in the LEC. And the ability to just like stealth, run into a lane with the Yumi, instantly ult someone and murder them is absolutely absurd. So like the original assassination potential of Twitch has only skyrocketed now that the mouse is working with the cat.
I don't think we've ever seen that arc of Tom and Jerry, but it's about to be a good one, I hope. Because we have a lot
It's
of
more itchy and scratchy, you know.
or that, yeah, sure. But you know, all in all, right? Like Lian, Quay obviously going to have a lot to say in the early pathing of these two, this game, and to see where that action lies, where we see if Asum just gets a hold because of that Twitch Yumi combo, or if the Zora Pike is going to come through and try to shut anything down. I'm just really excited to see that both teams not necessarily opting into full-on late game, right? They're willing to go with some of that volatility that I was expecting coming into this best of three, right? We've already said it. It is a battle to not be second to last. It is a battle to step yourself above Team WE and your opponent tonight. And I think that it's important for both these teams to come out with something a little bit different, something that could throw things off a little bit for their opponents. And I'm really looking at LGD to whip out some of this spice here, and they have done just that, even though we have that stability on the side of RA as well. But we're into game number 1 of our first series of the night. The appetizer is on, so get your forks and knives ready because it is RA versus LGD.
So LGD playing in their home arena here. Gonna have to see if they can try and beat down Rare Assam. Not going to be an easy one. I really like what Rare Adam are bringing to the table with this Pike, the Pantheon being very strong in these early stages with the roam potential. Level 6 means that Lien has a lot of presence around the map and the ability to try and play for lanes, which I think is a little bit of a different style than we kind of seen from Lien in general. Like we talked about the Nidalee that he likes to go for. Even when you see him on picks like the Wukong, it's much more about going for invades and trying to outpace his opponent. So this is a bit of a different side of the coin for Lian, and I'm excited to see what he can achieve on it.
It feels like it is right in his wheelhouse, though, right? Is it a little bit of aggression, a little bit of that strength when you can catch things out and really be decisive in your picks? We'll see him starting on the top side, though. Dagda, question for you. Do you ever remember that Pantheon, whenever he got reworked, they did that whole, like, video where it was, like, the oh, like the really cool singing the whole time.
I mean, I felt like it was there, but that
yeah, right. Like, I'm at this point, I'm really looking forward to seeing the Grand Starfalls, maybe, so I could just scream at the top of my lungs in Pantheon, singing. Oh no, that's a cleanse already for Assam. That is a terrible start to the bottom lane for LGD, but hey, RA will take it.
Yeah, one. I would love to see you rendition Pantheon more. 2, he's dead.
Well, there's the flash. Okay, then.
Yeah, I was going to say, I love this start from Zora. So he took the sweeper level 1, which is not your usual option for the bot lane. But the thing is, it meant that you could see him pop at level 1. And he was just able to spot out the exact cheese that basically every Twitch and Yumi goes for, which is start your invisibility on Assam, walk into lane and see if you can get some quick damage onto the AD carry. But Zora was just there with the sweeper, able to spot out the Twitch the whole time. So just kind of a nice adaptation from Zora there to spot out where they were. And it pays dividends here as they end level 3 once the bot side.
They're still level 1. They're trying to hit that level 2 mark. He's going to walk right into Quay, though, who is charging it up. And we'll have RA coming in full force, though, so they back away and try to get under tower immediately. But you see the aggression actually kind of forcing Quay's pathing here.
Yeah, Pantheon's dives aren't as strong as they used to be. Like, one of the big reasons we actually saw Pantheon fall out of the meta, specifically in that support role, is that his E doesn't block terror shots anymore. Which is why he was super obnoxious both in the jungle and the support role originally, because you can go for dives. He blocks literally all forms of damage and makes it very easy for you to go for the dive. But not the case anymore, so I like that you get Rare Adam backing away. Lian will go back into his bot side jungle to try and finish off his camps, whereas when you look at Koi, he's moved up here to get the Scuttle Crab that's just spawned and will then return to his own top side camp. So you gotta be a bit careful here as Cube, because if you don't play this wave correctly, you could end up with a Vi in your midst.
Yeah, that would not be a nice present for Cube. Strive having a little bit of difficulties with the health bar there in the mid lane, but he will have Zora on a roam starting off early here. And I like the use of mobility already for this RA squad, which we highlighted in the draft, Dagda.
Yeah, and that's what I want to see more and more of. Like, when you actually have iBoy being able to push in that bot side, I want to see Lien and Zora trying to link up, especially because Haichao will be pushing this mid lane fairly substantially throughout the course of the game. But looks like Lien wants to try and help out his boy first.
Let's go. Let's go. He's going back. Like, this has got to feel so bad. They know they have no summoner spells, and there's the flash from Lien. Can they get Assam? He goes invisible, does buy a little bit of spacing, and the thumbs up from Jin Zhao means LGD get out scot-free.
I mean, that could have gone so much worse, especially with the fact that Assam has no cleanse, has no flash. A good sidestep on Zora's hook meant that Assam was able to escape away from that. And I love that Jin Zhao was just like, bye, have a nice time, the second he sees Pantheon. And then it's just like, look, I never meant to abandon you, okay? I'm back. It's okay.
I'm back. It's okay. Don't worry about it. We're in comfiness here. But I love that LGD are able to kind of bend, not break in the bottom lane, as we have seen a lot of aggression down there. That's already twice that Lan has showed bottom lane and tried to get something. So now they'll get a little bit of reprieve as he'll be pathing towards that top side. But I will say maybe some reinforcement for their own right as we see Quay hovering between this mid and bottom lane. And Strive looking like a juicy target at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Strive has to be very careful here. He's only TP back to lane. Oh, Koi's gonna get him.
Wait, he saw the ward be put there. Strive, okay. Maybe he was buying. Strive has to burn his flash over the wall.
I mean, yeah, it looks like he was caught window shopping. Strive, a little bit of a whoopsie there, and it does mean he'll miss out on this pretty sizable wave in the mid lane as well. And also open up High Chow to look for some roams and maybe support Koi as he goes in towards the jungle. But looks like we got Zora and Leon trying to link up, at least initially here. So somebody manages to pick up this wave in mid lane.
Juicy wave itself. I like the idea from Quay. He went to check the top side. Obviously, seeing the chickens are there, he doesn't want to go too far in there. But like at least trying to say, okay, well, I've got the one up here from the mid lane pressure, so let's try and get an invade off. We still see Lan getting more pressure down to the bottom lane. He'll get the scuttle crab. This is a nice little moment if they do want to try to go for an early objective in the first dragon. But Zora's just been constantly on the roam, and as this Pyke, you have to be like this. You have to be annoying, to be honest.
The end is here on the bot side, though. Asim and Jinjo haven't reset yet, so quite behind when it comes to items.
Hey, you only got one target to hook there, at least. Abscon will get Strive over. They also have the cease and desist here. Their damage on Asim is just enough to get Eyeboy the kill, and a second one comes across very easily. The tower damage will help get one in return, though, so it's 2-1 in favor of RA.
Yeah, again, though, this bot lane is falling further and further behind. Asim and Jinjo haven't been getting any resource or any real help down towards this bottom side, and it's now really starting to cost them. About 10 to 15 CS behind, as we just come out. Yeah, nearly 15 CS behind, and Hai Chow
He didn't expect a thing. Cube gets rightly charmed, and Hai Chow using the Spirit Rush here will chase down Cube. Cube has a flash over, one more charge. That's a nice slowdown from Cube. He's just trying to sidestep it. He's getting some ankles here, but it's not for long as the flash comes out, and Hai Chow gets the kill.
Yeah, flash might have been a bit overkill, but LGD will still get the play. Strive with Zora, though, trying to see if they can answer back. One more Spirit Rush is just about to time out in Hai Chow, but won't need it. Rare Adam are going to be able to back away from that. So, overall, I mean, 2 for 2 now, but again, your bot lane definitely struggling here, as we're actually going to get a replay of, oh, was he? No, oh, he was looking mid. So he's looking mid. The ward was covered just about by his mini-map. So, yeah, unfortunate there for Strive. Just didn't quite see that go down.
That's really, thank you so much to the team for putting that through there, because that is huge information, and then we get to see bottom.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I'm just like, unfortunately, Hai Chow didn't match the roam. Strive is able to hits level 6, so he's able to steal away the ult. The end does go down, but again, look, you've already missed out on basically half a wave to the tower off the first dive. Second wave was crashed as well, so there's just this massive lead for Eyeboy now. You can see it level 6 versus level 5, and with the Rift Herald up as well, it means that Rare Adam will have control both on the bot side in the 1v2, and also where Zora is able to help Leon get this Rift Herald on the top side. So far, this has been a pretty sizable win for Rare Adam, and you can see the gold lead reflects that.
For me, it's just the fact that we've seen constantly Zora with Leanne down bottom lane, but just the mobility really being put to use here for a squad that we wanted to see that, right? We've talked so much about Strive connecting with the rest of the team, really being a center point for the team, and now we're seeing some of that come to life here, leaving Eyeboy in the bottom lane to try and scrape up some of this farm and continuing to try to focus your power points, right? This Rift Herald play will be huge for RA coming up.
I mean, it's just a case of where they're going to try and pop it down. Koi, though, is moving mid.
There's the Grand Starfall. I didn't get to sing it, but Hai Chow will be hearing it in his grave. There you go, RA, right back on track.
You know what? I'm in protest. I refuse to work now until you sing.
I need a good setup, or I didn't expect the Grand Starfall out of the back of the base.
Well, look, here we go, Strive, and Leanne gonna again start to move in here and steal away. And this is honestly nice stuff from Leanne, right? We talked about how Leanne traditionally isn't a player that actually plays 4 lanes a lot, but so far he's been doing a wonderful job. Massive lead for bot side, massive lead now coming into the mid lane as well. When you look at both the 2 assists that have gone over, and also just the CS advantage.
We're getting the first iteration of Quay's actual proactivity onto the map. He'll get a cease and desist on the Cube, who is in Meganar and going down slowly, but he does go down. And LGD tied up 3-3.
At least it's something back now for LGD in this top side. And I mean, you are getting kills across the board here on LGD's side when you look at the the jungle and also the bot side of the map. So definitely helping the gold lead ease out a little bit, but advantages are still there when you look at the bot side. I think iBoy is just so large and in charge that I think the best hope for LGD is trying to get Fairness ahead and see if he's going to be able to one-shot people.
They're going to try, and I think it's a good adaptation from LGD in-game, but we'll see another neutral objective. Look at this vision game right now with all those ghost wars there, but RA will take the first dragon of the game as well.
I mean, just kind of controlling that bot side again for Rare Adam. We'll have to see, though, how they want to try and, like, approach this, because, as we said, like, the Rift Herald still in the pockets of Lien. We haven't seen that tossed down. I think you're, again, moving this down to the bot lane and just doubling down on iBoy's advantage is going to be the best approach to this, especially when they've been able to get a plate already for themselves. You can see half a plate is gone as on the next one. It looks like Lien kind of waiting for that level 6 to see if he can get that Grand Starmfire in the bot lane. So I'm going to need you ready, Mizel, for when that one hits. Look at that timer, and that is where I want you to warm up.
That's all I'm looking at. You're going to have to play-by-play everything until then, because I'm just looking at the timer at this point.
Okay, good man.
Good man. Exactly what we need you to do here. We do say Lien going towards topside, though. The willingness to check enemy jungle here, I think, is important to look at for Quay versus Lien, because we were talking a lot about the aggressive pathing for Lien, but I'm waiting for the Rift Arrow play, right? I'm guessing we're going to get it up towards topside. We have just a little bit longer until it falls down, and Strive's moving up here as well.
Oh, Fearless, buddy. I'm so sorry.
They
so
decided to put one little bit of resource up there, and then RA's like, no, we can't have that, all right? We're going to put him down in the dirt.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Fearless can survive this TP.
It's going to be a little iffy. They immediately realize the situation they're in as Fearless is getting all the needlework stacks in. Charm hits the minion there, and Shell, as reinforcements, actually backs RA off the tower.
This is why I wasn't the biggest fan of trying to use this top side. It's your weaker side of the map, and you're given opportunities now for Quay to play around this bot side, get gold back into Asim and Jinjiao, and realistically, Twitch getting a ton of gold and actually starting to even things up is going to be great for him. You can see Blade of the Rune King already completed, his Cull about to complete as well. Like, this is just helping Asim kind of right the wrongs that Rare Adam had started in the initial part of the game. So definitely helping out LGD quite a bit here with the way that Rare Adam have gone for things.
There's just so many cool little nuances to the team fights and skirmishes that we'll get, right? There's like obviously Asim can literally 0 to 100 a team fight with one good position or one good submarine play, right? Or as you said, Tom and Jerry play. But on the other side, right, you still have like the executes from the Pike. You have the Grand Starfall to really change things around. So I'm very excited to see what we get for the rest of this appetizer course that we have in front of us. Speaking of appetizers, Dagda, what is your favorite appetizer food? Like, what would you go out to get just appetizers of? What do you think?
See,
would it be,
I'm
would
the
it
worst
be
person to ask this. Hang on. Yeah, I mean, look, I'll take a little bit of first tower, you know. But no, like, I'm actually the worst person to ask this because genuinely, I will be like, what do I feel right now on the day, and will completely change my game plan. Because for people who don't know, I used to work in a bank, and there was one guy. Shout out to Julius, love that guy.
Julius, okay.
Yeah, but he would always be like, dude, I cannot wait for Friday when we're going for Thai food, and I'm like, man, it's a Tuesday. I can't plan that far in advance. Like, I don't know what my stomach's going to feel. I don't know what the chemical imbalances are going to be in my body that day. I need to see, maybe I just need a big ass burrito.
I need like a Leaguepedia like stat sheet with like things that you crave so I can put and compile like, all right, this is the thing that he goes for most often, right? And we'll get like a champion breakdown for you. Like, all right, so in this draft, he could be going for a breakfast burrito, but in all actuality, it could be a warm Bavarian pretzel. We don't know.
I will say, I went for Ethiopian food for the first time the other day. It actually might be my new favorite food. Holy crap, it's incredible. Yeah, if anyone's in Dublin, Gersha in Dublin, holy crap, that place is amazing.
We'll have to check that one out if I'm ever in Ireland. Now we do see a potential play on the bottom lane. It's just a lot of standoffs down here at this point, but Asim goes for it onto iBoy, but he has a jump skipping away, and he's out.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of attention put down here by LGD, which means that Lien's going to respond with the Rift Herald on the top side. And again, you've already got control up here for the Gnar, who can push in, he can look to reset, and then you can play for the Dragon in 40 seconds. Rare Adam, though, trying to see if they can defend this bot side turret before things go pear-shaped.
Asim just trying to get some chip shots in as he's pushing it down. But yeah, that'll be full neutral objective control right now for RA. Obviously, with the Dragon coming up in 30, that could change very likely. But RA and the rest of LGD down bottom lane try to put a little bit of party in this bottom side of the map. And they will actually be able to get a tower of their own down here. So they will actually be able to change up the positioning and the resources. Mid lane, though, is looking a bit worse for wear as 5 members plus Shelly come to say hi.
I mean, they might get the 2 towers here.
No.
It's just nobody from LGD's here.
Oh,
they got a
Strive.
half set up for Dragon, half set up on bot side, and that just gave Rare Adam a free way through onto this bottom half of the map, or sorry, this mid side of the map. And now you just move over towards Dragon. So nicely done by Rare Adam to play around this Rift out, and that's what we're talking about, right? Cupid pushing top. He was open to start moving around the map. You get iBoy and Zord who are able to link up as well. So yes, they drop bot tower, but Rare Adam get mid, tier 2s. They get the Dragons. They get a reset here, and there's not really much that you can do to respond here as LGD.
Great pace of play for RA. Like, I'm honestly floored right now. That's actually incredible. Just the series of events that led to full objective control right now, and 3 towers to 1 for RA. It might not be, the crazy, volatile, bloody skirmishes that we were seeing early on, but it is control from RA nonetheless.
And this is the thing, like, we have seen moments like this from Rare Adam. It's just that they've been so few and far between over the course of the split. Like, they have beaten some of our top teams. Like, when you look at their wins, they have a win against LNG, they have a win against OMG. When Rare Adam have only picked up 3 wins, they're pretty big teams to be taken down over the course of the split, right? So it definitely feels like Rare Adam have done relatively well. It's just been a case of the inconsistency about like how Lane can play for lanes, what their mid jungle looks like. Trying to snowball like this, they just haven't quite been able to get their feet underneath them. But they've been doing it very well now, and Asim's probably going to feel that in a second.
He's going to try to go into the ambush here, but he actually makes it out just in time. Quay needs to be a little bit careful, though, as RA we're moving up through mid lane. This is the likely setup we'll have now, though. iBoy and Asim back into the mid lane at this point. And until the next objective spot, we'll probably just get some skirmishing here or there, but mostly vision control. I think for LGD, it's a little bit more difficult, though, right? You have the side of RA, the tower out in the tier 2 to kind of have as a defensive mechanism. LGD don't care, though, as RA also doesn't care. They're moving away from the tower. And here comes the cease and desist, plus the TP coming in from Strive. They've already caught out Quay, but he does have Jin Zhao right on top of him. There's the cease and desist from Strive, but a lot of damage gets Zora down first, and LGD find a way to clean it up. Strive is down. That's 2 already returned, and maybe even a 3rd. It'll just be vision game for now as LGD punch back.
Yeah, that was a bit of an overstep from Strive. A bit of a Blink 182 fan because he was in too deep after using that cease and desist. And now iBoy might be the same.
iBoy is 100% in trouble. He does get out again with the nice time to move over the wall, but it was very, very close.
I've just realized that was Sum 41.
It was.
I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I'm out. You know
Yeah,
what? This is why I don't try to make jokes. I'll stick to it.
You know, you can come back for the match of the week. I'll do solo cast until the match of the week. You come back, it'll be all right, all right?
Yeah, I'm going to go get a cup of coffee and apparently listen to music.
We are going to actually get to see a little bit of shenanigans and where Strive kind of overextended, but it was iBoy who got caught first.
Yeah, so some 41 fan here, Strive going way too deep on this one. As yeah, he tries to get onto Koi. Koi's way too tanky. And also the fact that, again, you've just got Asim there, High Chow's in a great position. And the concave that you have there for LGD just so much stronger. So you can't really get access to the backline there as Rare Adam. So LGD able to punish now. 2 kills back over towards them. Still a 5k gold lead for Rare Adam. Still 2 dragons. Next one in a minute 40. You're looking at 2 items coming through on iBoy. Strive will probably have his Zonya's Hourglass completed by that stage as well. So it definitely is a bit of a tough time here for LGD to try and bring this one back.
They just have so much latent gold. Like the CS discrepancies across the board, except in the mid lane a little bit less so, right? But it's actually incredible that even with this little amount of fighting, and then all of a sudden, you know, the punch back from LGD, RA are still comfortably in control right now.
Yeah, I mean, at least Asim is starting to become a bit of an issue, right? 2 items completed,
Yeah.
Blade of the Rune King. Kraken Slayer, more than likely going to be on the way next, and it means that he will be able to churn out a decent amount of AoE damage in team fights, which might be the savior here. Because if LGD hit late game, like, they're going to be phenomenal, right? You've got the Gwen, you've got this Twitch, you've got great setup with Haicho and Koi, not even to mention Yumi scaling Strive.
Solo is Strive about to go down. He goes gold, and he has reinforcements with Q coming in. Fearness now has to turn tail and run. The needlework stolen from Strive. There's the Grand Starfall. Oh, let's go, RA! They go with the Grand Starfall in, and now Zora is caught with the cease and desist, and Quay helps Assam get the kill. Oh my God, he's going forward
for a bit more here.
The rest of LGD are like, all right, Quay, calm down. We're good.
Sorry, I'm kind of laughing because I felt like you went the way for the Pantheon team and we just went full Halo there. LGD
No, that's the
still
theme.
moving
Do you
to
not
river.
remember the theme? It's so good. I have a friend, Smacks, who sings it all the time. Thank you, Smacks.
You think Halo
for the
isn't
reference.
good?
It is
Halo's
good.
a phenomenal
but
game. What?
That Grand Starfall theme was so good for Pantheon. I don't know who voiced that, but it is incredible.
Well, LGD will have to be incredible here. Good setup here for them in the pit at the moment as they get Strive.
There's the submarine gameplay coming out from Assam. Not able to get too much onto Strive, but on the other side, you got Fearness catching Strive out. Zora is trying to come on over the side, does land the hook here, but Cube needs to get out. He has Megadar. It's just skirmishing back and forth. No blood just yet. But health bar is definitely looking worse for wear. This could be third dragon for RA as they move forward. I don't know if they necessarily need to fight this.
Yeah, Assam has no spray and pray, which was kind of his one big saving grace. Kind of blew that a bit early, and Rare Adam realizing that, now happy to move forward. Strive even going to reset, has the TP if he needs to, so Rare Adam will get a third dragon over to themselves as well. And honestly, like, these dragons, don't forget, we are on 12-14. These dragons hurt. Like, the Ocean Dragon is giving you 3% regen. You're getting the Hex Dragon, which is going to give you 9 ability haste and also the extra attack speed as well. Like, oh, hang on.
Look at this pace of play from RA. They just literally went from the Dragon Pit all the way to topside trying to catch down Quay. They'll put a little bit of pressure up here, get some resets off, but we get a little 1v1 again. Strive versus Fearness. Not going to connect the abduct there.
Nah, gotta just back away, but Strive will still be able to collect this wave, so kind of happy out. But we are getting to the stage, like, look, yes, Rare Assam are in a phenomenal spot, but again, like, Assam is getting to a stage where he's a bit green. Fearness, when he completes the Shadow Flame, is starting to get into that near one-shot territory with the ultimate. Like, this is that new style Gwen build, so you gotta still be careful here. As Rare Adam, I really think coming up to this next dragon, even looking for the next Baron, they need to look for picks more so than just looking to straight out team fight.
You hit the nail on the head. You have to look for those picks. You have to be trying to find little avenues in, especially when you put yourself at a disadvantage in this kind of situation. I think we'll start seeing some more interesting circumstances here, maybe, as Fearness, he's getting the Grand Starfall, he's getting the whole shebang as Fearness goes down to RA.
Great pick from Rare Adam, right as we said it, but I will say LGD are able to collapse on them. They're a long way from home. Cube not in the area, and now this has turned into a 4v4.
All right, what do Tom and Jerry have in their bag of tricks here? Maybe they'll try to catch iBoy, but they don't. Again, iBoy just gets out. He's always just a little bit of a bait here in these situations.
Yeah, Assam held on to the spray and pray, though, so wasn't overcommitting for this. Rare Adam, this would be a very risky call.
Do you
Everyone
like
in
burgers?
The pit, Assam at Runins.
Do you like burgers? Because we flip it.
I mean, yeah, because
We flip it. We flip it.
buddy.
All right, I want to see this. Okay, RA, they're actually just burning it down. LGD are too scared to even get in the pit, so there ain't no flipping tonight. They're just eating good. All right, and RA are moving forward now, trying to catch out Quay. He gets cease and desisted and brought down by the rest of RA. Strive goes golden at least. Assam trying to help out with the spray and pray, but it doesn't help enough. LGD just keep trying to scrape around, but they can't find it.
No, and that's going to be so difficult now for LGD to try and contest this next dragon. You start to spread out as Rare Adam. You're going to have Lien, who can try and help out every side of the map if you have him in mid lane with that Grand Starfall. Cube has good pushing. One side of the map, Strive can match Haichao and the other as well. It becomes so hard to actually deal with this push from Rare Adam because it's never just, you know, a one-man army. It's always the threat of Lien. So LGD now going to be pushed into their base. And this is where, if you get that Inferno Soul for Rare Adam, that's going to give you such a massive advantage against LGD.
It really would. You were talking about the growth of the dragon, the strength of the dragons stacking up, but especially an Infernal Dragon at this point. With this composition, those picks are getting worse. It's gonna start getting even scarier when Zora is looking for those executions with the death from below. So it's a really tough task here for LGD. But how do you see themselves digging out of this?
Again, I think you can go for decent picks with Vi and Asum. But the problem is that Rare Adam haven't really given them the opportunity so far to do so. They're actually not even spreading out. It looks like they don't even want to give LGD the opportunity to look for these picks. They just want to try and abuse the fact that they have this Baron buff to keep shoving in these waves. But I definitely think having, well, they're going to move Strive there now. I was going to say Cube move mid and spread this out for Rare Adam is your best option, and still keeping presence across the map, because now LGD have to split up to try and answer for the push from Rare Adam.
Quay just goes in out of left field here. He immediately has to turn around. The Ultra Shock laser from iBoy does tons of damage. Leyen is actually the first one caught out. Quay gets out with a scrap of health here. iBoy is on the backside. Cube and Zora just want to catch out Quay. The death from below will not connect this time. Strive does steal the Spirit Rush away. Quay is trying to make the great escape at this point, but Zora is going to find him with the Bone Skewer. Oh, it's not enough rage. Oh my God, we got the Yakety Sax playing on LPL on a Tuesday night.
Does he execute? Let's go. Okay, good. Let's match to execute. Now, I will say, Jungler dead for 36 seconds with Inferno Soul and 19. Not the best. Definitely not the best.
All right.
But, yeah, I mean, that just was very disjointed from LGD. Koi goes in, and you can see Asum hadn't even popped the ambush. Haichao wasn't in a position to follow up. Just felt like it was like, oh, I'm going. Hope you're here to follow up, lads, and nobody was. So now Rare Adam get the kill, they get the pick, they get the soul, and again, Baron is just about to fall off, but it already did its job, which was to help them net that Infernal Soul.
Yeah, I think Jin Zhao was just standing like, whoa, we're going. He's just like, oh my God, Quay. What are we doing? But in the end, right, it does end up in a huge pickup for RA and a capitalization of the mistake from LGD.
Yeah, like you can see here, right? Asum's not in a position to follow up. Haichao isn't either. Like, this is where it's really, really funky, because I feel like if Asum was actually already ambushed and had that extra attack speed that the ambush gives you, this could have been a great fight. But just not being able to get on the same page ended up very, very messy. And I do like how it's like Koi goes in and Jinja's kind of like the friend who got in the car and he just hears the doors lock. As he steps in, he's like, oh God, what have I got myself into?
Eyes wide, just like, oh man. I will say though, right, you do have the 3-item spike now completed for Asum, and we've been looking for the setup for the, ambush spray and play, the submarine play, gameplay coming out for them, but it hasn't been there yet. But now with this 3-item spike, I feel like you have a lot more options in terms of that. You just have to look for that positioning, which is something we've seen lacking from LGD.
Oh, LGD gonna have to see if they can find those picks that we were talking about. Clay trying to set up here on the pink ward, but Rare Adam not even interested in that mid lane. They're just gonna try and get that top tier 2 instead. And again, it's all about trying to keep LGD in their base. Is Haichao?
He almost gets skewered there. I won't do. Oh my God, Quay's just going in again. He's got the final chapter. The man's a madman. He's getting a TP in as well. There's the Everfrost. They're trying their darndest, and they actually get iBoy now. As LGD back away from the fight a little bit finicky here. They're getting flanked by Q, but the rest of them, they're moving on to Strive. Strive has to flash, but the needlework is still connected. The exhaust goes down. RA are headed away from LGD at this point as they keep finding kills, but they're so far behind in gold.
Well, there's the picks that we were talking about, though, because for LGD, it's all just about buying as much time as possible. Asum now has 3 items completed. He is going to do a lot of damage in these fights, and if he can get 1 or 2 more, then he's going to be in a fantastic spot. You're looking across at this Gwen as well, who may have to try and help Lien, but I don't know how he's going to get up here, because Lien's very far away from home.
He is. There's a jungle in the top lane. Maybe not the best place to be, but he will be farming up some of those minions there at least. We'll get the reset for pretty much most of the map here, and especially for LGD. We have a little bit longer until another Baron comes onto the board here, Dagda. Well, look at that replay.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this might have been a little bit too deep from Quay, but again, having the Yuumi there keeps iBoy locked up, buys Haichao enough time to get in here. Everfrost Charm means that iBoy can't really move, and again, Asim, I like his position here. He's trying to cut off people that are looking to escape. So Fearless can get a ton of damage down. Asim eventually joins in after he realizes that he's not really corralling anyone into position and will just help to get one more kill there. So again, like, you're getting these item breakpoints coming through, nearly having the Void Staff for Fearless. Like, if you can keep this alive for a while, you actually could be able to bring this back as LGD.
Whoa, a little bit of a bone skewer there to say hello to Quay. But we're seeing the full-on focus towards this Baron pit around RA. The Ultra Shock lasers, the poke, the potential catch-outs from Zora. It is all working to their benefit as they try to set up to force LGD's hand here.
Yep, Zora still fishing on the side here, though. Quay's playing very aggressive, but does have the Sunfire Aegis build, so definitely a little bit tankier in this one. But Zora hit with the charm.
Oh, that's actually huge. He goes golden, though. Spirit Rush was stolen by Strive. That final chapter is doing serious work. They get Quay down, but it's a trade back. The spray and pray is working out nicely. But here comes Cube. He's about to have Megadar, so Haichao, Asim, and Jinzhao get away. But actually, Haichao tries to go forward with the Spirit Rush. Doesn't connect the charm.
Again, a 2-for-1 trade, though, in favor of LGD. So they're getting these little picks that are, again, getting items, buying time. And with Elder Dragon, more crucially, available in 2 minutes' time, this should help them hit that item breakpoint, like the GA for Asim, Void Staff for Fairness. And for Rare Adam, like, you're kind of running out of steam here, right? Like, Pantheon, not going to be very relevant. Yes, Zora's gone for the GA, so we can play a little bit more aggressive, but still, he's not going to be like a major factor in these fights because he needs people to be low before he can be a major threat. So you're heavily reliant on Strive, iBoy, and Cube to get some sort of big wombo combo off, like a massive chunk of damage as the fight kicks off, to set up for the executes on Leanne and Zora. Otherwise, I just don't know if you have it left.
But this is the thing, is like, I've been looking for RA to force this league, bring it all together and force the hand of LGD. Last time it was not a fight they should have taken. Now they're forcing the Baron yet again, and it's already gone, as you said. So more objective control for RA, and it's exactly what they've been playing to this entire time.
And a minute now for Elder Dragon again means that before these crucial dragons are spawning, Rare Adam have Baron, and they're able to keep pushing their advantages. Strive going to TP to bot lane to make sure they can spread the love.
Zora, get out of that early engagement, but as we said, LGD, now we'll actually see the movement here to try to get some vision game down. Not much vision to be had, but they actually might be looking for a pick before the fight. Try to get an upper hand, but to get this Baron buff, it's very, very difficult in the setup for RA. We do see iBoy finally joining his squad, so I think RA will feel confident moving forward now. And you got to expect, look at that. Like, that's the Infernal Soul with the Ultra Shock laser. Does so much damage, and Haichao is pretty healthy there in that moment, getting half his health bar taken out. See Zora actually go for the Bone Skewer here. Does not connect it. Quay going forward. He overextends. He has to use the cease and desist and flashing out. LGD are retreating, but there is no retreat. Cube goes forward. Fearness is actually taking a big fight in the backline here, and RA might lose it. No, it is not. It is the gold lead. It is the gold bag slapped to the face of LGD.
I mean, the Infernal Soul and the Baron, way too much for LGD. They didn't even get to reset for things like the GA, the Void Staff sitting on a ton of gold before that fight. And Rare Adam pounce, ready to take the advantage, and they will be able to close out this game one.
He had you in the first half. Some of those health bars looking a little bit worse for RA, but in the end, it is that difference. It is the steady advantage that RA found for themselves time and time again in this first game of the series, right? It was the objective control. It was the skirmishing. Even in moments where they were getting caught out, it was map control and movement that reigned absolute king.
And it's unfortunate for LGD because it definitely felt like given a little bit more time, they could have crested that hill, got to the 3 items on their 2 big carries, and maybe set themselves up for success. But LGD never really gave them that chance, and I think you hit the nail on the head, Mizel. Like, ton of really good objective control and really well orchestrated play in the early stages from Rare Adam. Like Lien playing well for bot side, getting a massive advantage there, transitioning that to top. They've got all the Rift Heralds, they've consistently got all the dragons, and especially as we're on 12-14, like the extra local gold the Rift Herald gives you, the extra boon that you get from these dragons, like it is substantial. And I think that's why even when we got to a point where it looked like maybe LGD had enough in the tank with Asim on this Twitch to try and carry, between the 6% extra damage you're getting off the Inferno Dragon, the regen you're getting off Ocean Dragon, the just attack speed and ability haste that you're getting as well from that Hextech Dragon. It's just so much to handle.
For me, also, it was a little bit of a nuance thing for that I was focusing on, and I said it in the game, but it was like the willingness for RA to continue the play, but not sometimes go a little too far, but not majority of the time, right? They were trying to keep a tag on Quay as he transitioned across the map. If we saw a bottom lane play, they would transition all together, especially looking at Zora moving with the entire team. Really, it was actually incredible to watch, like them keeping up the tempo and making sure that LGD never felt comfortable.
Yeah, I definitely think the VI ultimates on both sides sometimes can leave
Little
people going a bit
questionable.
deeper than they expected. But yeah, I think definitely when you look at like Strive's usage of the cease and desist, his position in fights, iBoy getting good damage off with the Ultra Shock laser, like there was a lot of working parts there for Rare Adam and being able to abuse the fact that they got these early leads, and they really did need to. We kind of talked about Zora and Lien trying to be this like 2-man unit working across the board, and although we didn't usually see them like actually together unless they were like grouping, say for a mid lane play or a topside play, they were both invading opposite side of the jungles, consistently getting vision down, making sure they knew where Kui was at all points in time, and just making it really difficult for the LGD jungler to kind of have any impact, which was their best bet to make sure that neither top or the bot lane were getting too far out of control.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to look back to what we talked for LGD a little bit more. We were talking about the gamer drafts. We did get the ASM Twitch, but it did not work out for them. You see his stats not too bad though in terms of the show out he had, but it just wasn't enough to pull it all together for LGD. And you look at some of those picks, it's like, all right, do we get even more spice, or do we get a retreat back to the turtle shell for LGD?
Yeah, I hope not. Honestly, like I think for LGD, bringing a bit more of this to the table is definitely what we want to see. Like I think again, having Asum on late game carries is kind of the big game plan for LGD, and we saw that they nearly could crest the hill. I think it's just a case of having a bit of a stronger early game for them. Like unfortunately, Asum did struggle in the early laning phase, like blowing flashes, blowing cleanses, and Kui not really being in a position to try and cover for them in a lot of situations down the bottom side. He was on that first gank, but definitely needed to consistently be matching Lien and just wasn't able to keep pace, which is difficult to be fair with the Grand Starfall, but I think that was kind of the main difference maker. Even looking at Fearness as well, falling behind in the early stages, you get that solidified up, you're in a better spot.
Hey, let's see what the early game has in store for us. We're going to take a little break from this appetizer of the night. We'll be back with game number 2 right after this.
Because since next week, our episode's going to lead into playoffs, so we'll probably end up doing like a bit of a playoff preview. This is the time where I want the predictions. I want our names out there in the written in the textbooks of who we predicted going into the split. And RNG kind of being a name that is up there. I feel like one of you's predicting RNG, if not both. Am I right? Any RNGers?
I'm going to take
Bob's
RNG just
definitely
because I
picking
know you
RNG,
guys are going to go
dude.
top
Rob is-
esports anyway. So I'll take this side so you guys can have your top esports.
Whoa. I'm just saying we might all have different sides coming into the day. But Rob, why RNG? What gives you those special tinglies?
Yeah. So I look, I actually don't think RNG win. I actually don't.
What?
Yeah. I think the top play, I think Breathe has been a little bit underwhelming. I think the
betrayal of a century. What is going on?
Look, I think there's still I
Oh
don't
my
know.
god.
I think
Dude, the pain
Adam on
on
Twitter,
your
Rob
face
betrayed
saying
you.
this. I
Yeah.
feel for you.
yeah.
It looks like it hurts.
Here, look, you know what? I'm just gonna I got my little badge here. It's going down. Get it out of here. It's out of the way. But I think, yeah, I don't know. It's super hard to try and I think top esports looks so unbelievably strong. It's hard to just kind of go against them. Like the smile on Ox's face. But that's the thing. It's so hard to doubt them. Like the one loss that they have all split long is against JDG. And that was at the start of the split when they're still trying to figure out what they were trying to achieve. I think they've looked only like they've gone from strength to strength. I think Wayward for a rookie is phenomenal. The Tien and Knight look spectacular. The bot lane, brilliant. Like it's kind of like started to slow down. Like there's nothing here. And I think the fact that like, again, moving on to this new patch where laning becomes even more important, I think that's what Sorry, that's what makes the difference for me here. Is like top esports are probably the most dominant laners that we have. They're incredibly good at snowballing the game. And I like, even when we get to international as well, I think the fact that I don't think teams are going to be ready for top esports. I don't think they're going to be ready for the pace at which they play the game. Like, I honestly think this could be the summer of top esports, like just across the board.
Oh my god. Lyric, you take. I got nothing to add. He said everything I wanted to say. Oh,
wait.
It's beautiful.
Add
Fantastic.
I was gonna say. I was gonna tell you. Add something about Wayward. I know. I know you're dying to do it,
dude. I mean, I feel like I completely match everything you said. I feel like that first series against JDG, they got all their inting out the way in that first series because that was a rough one. But like, yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that the meta is going to suit them well because I think it should, based on, you know, the fact that laning's more important. I think that the issues they had against RNG, where like they completely fell apart in the mid game in spring, aren't really there anymore. I think their mid game has improved massively, and they're still fantastic in the early game. I feel like there's 3 lanes you can carry through. I mean, you can even have TN carry through the jungle. I just think this team's fantastic. You know, the question isn't whether they're going to win LPLs, whether they're going to win Worlds.
The only caveat I will add to
so
that is
there we go.
TN in playoffs sometimes scares me, where he can just start to fall apart, where he does struggle with the pressure from it. But I do think, at least looking at it, I'm gonna hang on. That Alex, I think,
dude.
hang on. But I do think now that he's on top esports rather than FPX, it definitely feels like the camaraderie and the fact that like they're more, I don't know, they definitely feel like they're better adjusted to actually like having conversations, putting less pressure on him.
He's touching his cheeks.
What? Oh,
well, yeah.
But I think that still, I think TN has looked a lot better, a lot smoother, and it's kind of been a lot stronger. But I still hold the question about what happens when we get to playoffs. I think he's better adjusted on top esports, but I've still seen him so many times on FPX. Playoffs comes around and TN just isn't there anymore.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on
iBoy 是一个个人操作很好的选手吧，打他跟他发育呗，能上场比赛感觉还是挺好的吧，尽力赢他每一场比赛嘛。队内氛围，我们乐观家族氛围一直就挺好的，没什么问题。
Welcome back to the LPL. As we said, we're into the appetizer here for this wonderful Titanic Tuesday that we have. As I'm Mazel, joined by Dagda yet again. And we, after a very one-sided game number 1, it felt like RA coming out victorious and Zora, the MVP here on the pike.
Yeah, super cool to see Zora being able to pick up that MVP performance and roaming around, making sure that he was involved in a ton of these early kills and really helping to get the snowball rolling. Especially as we talked about for Rare Adam, it was going to be so crucial that we saw Zora in the end step up and take control in the early stages for Rare Adam. For a squad that doesn't traditionally play that style, it really did work spectacularly for the support player.
And it worked spectacularly because we got so much focus from RA down bottom lane, right? Leyen on the Pantheon was constantly down there, but it was also the picks, the catch-outs, the mobility, the movement. Zora was consistently out of lane, which feels bad, man, for iBoy, but feels good, man, for the team.
And I think Zora has been a great addition coming into this roster as well, right? I think he's been stepping up massively. Like, you look at his goal difference of 15, he's third highest in the league in terms of supports. He's been playing, he's starting to bring out a ton of these cool new picks like the Pike. Like, it definitely feels like Zora has come on a lot as he has been promoted from the LDL. So excited to see what this support player can keep doing, and especially if we're going to see these more aggressive compositions from Rare Adam. My only disappointment is that we didn't get to see them earlier. Like, these are really cool drafts that I would love to see Rare Adam already bring out.
Yeah, hey, at least we get it, Dagda, and I'm very excited because, as we were saying, like, that was the highest high I feel like of RA that we've seen recently. The amount of control they had on the map, the way that we saw them kind of performing together as well. Like, that's always something I look for when we've propped Strive up so heavily in the mid lane as being a stalwart for the team. I like to see this from RA, but then I look with a little bit of disappointment for LGD because in those moments, like, you can see those little catch-outs, right? The game plan that they had to try to use Quay to set up Assam, it didn't all fall into place. The dominoes weren't ready.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem, as you say, was how far behind kind of both the carry lanes fell behind. Like, Assam got a lot of attention in the early stages from Leyen to make sure that Assam couldn't get up and rolling on this Twitch. Even we saw Zora taking the sweeper level 1 to spot out if there was going to be some sort of weird ambush play at the level 1 that a lot of Twitches will do to get control of the lane level 1. Yeah. So I think it was just a good adaptation coming through from Rare Adam for that bot side. But on the top side, I think it was just a bit wonky coming through. Unfortunately, they just couldn't quite get Fairness into a position where he was in a good spot. Cube getting that first tower as well made it very difficult then for Fairness to kind of have impacted a lot of these early objectives, and then you start to see Rift Heralds going the way of Rare Adam, and it all just falls apart. So I definitely think having a little bit more stability in the early stages will help out LGD here.
So I want to go back to that point about the objectives, because that was like immediately what stands out to me is the fact that we had almost, I believe, if not 100% objective control from RA, and to see that come through with how much aggression we saw, at least in the skirmishing picks from Quay. I want to see some stability around those fights. I want to see, as you were kind of saying, a roundabout team composition to kind of bring them all together and be able to function around those fights and not have to, turn tail and run after you get a crazy cease and desist from Quay, trying to overextend into the fight. So it's a little bit of that team cohesion, I feel like, for LGD that'll shine through. And you can also look at some of those drafts we were highlighting earlier in Le Gamer drafts, Dagda.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to look at LGD's draft and go, oh, well, pushing, or like the bot lane's going to be pushed in, the top lane's going to be pushed in, how are they supposed to contest objectives? But I definitely think it was an underutilized mid-jungle from LGD that made it very difficult for them to actually interact, right? Because you have Haichao on this Ari who should be able to roam, but we actually saw Strive was the one getting the roams off first. No real link up between both Haichao and Koi to try and make plays towards Strive in the mid lane as well. Like we talked about the point and click CC from the cease and desist, an easy follow up for Haichao. You kill Strive, then you start to move around the map. Like, there's a lot of things that you can do with this duo, but they just refused to really interact together. So I definitely think coming into game 2, I want to see a stronger mid jungle from LGD to try and contest these early objectives. And whether that is, as you say, bringing in some of these cool new drafts like the Kiana that can do very well around these neutral objectives and like thrives when she hits that level 6 around like Dragon Pits and Baron Pits if people are caught out in those positions. So I definitely think it could be an interesting adjustment to try and now move from, hey, Assam, you had your chance in the spotlight. Now let's see what Haichao can do.
Let's see what else we get out of this one. Hopefully draft will be starting very soon. I don't have my play button to get it started, and apparently I do have a play button. You had it. That's where it went. Goodness. We'll be getting into draft number 2 now, as we are RA on the blue side. Man, the timings. LGD on the red side. We do see some likely bans. The Pantheon, primarily for LGD taking off the board. They also still target lands Nidalee. We do get the Fiora and the Draven for RA.
I mean, at least the Pantheon being taken away might give LGD a bit of an easier time, but Poppy is going to be left up and available if Lian just wants to snap that one for himself. Like, Poppy's just such an insanely strong pick at the moment. Like, does well in the early stages. Hex flashes can catch people out so well. The ultimate is phenomenal in team fights if you're able to connect onto multiple people with it. But unless they have some sort of high priority on like Zeri or something along these lines, I don't see why you don't just nab the Poppy.
Hey, I mean, we saw iBoy on the Zeri actually doing really well in setting up a lot of fights with the Ultra Shock lasers. And also, for me, Just saying, Dagda. Stability in the bottom lane. Zora was gone. And iBoy, he did just fine down there. And that's something I feel like we don't get to say a lot of times this split with iBoy. So I like the Zeri pick here. Sivir, another pick that got through the bans, at least in the first phase, will be picked up for LGD.
Yeah, I mean, Sivir very strong into Zeri because it can help push the wave in the early stages, and then that late game scaling where the AoE ability of this Sivir starts to shine against the short range carry like the Sivir, against the short range carry the Zeri works out exceptionally well. We'll have to see what Rare Adam are going to go for. Cube looks like he wants his time to shine. Jax has been his most dominant pick over the course of the split, and it feels like he just wants to lock that in immediately to make sure he's going to be comfortable in that.
We're getting a lot of things that are coming through that were taken away, or at least banned away in the first game. We also get the Yumi grab for Rare Adam, so nice combo, first of all, with the Zeri, but that Jax, man. That Jax. I am so terrified once Cube gets on a roll and has Zora right there with him. I'm looking for LGD now to have a response of some sort.
Yeah, I think the Kennen can work out pretty well, again, for team fights. And also just if Jax ever tries to jump in on top of you, get the CC, you step away, and makes it a little bit more difficult for Jax to try and play aggressive in that matchup. But you definitely do not want to be left alone as Fairness for too long, especially as we start to crest into the late game, because that's where Fairness will start to fall behind and Cube can take over the 1v1. LGD, they're going to focus junglers with none of them picked up for Adam, whereas Rare Adam are going to focus onto the supports as nothing is being picked up for Jinzhou in that bottom side. I still think the mid lane counter pick is going to be really interesting for Haichou, and maybe that's where we see the gamer drafts come through.
I love your throw out there because I would love to see a little bit of something. I'm still waiting for the piece that really sells me on this draft for LGD. I think you've made some nice, arguments for some of those pieces, but I'm not sold yet, Dagta. I'm not sold. We do get the Pike ban though for RA. They want to take that away from the possibility of Jin Zhao piloting that one. And now, as you say, we get one more pick for LGD, and then we'll have counter pick for them as well. So here we'll see what they actually want to go with. I would expect the support, obviously, to come through, and this would be a spicy one.
I mean, this could work out pretty well here. There's not a ton of engage tools on Rare Adam's side, so it is going to be, yeah. So the thing is, like, in jungle right now, like, what really heavy engaged jungler is there? Like, Wukong's gone. Like, Poppy's obviously still the big standout pick, but it's nothing that's really going to threaten something like an Ashe in the team fights, like being able to threaten that backline where she will be very vulnerable. So Ashe can actually get a lot of work done in these fights. You're looking at Rare Adam as well, potentially looking for the LeBlanc. That's can try and pick off Jin Zhao in fights, but still not something where she has to be overly worried about it in the grand scheme of things. So a nice time to pick up the Ashe. Rare Adam though, we're gonna have to see what Lian finally does want to take in towards this jungle, and we see if Haichou will finally bring out a bit of spice of his own as well.
So the thing for me is, I love your point about LeBlanc, and we'll see how that works out. But then you have to add in all the other pieces, right? The Ultra Shock laser over top from the Zeri. You have the Jax from Cube with the jump in as well. And now, not only do you get the comfort, the legendary Lian Rek'Sai, it comes out. So many threats to take out these squishy targets.
You have a lot of poke on Rare Adam with the LeBlanc and Zeri being able to use that Ultra Shock laser. And I think you have that's kind of what you're going to be relying on here for a little bit of Rare Adam, trying to say, hey, can we get a good amount of damage down before these fights really kick off? And then if you try to over-engage as LGD, suddenly Lian is enabled, Cube is enabled, Zora going to be able to do a ton of work with Yumi, but I definitely favor LGD in team fights, right? Like, great long-range engage with the Ashe Arrow, Haichou being able to set them up, Kui as well, late game scaling of the Sivers there, Kennen in team fights is going to be a monster just with the short range that is available on Rare Adam's side. So overall, I think this could be the one where LGD start to fight back, but if you end up getting this early lead as Rare Adam, the snowball is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I wonder, especially with the specific focus we got from Lian last time around, and a lot of that, tempo play I felt like from them. It's going to be interesting how LGD adapt to that this time around with some of those pieces that do work well in those team fights. We were saying we want security around those objectives. We want to see if they can kind of put on the same show that RA put on and force fights, or at least force the hand of RA. But the question is, for me, Quay, where do you go? How do you attack this map right now, especially with the likes of the solo laners on the side of RA that are so terrifying?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you're looking at is, like, is there really wiggle room towards solo lanes? Probably not. I mean, you're more than likely going to be trying to see if you can make something happen in this bottom lane, but you do have to be very careful. Like, Lien with this Rek'Sai, if he's able to match these early plays, is going to be an absolute menace, especially because Koi has to go in aggressively. So if Lien shows up for a counter gank, Koi's going to be in a pretty bad spot.
Well, we hit the rip for the second time here. Again, reiterating what we said at the beginning of the day. Winning here would mean that you move yourself up in the standings. You would at least put yourself in distance from finishing second to last in the LPL Summer Split. And I think that is on the back of the mind of a lot of these guys, but specifically for LGD. To bring us the 3 games, that's what I'm here for. I'm locked in for a long night, and I want to see that volatility, that bloodiness that I was expecting that we saw a little bit of in the mid-game of last game. But I want both these teams to come out swinging here for the rest of this series.
I thought you were just going to reiterate that, like, Mazel can hit high notes. Halo is a great game. Eating opium food is class. I thought that was going to be the catch-up we needed for all the viewers, but
true.
You know what? Sure.
I missed out on the
League of
opportunity. Yep, League of Legends. That's what we're here for. Actually, we're here for early or late invade, at least, not early invade, from LGD. Actually, Quay will be successful in getting the red buff. So what do you think about them apples, Dagda?
I mean, separating the map is going to be great for Koi, right? He goes towards Raptors after this, should be in a pretty good spot. It was a bit of a toss-up because generally Rek'Sais tend to start on like one of the AoE camps, like the Raptors or also the Wolves, and it will be the Wolves for Lien. So Lien is going to move directly over towards the red buff on the opposite side. They already have a ward down there, so knows he's going to be totally all good. And Koi, like, as long as he can keep Asim and Jinjiao with the ability to push this wave, poke the tower, start to get some gold that way, I think you're in a great spot here.
I challenge Strive just going at it yet again. We do still have so much aggression on the bottom side of this boy, and level 1. Oh, one more auto. The heal at the last second from Zor will be enough to save iBoy's life.
This is why you try to split the map. Like, Jinjiao has so much poke, like a double AD carry lane, Hela Blades as well. Like, this Ashe does so much damage, and also the slows make it obnoxious for iBoy to try and escape. You're running approach velocity as well, so you're able to consistently get these auto attacks off as the Ashe. So really nice job here by LGD's bot lane already to burn some of those summoner spells, and now start to get that chip damage down.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to use either the zoomies or the mobility from Zeri to get away from Jinjiao. But if you take a tower shot, maybe things work out a little bit differently there for LGD, as Quay had to come down to hover just a little bit more as iBoy was looking aggressive there.
Yeah, I mean, not exactly the best. I was like, oh, maybe this is just a mega 5-brain bait, but judging from Asim and Jinjiao's reaction, that was not the case. Lien, though, still trying to play in this top side, and this is the problem here for Fairness. It becomes very difficult for you to try and keep up pace in this top side because you know that Lien is definitely going to be playing on this top half of the map, so he will reset because he's about half health, a bit fearful of the dive, and will now TP back up into the top side.
So how do you expect, I guess, at this point when you're seeing this split map to approach these win conditions for, especially RA? Well, I guess I don't get too much time. Quay is in a 2v1 at this point. He's just begging and pleading that RA stay in the position they are, and they will finally find him out. There's a big wave in front of the tower, so nothing's going to come of it. Quay looking for nice moves. I guess for me, it's now you're looking at that split lane focus, right? Going back to that conversation, and how do you or where do you see Lien really putting all those resources in at this point?
So I think for LGD, what they're probably going to try and do is, and I will get back to Rare Adam because I think it hinges on this. Like LGD, I think what they're going to try and do is continuously split this map, right? They're going to keep using Asim and Jinjia's push and bot, invade onto the bot side, and see if they can get Haichao to try and help out in that regard as well, like leaning into this bot side and constantly look for invades and picks there to try and deny Rare Adam the opportunity to counteract the push from Asim and Jinjiao. So I think for Lien, it's kind of a twofold case, right? I think you got to try and immediately look for a play in mid with Strive. Like, if you can kill Haichao or burn a flash, it becomes way more difficult for Haichao to try and, like, play up in these in this lane, play for these invades, and then you always have Strive to help out and kind of even out the numbers advantage. Or you could all in on Cube topside, but I think that's less of a win condition just because the way Jax unfortunately just can't quite take over from the top lane with the way that the game goes right now.
Yeah, and we're seeing Leanne now moving towards this bottom side of the map. We also want to reminisce a little bit in the fact that RA had that objective control in last game. And maybe with this movement, with a little bit of pressure down bottom lane from Land, they can look to continue that streak here. But the vision will spot out Leanne. So LGD going to play it very safe on the bottom side, even with the thumbs up again from Jin Zhao.
I mean, you'll still be able to collect this wave as LGD and then bring it back down. But at least at the moment, Leon is starting to collect all of that CS that is on the bottom side. So you're not getting that split coming through from LGD at the moment. I think LGD will try and off Koi moving back down bot side here. Look for something like the Dragon. So maybe Leon tries to interrupt that as he sees Koi moving top side and go for the Dragon himself.
Koi says it's all part of the plan. He puts down the control word earlier, like, oh yeah, Cube knows I'm here. All right, so now I'm going to come back way later and try to get it. Maelstrom, oh no, it's not working out. Koi doesn't have much to follow it up. The Counter-Strike comes through, and Cube looks like he's getting out, but Haichao comes through with the Spirit Rush. He wants it. Cube is surviving. The tower shot not enough, and Cube finally goes down. An unfortunate series of events, but for LGD, it is fortunate. 1-0 lead.
Really nice try from Cube there. Nearly able to get away with his life, but just not quite enough. Bot side, though, is now the focus of Rare Adam. Jin Zhao and Asum kind of sitting ducks here a little bit.
They're baiting a little bit because Strive is coming over the wall to Jin Zhao, and he's dead. There you go. There's your focus that you were talking about in the draft for Strive, and RA respond.
And I think this is a mistake from LGD. Like, Fearness is not your win con. Helping him out is not your win con. Moving into this bottom side and trying to punish Iboy and Zora as they're pushing out this lane would have been the best bet. Try to look for dragons. Now Koi is on this bottom side, so we'll let Asum like get this CS. Maybe they can get dragon off of resets coming through from Rare Adam as well, but the win condition for LGD is boss, and they're playing away from it.
I feel like the way we've seen Liam play, he ain't letting those objectives go. He's going to go back into his red side jungle. We'll see back to good graces for the junglers themselves, and look back at the top lane too.
Yeah, you can see here, Koi, like the second he shows, Lien actually ends up resetting on the bot side. So Koi tries to go for this. Great Counter-Strike here from Cube. And again, like the presence of mind, getting a ton of that extra mana back alongside the Time Warp Tonic. So managing to just nearly get away from this. But unfortunately, the creeps weren't quite able to block the Shuriken throw coming through from Fearness. So Cube ends up falling.
It was so close. Cube is going to replay that one in his mind over and over again. But we will see Lan going back up towards this top side and pinging actually towards the Rift Herald that'll be coming up here. So with the lanes in the state they are, I feel like RA are free to try to push for this objective themselves. But as we watch that Rift Herald go down, Dagda, I'm going to return to the appetizer question. We are in the middle of our appetizer right now between RA and LGD because we have our match of the week coming up later. You didn't know the food. Do you have a drink that you would go with appetizer? Do you have anything else particular? Your favorite drink? Do you have anything?
So, see, again,
oh my God, Dagda!
See, this is the thing, right? Like, at the moment, I'm kind of on a tequila and 7-Up hype train. I'm just off the rum hype train. Like, it kind of depends. And even, like, is it outside on a sunny day when then I'm on a Radler? You know, then I'm on the lemon beers.
I was thinking so like a nice, like, I don't know, like a fruit drink or something, like a juice. But I like where your head's at. I like where your head's at.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if anyone says drink to me, I am Irish. I just assume alcohol.
True, true. I'm just getting all these down. I mean, at this point, I'm kind of to the wind with it, but I'm trying to get your perfect breakfast to get like your perfect appetizer. I want, I'm just saying, like you're not giving me much. But hey, given much is both these teams as they're actually looking Leyen towards the top side, but LGD towards the first dragon of the game.
The tiny vision of Leyen. Well, now it's that he's on the ward, but yeah, I mean, Dragon at least picked up for LGD, which is one of the big win cons that I'd like to see them play towards, whereas Rare Adam, well, Fearness, we hardly knew ye. Goodbye, friend.
Go down with the ship. The nice slicing Maelstrom, though. Still a lot of damage to be done, and Leyen easily picks up the kill, and it'll be turret plates aplenty for RA. Oh, they don't get the second one. Feels bad. It will be mid lane, though. LGD putting a lot of focus here after securing that dragon.
Yeah, so it looks like Rare Adam have kind of gone back towards what we're talking about is, look, if we can get Cube into a really good spot, maybe he can just hard carry us through this game, like continues to dive on towards Fearness, especially if he goes the Hullbreaker build, but will be a ton of gold going over towards Cube with that top tower now dissolving. And you're going to have to see if you can try and respond here for Asim and Jinzhou. They have got good push on bot side. You can see iBoy and Zora not really knowing where LGD's jungler is going to just play it safe. But once the Tribe spots him out, iBoy and Zora actually step up in the lane to make sure that they can try and get some of the CS.
Hey, let's go, Fearness. He got it. The next thing I'm looking at, okay, I guess we're looking at his bottom lane. The final chapter, the cleanse. Jin Zhao, he's about to go down. Flash forward from iBoy. He doesn't get to kill Asim with the on the hunt, the speed. It's enough to get away. Asim doesn't have much mana, but he's got a TP because he has the reinforcement of Haichao, which with Spirit Rush could be something to be worried for RA, but a nice use of aggression from the bottom lane.
iBoy wants it. Asim going to tank this and see if he can bait iBoy in. Will iBoy take the bait though?
Will he or won't he? He doesn't. There you go. We do have movement from the bottom.
Well,
towards the bottom lane.
That was the most anticlimactic answer
It really
we
was.
could have hoped for.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And, you know, hey, I'm here for it. Leanne's going to be waiting, though. He's like a predator in the bush. I don't know if you saw that new Predator movie, but I'm thinking that's Leanne right now. And he's actually going to get spotted out by the nice hawk shot of Jin Zhao, and that's one of the strengths for this pick that LGD have chosen.
See, I am terrible at watching movies, so any of these new movies are just not going to be a thing for me.
You're just not giving me anything. Relationships are a two-way street. Casting
I
is a
realized
two-way street.
I actually have a problem with movies the other day. So I was actually telling this to my friend Yanni. He's one of the lads who's big into movies. And I was willing to watch what I thought was an episode. Actually, hang on. Haichao. No, yes, Spirit Rush. Should be fine.
Oh, the Void Rush. Leanne immediately flashes. He's like, I didn't want to do that. And they have a lot of damage. The arrow going a little bit wide, but Cube and Strive able to actually put pressure mid lane. Quay goes down too, so it's a trade back and forth. Haichao missing the charm there. It will be at least calm in the action. What were you saying, Dagda?
Yeah, so 1-for-1 trade. Oh, nice. I was surprised Leanne went that deep, especially as we said Haichao had Spirit Rush, but, you know, swings and roundabouts here for Leanne. I was saying, I realized I had an issue because I was willing to watch what I thought was an hour and 25-minute long episode on Netflix.
Okay.
And I got like an hour long through. I was like, oh, this isn't an episode. This is a movie. I don't want to watch a movie. And I was about to turn it off. Like,
wow.
It didn't
wow.
make any
Just the
difference.
fact that
And I was like,
a movie.
just the classification of movie. And I was like, no, this isn't a thing. It doesn't make any sense. Now, to be fair, because this was the very next question I got asked, did I turn it off? No. Because that's when I realized that I actually am just weird and have a problem. So I was like, no, I need to fix this. But apparently I just have a mental block when it comes to sitting down and watching
When it comes to choosing favorite appetizer foods, when it comes to choosing favorite drink
No,
appetizer.
I just like I like to be in the experience.
Okay,
You know?
okay.
I'm a guy who likes to be in the moment.
All
and
right.
sometimes the moment needs a wheat beer. Sometimes the moment needs a margarita.
Oh my
sometimes
God.
the moment wants a pizza. Sometimes the moment wants
true.
a spag ball. You know? You never
Spike
really
ball.
know where you want to go with these things.
Spike Ball's legendary. If you were in this movie, would you be happy with your appetizer? I don't know how to tie the two things
In Predator?
Together. I feel like
It
at this
doesn't matter what
point
my
I don't know
appetizer
where
is.
we're
I don't
at
wanna be
anymore.
there.
Cube knows where he's at though, because he's got at least a little bit of reinforcements coming from Land. The cease and desist and Fearness's damage is enough to at least get one kill. Land tries to follow it up. He gets it back, but it's Land in the end falling to Haichao.
Fearness steps back into Predator Claw range, and Leanne will pounce on him, managing to get another one. Yeah, if I was in the Predator movie, it wouldn't matter what appetizer I had. I'm not happy to be there, to be perfectly honest. No matter what food I've been
You don't
given,
wanna be the
I would
greatest
not be
prey?
paid enough. No, I'm good. Like,
No
but-
Arnold Schwarzenegger vibes. No, like, get to the chopper.
Yeah, get to the
Would
chopper.
you not do
We
it
have
just
milk
for
and
that
cookies.
one
It's
opportunity
like-
to yell, get to the chopper in all seriousness in your full voice one time?
I mean, I do that anyway. I don't need a movie to do that.
Ooh, there's the enchanted crystal arrow, the cleanse. iBoy and Zora are in a serious predicament here. iBoy goes down immediately, and now Zora's kind of left out. They'll find Strive over the wall. The dragon started, but Zora goes down, and RA, you need to get out of this fight, as this will be second dragon secured from LGD.
Zora didn't get to the chopper.
He did not.
He wasn't
get
in
to
time.
the chopper.
He couldn't get over the wall, and he ends up falling down with a massive explosion. Dragon, though, will go to LGD. 2 dragons now. Gold still very much even with the back and forth that we've had kind of both in the top and that bottom side. Strive as well, being able to pick up a couple of kills for himself. So right now, it is very much a case of LGD relying on people like Hai Chow to continue finding these picks alongside Kui, trying to rely on that bridge to get Sivir into the late game. But finding these kind of nice picks with Jinzhou is definitely a good way to start. Like, Ibai and Zora, I think they can go for this, but again, like, they have no idea where the rest of LGD are. And this has been something that we've seen a lot from Ibai in particular, is just this over-aggression when he really has no right to do so. And even here, as you can see, Zora, unfortunately, just gets pipped by the Q from Kui, which means he can't hop over the wall to safety. So just sad times across the board for the Rare Adam bot side.
Land now has his Prowler all ready to go, so he's looking for the aggression. He's actually going to steal away the red buff with Zora right in tow, and this is some nice movement, albeit some of the lackluster things that have happened in RA's court. I cast the first hit. I'm sorry, iBoy. Never mind.
He definitely saw that ward. Strive had an excuse.
I thought so.
There is no way iBoy didn't see that ward come over the wall. I'm just saying.
I was going to go on this whole spiel of, like, at least you're seeing them still try to make movements. They're still playing aggressive. Land still trying to look for picks. Now they find themselves on the wrong side of town. I don't know if they can get back to the right side of town. We'll see if they can. It's a movie.
Yeah. They're going to have to go real sneaker agents here to see if they can get through.
Are they just going to wait till they take it and just move out? Okay. I like it.
Shh. Don't tell them. Don't tell them.
It's
Strive,
Wabbit.
stop moving.
It's Wabbit
Oh, they're on the ward. They're on the ward.
Oh, no. It's doomed.
Well, yeah, no, apparently LGT are just like, nope, we're good. They're not really too sure where Ibai and Zora were, so didn't want to try and take the full 5v5. But, I mean, they're the ones this time getting all the objectives, right? Yes, you got Rare Adam and got the first Rift Tail, but now second one going across the LGD. And Koi might catch a cube here.
Yeah, Cube didn't know he was over the wall, and especially when you get that fist to the face, Cube definitely going to be feeling that one tomorrow. Counter-Strike out, Quay. He doesn't go down. Hai Chow gets the kill.
Yeah, this is kind of the power that Jackson when it gets ahead, but unfortunately 0-3, not exactly ahead. So can't finish off Kui on that bottom side. Now Hai Chow gets the push in that wave. The Rift Tail is still in Kui's back pocket, but I do like that he's keeping this here. I'd love to see him crack up a mid turret, and then you can start to like establish vision control on whatever side of the map you want to play for. Especially with Dragon in 2 minutes, like third Dragon for LGD, like having that mid tower down, being able to push mid, get some vision control in behind the Dragon Pit. It's just going to be so nice for LGD, especially if you're looking for picks with Kui, Hai Chow, Fearness, maybe looking for flanks. It's all going to be good and tasty.
Leon getting the smite away there. He has a lot of people from LGD that are not very happy about that. Try to do something on the back end of it, but they'll just move in, take the Gromp back, and LGD kind of work back their way through their own jungle to try to defend this bottom lane. As I was saying, I'm not going to cast Chris Iboy because he's not on the screen just this time, but the aggressiveness from Leon I still love to see on the Rex side. I think you're going to need to keep that up for RA if you want to get back into this game.
That's the problem though, is like as you start to crest over the hill, Rek'Sai just stops being useful. Like, she just doesn't have enough of a health bar, not enough resistances. Okay. She's very much an assassin, and trying to get on towards Asim, as we said, though, is going to be a bit of a problem because it's not like you have like a big one-shot kind of engage tool like an Ornn, say, with the Call of the Forge God or something along these lines. You don't really have like even a Kennen that could kind of be your flank buddy. Strive can be that, but he's going to very quickly dip and kind of leave Leon on his own. So unfortunately, you need to be ahead as this Rek'Sai. Being even at this point of the game, not exactly where this Rek'Sai is going to be particularly comfortable.
Hawkshot will spot out the trap from RA yet again, and they've just been on top of it. And it gives so much information, especially when you're on the Rek'Sai, right? You need a lot of that setup, and they haven't been able to find it. Now we have another Dragon coming up on the board, with Baron spawning soon, but the Dragon more important for LGD, as they will find Soul Point if they do get this one.
Yeah, Kui's still holding on to this Rift Herald, though, so if you actually try and contest this as Rare Adam from the bottom side, which is what they're doing, LGD do this. They just run mid, place Rift Herald, take your tier 2, maybe even take the inhibitor, and all for a single Dragon trade. Now, this Dragon far more valuable. 9% armor and magic resist increase is kind of insane. So LGD definitely don't want to give up this Dragon, but do have options.
They were trying to bait it out for a second, but now they actually move in to try to pull the Dragon back. Fearness is looking on the side here. He has Slicing Maelstrom, but he has a flank of a flank as Strive is waiting there With Zora, the dragon will be given up, but they'll try to find Fearness on the back end. Fearness blasting away, and dragon secured for LGD.
So now, got Cube pushing mid. He'll have to exit up towards that top side. But LGD have push in mid if they want to now, and still have this Rift Tail. It is about to time out, so Koi may need to, I was about to say, realize that he needs to pop that down before he leaves, but maybe doing so regardless. Like, you can see it there. Like, it's gone. You didn't even put it down.
What? Wait. He stopped back. Oh, no. He used it in the base as he backed.
Oh, okay.
I thought he stopped
Just
backing in the mid lane. Interesting. All right. Well, hey, at least he gets it out. It's going to go bottom lane. And, hey, it all works out in the end because there's a tier 2 still out there.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see if Fearness can actually get this tier 2 down before Rift Tail hits.
Dagda.
Yeah,
I was
that
about
was a
to
stun.
say, that's insane.
Okay.
I thought he was trying to back, right? They're trying to get resets, and unfortunately, they just don't let him.
It will give... Oh, actually, TP in behind here. That may have been a bit of a whoopsie
What is
here.
happening? I love this. RA are getting sucked into the trap here by LGD. See if they can get to the turret and get away from the turret as the Richard, very interesting.
Get to the
stops there.
chopper!
Yeah, get to the top, and the chopper's leaving. The tower does go down, and we got 5 members of LGD on the bottom side.
I love how it works on multiple levels.
It
for
works
Cube
on every
because he's
level.
got the- because he's got the counter strike. But here we go, LGD. This is the push that we
Holy
never
cow.
knew we
Wait,
needed,
what?
but LGD got it.
They didn't even contest it. That's a tier 2 down. Now the Enchanted Crystal Arrow here. The charm. Oh, my God. Strive, you ain't living the day. That's 3 towers in bottom lane. The charge even going off on the inhib. And Shelly is still kicking. Holy cow, LGD. Way to blow open the game, but iBoy trying to get as much back in the mid lane.
And Strive even still has Flash. He just didn't get a chance to use it. So now you're in an awkward position here as Rare Adam. You're going to have super creeps on your bot side. Baron is up, a 6th man essentially on the map in favor of LGD. And this will be a very quick take from LGD if they can get onto it. But you can see there, Strive thought he'd be able to sidestep. Anyone who's played against Ashe knows how stupid that hitbox is. You cannot sidestep that hitbox. So ends up getting hit regardless.
And like the on the hunt, everything following up the charm. And the thing is, the arrow's back up. Like the cooldown is ridiculous. And that's where like you don't see it as much, at least in the beginning of the game. But now this is when that Enchanted Crystal Arrow is so crucial, because if you can get 1 to 2 pickouts, right, it's over.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard for Rare Adam to come back from this spot. We already talked about them, like, scaling-wise falling behind. Strive trying to make a pick here to hide Chow. We'll get about half his health bar, but yeah, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow at this stage is just on such a short cooldown. You can basically throw it out like your E. It's like a 30... Well, when he hits level 11, I think it moves down to like a 42-second cooldown or something like that. Like, it's insane how quickly it's up. So it's why we've kind of seen Ashe come into this support role. She's just been so good at finding these engages so consistently.
A little bit of damage traded back and forth. RA actually almost caught out some members of LGD. They don't commit to it, though, and they'll just keep hovering around this mid lane as we see LGD not really needing to focus, at least just yet, on this bottom lane. They will need to at some point as they're sending Fearness down there, but it's more majorly focused around this top side for LGD.
Yeah, I mean, again, like LGD just kind of taking this very slow, which they feel like they're just waiting for the dragon to come up, but I don't really feel like they needed to go as slow as they are. Like, they're actually losing a lot of ground here because of these reset timers. Cube is pushed in bot side, he's getting his own reset. Strive is getting to shove in top, and they should be able to still reset in time for dragon, but now you're just losing waves as LGD. So, bit of a weird timers here for LGD, as they just haven't quite hit the nail on the head with trying to move over towards this dragon.
And we'll actually see the setup starting to come through now for LGD around that dragon. They'll be happy with the Mountain Soul here, and I don't see a way that RA can take a team fight if they do get that one. And you're looking at that gold discrepancy here, Asum already getting to that late game carry potentially. Still waiting on that 3-item spike. Speaking of spikes, maybe RA want to try to make a spike into LGD. He needs to back away, though, as Fearness actually looking for it. He was waiting to pull the trigger on the Slicing Maelstrom, but really it's all just bullying RA out so they can set up for this dragon.
Rare Adam still contesting, though. LGD have a really good position here where you do have to walk in blind as Rare Adam and into like the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Koi, even Fearness, that's a bit of a dangerous spot, but good poke and good checks coming through here from Rare Adam. to make sure that they can push LGD back.
Do you take the team fight here, Dagna? Do you see them taking a team fight against LGD?
It's so hard. Like, Fearness has such a good position here, has the flash available as well. Jin Zhao can engage from so long away. You need like Lian or Strive essentially to tank the Enchanted Crystal.
Strive is on vision. He's does get that cleared out here. The Dragon already down about half health here, but here comes Fearness on the back end. He's not spotted out just yet. All right, we'll move in. Fearness has a nice flank here. He's just waiting to go in. Enchanted Crystal arrow goes. Now Fearness is trying to get around the corner here as well, but it's a nice presence in the pit from LGD, and the Dragon is just going to go down soul secured. There's the cease and desist under the backline, but Quay needs to be a little bit more careful as the final chapter comes out. Leon finds himself in no man's land and also finds himself dead. That's RA trying to still fight this, and Strive caught out, does get Quay down, but iBoy is not gonna last too much longer. It's going to be a huge tussle here if iBoy can take this fight. He is the Zeri, but LGD realize they don't need to continue here. They back away afterwards. The Ultra Shock Laser, he wants it. iBoy sees the glitz and the glam, but after everything, LGD come away on top.
Yeah, he needs to see his base, though, because they already got the Super Creep streaming in there. Mountain Soul now for LGD means that they can very easily turn over towards this Baron. And just a great fight there from LGD as well, like pushing back, keeping Rare Atom out of the pit for as long as possible. And like iBoy as well, forced to use the cleanse early, makes it very hard then for him to continue pushing up and approaching. We kind of talked about Strive or Lian needing to tank those with the spell shields that they had available, but not the case. And then again, Jin Zhao actually gets to deal a good amount of damage in these fights. Fearness catches the end of the outside, and the AoE damage that Asim's getting off is starting to ramp up as well.
Just the individual pieces aren't enough for Ari to really put up a fight when it comes to these 5v5s. The positioning from LGD has been really good in this second game comparatively to what we were seeing last game. I think that's the biggest spotlight for me, I guess, is just we finally got the wake up of LGD on the red side here, and the pickup of, you know, the Ashe being monumental in a lot of these picks, a lot of the setups and the fights, and I love to see this from LGD. They are awake and alive here to try to fight out against RA. Highshell actually tried to fight out against Strive. Doesn't find him, but Strive needs to be really careful. He's got a passenger with him, so you got to get your passenger out alive at this point. I don't know if Strive's going to be able to do so. Maybe they both just bite the dust. He's actually going to try to circle back around towards
He's going to Cube. Cube,
oh,
save
no,
him.
They're TPing
Save
down
your boy.
here.
Oh, no,
No,
the TP.
Strive. Oh, it's catastrophe. Zora's dead too. Your passenger did not survive, and I won't be taking that RA cab anytime soon.
Yeah, that's a record scratch moment, and Zora's like, I guess you're wondering how I got here. I connected to the wrong person, which kind of been the story for a lot of Zora this game at times, but not to see as LGD now with the pick on towards the mid laner and the support gone. LGD will get the Baron. Fearness still good to continue pushing against the Cube on this bottom side. Both have TP to try and join in, so it's not like Rare Atom are going to be able to create a numbers disadvantage. And overall, LGD look like they're going to be pushing us to that game 3, Mazel.
It's looking like it. The appetizer is going to go on a little bit longer here because both teams just don't want to give up any ground at this point, right? LGD on the red side looks like a different beast, and I'm very excited what we'll get for game 3. But we have to look to the rest of this game. It's Cube taking an Enchanted Crystal Arrow to the face. No big deal with the Hull Breaker.
Them maybe in the same spot, but Bill just managed to escape away. So yeah, I mean, Merc Thread's coming in clutch there. Koi couldn't quite get into position for the assault and battery, or cease and desist even, as LGD now starting to push down this mid lane. This is kind of like a very slow approach here from LGD. Like they seem so worried about pushing into any of these lanes, despite the fact that they have Baron, like despite the fact they have a Mountain Dragon. Like, it's kind of bizarre to me that they are as scared as they are. Because again, like, you've got what, 18% increased armor and magic resist off your Mountain Dragons, plus you've got the shield as well. Like, I mean, you're not actually going to take a huge amount of damage, even if you end up with a full combo from Strive, because he has gone Banshee's Veil, more of a defensive build rather than the upfront damage build.
There is a clear difference in the handling of a lead between these two teams at this point. We'll see the Lightning Crash for iBoy. Lian on the side trying to go in. Strive tries to get the chain onto Quay. But again, it's just trying to poke and prod LGD out from the turret here. But you have a big wave trying to crash into the inhib in bottom lane. That pressure you let go earlier coming back to bite RA a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, at least now LGD are able to push in towards the base. We'll get the mid inhibitor, should be able to move bot. Kui going real deep again, though.
They're a little bit overextended, but Kui tanky enough to get out of there. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Not going to charm, or at least stun them up too long, and the charm actually doesn't connect. So the inhib finally goes down. You'll have 2 inhibs taken out against LGD, but Cube, I don't know if he can get the inhib, but he can at least get the tower. That's really nice stuff for RA, at least in the return. I don't know if it's going to mean much, but hey, it's a counterplay.
Yeah, I'm trying to, like, see what it could actually cause, because, like, you don't have TP on Strive, right? So even with this Elder... Oh, actually, Leon might be... No, he's going to get away. But, like, Elder Dragon's up in 50 seconds. I think with that, maybe Cube can cause enough issues. Like, if Cube is able to play up towards this top side, like, maybe catch out Fairness here, but not going to be the case. Like, you need this to actually amount to, hey, Rare Adam have enough pressure on top side that they get to sneak Elder, and maybe they will as Koi's up here. Like, this is late resets from LGD, which actually sets up well for Rare Adam.
I'm really curious. I guess they don't want to, again, going back to that fear conversation, they don't want to give up any pressure on the top lane, a fear of a TP flank to end the game or something along those lines against RA. But now they've got to assume position around this Elder Dragon, and they do so easily, right? They have super minions funneling into the mid and bot lanes. It makes it that much easier, and it forces RA's hand here. They have to get back to defend the base. Cube gets hit by that cease and desist. He does have the counter-strike. He's buying so much time, but is it enough? He's going to get out with the ward jump. He's not out just yet, though, and that's the flash forward. LGD, they find themselves in the base before RA get there, and now they're on to the Nexus Towers. They want to push us to Game 3, and they're focusing down the actual objectives, but it's Fearness that goes in with the slicing maelstrom, and the whole team comes up behind him, says, "We got you, bro." Asim's like, "Guys, I'm over here. I'm in the game. This is the time to push us to game number 3, and LGD do just that."
LGD, a much better early game for themselves, able to control the pace with these early objectives and making sure that they got that control with that split map from level 1 for Asim to start getting these advantages. And we talked about it, like the pick potential coming through from this Ashe, the inability to really get access to that backline. It made it incredibly difficult for Rare Adam once we got into these fights.
It really did. It was so hard to see after losing consecutive skirmishes, and again, the objective focus, the dragon focus being so important in this series so far. It was hard to see the avenue forward, even with those strong solo lanes that we were talking about so heavily for them. It was the execution. And tried and true LPL fashion, Dagda. You get one iteration of the first team, the second game you get the other iteration of the other team, and then we get whatever happens in game number 3 here. And I'm here for it because we actually got to see LGD execute a strategy where in game 1 it didn't feel like they had the chance.
I think that's the big one, is that like LGD being able to flip the script is really good. I think Leanne, unfortunately, he's still trying to play, like, I think the Pantheon worked out well. I like that you had Zora able to help him out, but it felt like without Zora being able to assist the Rek'Sai this time around, way less of an impact. Great wards as well coming through from LGD in the early stages. Like we saw the one that was in the back of Baron Pit that spotted out Leanne as he tried to move in top side. We got wars on the bot side as well that were spotting him out every time he tried to make play there. So I think overall just really good orchestrating of the early game from LGD, making sure that lane couldn't have that impact, and then just relying on, hey, we've got this late game saver who's going to be able to take over.
Yeah, it was a tried and true composition. I love the addition of the Ashe. I wouldn't say it's necessarily the crazy spice that we were talking about in the gamer drafts, but the fact that we do get to see the combo, and the fact that Jin Zhao is actually taking a front and center stage in a lot of the setup, right? We still got to see a lot of the Kui kind of over engages, but a lot of the Enchanted Crystal Arrows were just spot on, and it made it so difficult to play around that composition as well.
Overall, I think the biggest problem for Rare Adam was like, hey, look, if you don't get the ball rolling early, what really happens here, right? Leanne and Strive fall off an absolute cliff. iBoy and Zora can still look good. Cube can look okay, but like in a team fight scenario, Fearness just brings so much more to the table. So I think that's the issue that we're kind of seeing back and forth here, is that like you've much easier to execute on LGD side, where it's way more difficult and more nuanced than Rare Adam. And oftentimes when you're in the LPL, it is those less less difficult to execute compositions that really make the difference.
Especially when we're talking about these teams, right? We know that they're at the bottom of the table, and especially at this point, like it is about getting something that's stable that you can actually see the players perform on. And I'm here to see what we get in game number 3 of our appetizer series, as we're going to send it away to a little break, and we'll be right back.
G'day again, everyone. It's Hysterics here, your favourite LPL English shoutcaster, here to bring you yet another Speak in LPL. Maybe you guys know the meaning of this word already. That's pentakill. When the enemy finally gets that 5th and final kill, the casters shout, "Woo-sha!" The emotion that comes from it is the build-up of the anticipation. Woo-sha! In addition, words like first blood, 一血, double kill, 双杀, triple kill, 三杀, quadra kill, 四杀, pentakill, 五杀.
拿下了1血，再拿到一个双杀，拿到一个3杀，收获了一个4杀，一比哥拿到5杀。
If you see a play that is absolutely bonkers, then you can type a series of 6s in the chat, the comments, or even the barrage. Can you remember all that? If so, I want you to go 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 for this episode of Speak in LPL.
Are you kind of my type? Fool, certainly right. Confused by all the tiny lights. The face hidden in shades. Train forever delayed. Afraid for all the things you got, the little things you got. Don't wanna show, don't wanna show. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. They say life was not fair. Hey, not easy to share. So pray for all the things you've done, the little things you've done. Don't wanna show, don't wanna show. blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You feel like you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny. Yeah, it's taking control.
下路先锋这个改动，我感觉就跟上路就之前没什么区别吧。然后上路英雄的话，就感觉跟之前也是没有什么区别。但是那船长削弱就是这两个削弱吧。然后但是其实还是能玩的。老干爹的上单的话，就是一个比较专注于对线的选手吧，有感觉。然后应对他的话就，我会尽力赢他的吧。
We'll see if the top lane becomes a little bit more of that focus. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL. I'm Mazel, joined by Dagda, and we are into the third game of our appetizer series of the night, RA versus LGD. The battle to not end up in second to last place, but especially the battle of my heart at this point, where we've seen a whole-handed win from RA, complete objective control. Then we got to see LGD their hand at that same situation. What do we get, Dagda? What do we get? Because now I also didn't get to actually hear who the MVP was, but I'm very much looking forward to... Okay, so it was Quay. I was expecting it to be him because of the setup with the cease and desist, but I will say, there was a part of me that was voting for Jin Zhao, all right?
I mean, look, Quay's was in the right place, the right time in a lot of situations, and I think that's why he's given this spot, like getting that early invade, splitting the map,
absolutely.
then starting to get those early plays up towards top side as well to try and set Cube behind just a smidge alongside Haichao. Quay was hyper involved in the early stages and really was a big difference maker. So not dramatically surprised to see it, but yeah, I think this was such a kind of a slower paced game that the fact that Quay was able to have such an impact in the early stages actually changed the tide of this for LGD.
Yeah, it did. And getting a second at bat with the Vi, I think much needed as well, especially from that first game. So I like to see it, kind of the redemption arc to some extent, but it was the constant pressure that we saw Leyen doing in game number 1 that we saw from Quay in game number 2.
Yeah, just about able to escape off the back of that one. But I think that's going to be the difference maker here, right? It definitely feels like these junglers playing a big factor in how these early games are playing out. The early objective control definitely lending itself to late game control. So I think there's going to be a much needed look at how both these junglers are going to be coming into this and how they can try and facilitate that. Like the Twitch Yumi in game 1 didn't really give LGD the opportunity to go for early dragons. The Sivir and the Ashe this time around giving a lot more controls they could play towards that. So coming into this game 3, maybe we're taking a look at a Vi ban, maybe a Vi ban Vi picked away from LGD, but also just how that bot lane is going to interact.
That's where I want to go back to our kind of eyes-on segment that we did at the beginning of this series and check in on some of the I guess the 2 players that we looked at, especially Strive and Asim, where you were kind of mentioning Asim's early game in game number 1, especially trying to kind of pilot something that's a little bit different. I am still loving what I'm seeing, at least in terms of Strive playing with the team, or trying to, at least, and being very mobile from the mid lane. And then Asim himself trying to find those big team fights, even if it didn't work out all the time.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where the winning formula is on both sides of the equation, right? I think Asim has always been the team fighter for LGD. And when they're able to give him resources on things like Sivir, Felios, Jinx, the Zeri that we highlighted at the start of the day, that's where they're able to find the most success. Whereas you look across at Strive, when Strive is able to, link up with Leyen, we saw it in game 1, roam down to the bottom side, give resources towards iBoy, that seems to be a much better focus then when you look across at Rare Adam. But that vibe ban is going to come through that we talked about. Pantheon still going to remain. Surprised that Poppy hasn't seen the priority that we expected for from either squad, but we'll have to see as we start to move in with that vibe ban away.
All right, we get the Calista on the back end for LGD, but it is, RA on the blue side will get the Wukong that has been banned primarily in this series. So I like to see that, but I also love that both teams are kind of saying, let's get something new here. We've seen the good Pantheon, we've seen the good Violet. Let's go ahead and get a new matchup. And the Wukong maybe not new in terms of the general scale of LPL, but I like that RA and Leyen specifically is picking this one up.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Graves is the answer here. Again, Poppy. Nobody likes Poppy.
Not on these teams.
Yeah, Koi I imagine that is Koi gonna be taking it. He has played the Graves once already before. We used to see it a lot top lane, but I really hasn't been there in that top lane for quite a while now, especially as a blind pick. So I imagine we're probably going to see something like a Nara here, or maybe you want to try and prioritize something like the Zeri in the bot lane again, which looks like it's going to be the case for Asim.
So I'm just a little sad because as you were kind of highlighting the Poppy, I think that's one of my favorite picks for Leyen. I will say a close second, the Wukong. I love the way this guy finds engages. But for me, also, when you're looking at RA, it goes back to that conversation of how do they get a piece for Strive to link up with Leyen on this Wukong? How do they kind of tie in the rest of the team composition, especially when you're facing, the Zeri carry potentially? Well, they go with that that matchup we saw earlier. It's the Sivir and then the insta-lock of the Gwen as well.
Gwen, definitely a threat in that top side of the map, and you're looking at very late game scaling here for Rare Adam with the Sivir and the Gwen locked in. Great team fighting offer from the Wukong and then engage. So I want to see how LGD are going to try and respond to this. Now, a good matchup into the Gwen. We saw this actually the flip side of this matchup where Cube was the one piloting the Nara in game number 1. So Fairness going to try and give him a taste of his own medicine coming into game 3. Again, no supports, no mid laners picked up though. It feels like that's going to be the focus for LGD, certainly. Banning away mid laners, getting a good first rotation here for themselves. I'm probably trying to keep that support counter pick for Jinzhou, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the answer.
I'm very interested at what we're getting in this second phase. All right, so we get the ban towards the Strive Silas. So some of that connection we were looking for not going to be there, but it's going to be these mobile mid laners that are going to be banned away. We also get the Ahri from RA.
I think it'd be Silas. Yeah, I think they were trying to set up for an Ahri pick here for Haichao. So maybe we end up with something like the Talia still being highly prioritized here by Haichao. Vex going to be taken off the board. That does say to me that it's probably something like the Talia that we're looking at here in the mid lane. You can always go towards something like Lissandra or LeBlanc that are still quite strong in the current meta, but it definitely feels like with the dip across the board here with the Blanc ban as well, Talia probably high priority here for Haichao. Yeah.
There you go. It is immediately there, and I think that's a good takeaway from Strive as well, but also a good enabler for Haichao to set up the rest of the team, right? And we wanted to see a little bit of what we've seen with Strive with Haichao to kind of enable this bottom lane potentially as well. So the question is what the response is from RA here, especially in this mid lane.
I'd actually not like to see it. I'd prefer to see the Rise. I think you already have so much late game scaling on Rare Adam. Adding an Azir in the mix just feels like overkill. I think a Rise would give you better scaling and a better bridge, into the late game rather than better scaling, like just giving you the opportunity to have some sort of mid jungle to play around. Because right now, I mean, you're basically like, hey, I can't play around Gwen, can't play around Azir. At least you've got the Rakan on that bottom side to try and help out, but also very difficult to try and lock down Azeri. So we'll have to see exactly how that goes. It doesn't mean you'll have like decent push though in bot, in mid to try and find moments for Cube to get in towards LGD's face, especially because, as we said, Kui piloting the Graves, he's going to want to start trying to steal away some of these camps and power farm to a threatening point.
They will have a lot of CC setup, though. My goodness, for LGD. They have the Headbutt Pulverize combo now with the Alistar locked in, the Seismic Shove, the Megadar ulti. The team fights are going to be so hard to navigate for RA, but that's where you look at the Spell Shield on the Sivir for iBoy. Zora is going to be incredibly important in navigating these fights to try and peel for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and that's like where the Alistair becomes so good in these fights, and why I'm surprised we haven't seen Alistair as more of an answer into the Sivir, because with the headbutt pulverize, you could only block one part of the combo. You could only block the headbutt, so there's no way for you to actually manage that. So even if you are looking at, like, say, the ultimate coming through, the quickness for Zora to try and interrupt the Alistair, you still have that unbreakable will to pop, make sure you can still tank the CC, go for the engage, set up for the Gnar. Like, I think Alistair actually has a really strong place into things like the Sivir, just because of how much he offers.
And also the fact that they were kind of planning this from the get-go. They banned away the Silas to not be able to take the Unbreakable. We've seen so many times before. So LGD definitely have a game plan. And with the way they came off of game number 2, I think they're setting themselves up for success to kind of take a mini reverse sweep here against RA. Again, we were talking about at the beginning of the day. Both these teams, they want a win here. It is a battle of pride between RA and LGD as they were trying to battle for 15th place here in the LPL Summer Split. But when both these guys take the rift, I am so excited to see that volatility that we've seen the entire series.
I mean, it definitely feels like LGD are the ones that hold that, well, chemical concoction, I suppose, of volatility in their hands. Because when you look at Rare Adam, like, as you said, no lane really wants to do very much. They just want to scale into late game. So LGD, I want to see them getting off the bat nice and early. Now, obviously, Jin Zhao needs to hit his level 2 before he can really be a threat. So iBoy and Zora should have pushing bot side. But, like, Kui, I want to see invades. I want to see him linking up with Jin Zhao, you know, using Haichao to see if he can get the Weaver's Wall to cut off Strive and put Haichao into good spots to help him out. Like, there's a lot that you can work with here. Even just the fact that Asim can do such a good job of maneuvering around the map with that E, I want to see it happen.
So last game we did get that late invade. Not going to get so this time, but we will get a lot of
the ghost.
skirmishing. Oh, no. Strive is going to have to burn something here. He's going to have to flash. And now Quay, he might still have the speed. The ghost. And it's going to be a Haichao first blood for LGD.
I love this from Koi. Even going to start the blue buff. That's the start you want if you're an LGD fan. Ghost straight into the play and makes it nigh on impossible for Strive to escape. Haichao flashed over the wall to pick it up, but just a great start here.
That's actually incredible. I was like, oh yeah, nothing's going to happen early, but that's huge advantages that LGD has found 2 games in a row at that level 1 mark. It's actually incredible. They're utilizing this. Quay, a little bit late on the blue buff, but he does get out just in front of Lian, who does not like that one single bit. He doesn't have any lane to help him, though, so he has to let him back away.
Yeah, it also means that Lian will be able to clear out this camp here, but will still have to go and do his wolves, get into his raptors to hit the level 3, so not able to hit that very quick 3rd level, but Strive, oh, he just misses the bush with his soldiers. Oh, that's so well done by Kui. So just uses that, knows he hasn't been spotted, and LGD collapse so well. Like, I don't know if Haichao needed to flash here. I'm pretty sure Kui just gets the kill with the fact that his ghost was still going to last, but either way, Haichao now with an advantage. Hasn't reset to actually get that advantage yet, but like an early Dark Seal, like something along these lines, even just being able to get towards that lost chapter as quick as possible, it's going to make things so much handier for Haichao in the mid lane.
We'll see if that lead would have been better served on Quay or Haichao, because I think you do look at the Talia and want to see some more movement in that mid lane now that we have gotten a little bit of that lead. RA, we're looking for a response on top side, though. Fearness does back out just in time. He'll TP right back, though. Could be a potential for still some plays, but in the bottom lane, LGD taking the advantage here. Zora's like, I'm coming. But Asim,
as well.
He wants to get it. It's not even the Ultra Shock. He gets the kill anyways. And the emote, the angry Annie, comes out. LGD, they're on a roll, Dagda.
Yeah, Ghost is just OP, apparently. Asim being able to chase down iBoy, who popped his own Ghost, but does not matter. The flash with the execute damage off the right click means that Asim is able to finish off iBoy, and it's a disaster. Like, we just said, hey, LGD, a team, great mid-game, wants to hit it in the stride, and Rare Adam go, oh, well, here's 2 kills for you. Do you want a bit of garnish on that? Do you want us to, like, prop it up for you a little bit more?
I would say, we're getting to the final course of the appetizer. I didn't know there were multiple courses in the appetizer.
Yeah, like this is now an 8-course tasting menu apparently. We just never realized that it come to it. But here you can see like great flash forward from Asim, and again the right click fully stacked and having that execute damage means you actually get a lot of burst damage, especially when iBoy is so low. So nice job from Asim just understanding his damage there. Now Cube going up against Fearness. Definitely a bit more of an advantage for Cube in this matchup this time around than we saw Fearness being able to garner for himself in that game 1.
Is Ghost just the tech now in the bottom lane? Is that
Yeah,
is that where we're going?
actually, it genuinely. So we saw the nerfs to both exhaust and heal, which were basically the 2 summoner spells we saw coming through. So most people, if you're not bothering to take cleanse, like in this matchup, like as asked him, like why do you need cleanse? Like what are you cleansing apart from maybe like Zora's quickness? But realistically, not that big of a deal. He's just better off to take Ghost, especially for short range carries. It means you've got a ton of ability to play around team fights. Like the extra movement speed is fantastic, and your ability to survive is just sky high because you can oftentimes dodge away from people. So it's actually started to creep in a lot, especially in things like Sivir, Zeri. I've even seen on Aphelios and stuff now as well.
wow.
I think Jinxes don't take it as often because they tend to get excited, but still can be used pretty effectively.
I love seeing the Ghost down there. Just I really appreciate the differences, I guess, and especially the amount of speed you can get for these very aggressive 80 carries that we have in the LPL. I want to ask you right now, though, we've seen Red Side majorly focus objectives and come out on top both times already. Do we see LGD just continue to focus these objectives and win down?
I think they're going to kill bot first.
They might. No, actually, they're waiting for a little bit longer to delay bottom lane kill. iBoy and Zora, they don't really have much to speak of here. iBoy trying to survive, won't do so for very long. Jinjiao flashes forward. Oh, Zora over the wall, though. Nicely done with the grand entrance. Gets out, so it's just the 1 kill to LGD.
Hey, still the kill onto iBoy. Still him falling further behind. Already missing out on a wave that hit the tower first off. Now going to miss a second wave as Lian is going to be the one that actually collects that. So iBoy definitely starting to slip behind. And this is a theme that we've seen across the course of this series. The bot lane that falls behind early is the bot lane that ends up losing the game. Because as you said, the opportunity to play for Dragons, start to stack up these early objectives becomes so much easier. And it feels like that's what LGD are going to now try and do. They have that solidified advantage.
Ooh, look at this. We got Zora moving up top side. Fearness not going to be close to Mega Gnar, and the Needlework will make quick work of a little mini Gnar. Oh, wait, no way. And then now Zora's in some trouble here. Oh, it's again just straight up catastrophe for RA. 4 kills on the board for LGD.
I like the attempt from Zora, but the fact that he hadn't got the level 6 hit, you got the flash for Fearness, means it's so hard to actually finish off that kill. And Fearness now feeling good here with Kui, here to help him push in this wave. And with the minute now until that Rift Tail 2, Fearness should get a nice reset, be able to pick himself up some nice little boots, and maybe get back here to look for a fight at the Rift Tail. But we see it here. Fearness does a great job. Zora ends up missing on the grand entrance, which means that Fearness doesn't get knocked up. He's able to leap away, the flash away for the final proc of the Needlework as well. And then great roam from Haichao. Use the Weaver's Wall to quickly get from base to topside and able to shut that play down.
That's actually incredible to see. Just a quick response from LGD. And again, like, I just feel like we're watching a different team play from that game number 1. I don't know if it's red side buff or it's just LGD, as I said, like waking up in this series, but they definitely don't want to go out without a fight, and they're putting up a huge one in this second game. And I guess at this point, I'm just waiting for RA's response, the punch back, right? We're looking if they can get any control over objectives, or if they can utilize any of these strengths. Do you have anywhere you really want to see them put these resources besides bottom lane? Because they're going to die again, and there could be some serious consequences for how much pressure is being given over to LGD.
Yeah, this is why I was not a fan of the Azir, because right now, if we're sticking with boxing references, Rare Adam are doing the most ludicrous wind-up on their push. Like, they are just standing there going, oh, and then eventually they'll throw it, but it's not till 3 items deep. And this is why I think a Rise would have fit this composition so much better, because you get good push against the Talia, but you still have an interaction in the early game. Kui interacting very favorably with Lien right now, though.
It's going to
so
reset,
LGD,
he's just waiting.
Yeah, I mean, Lien is hurt, though. Haichao now here.
Yeah, you have a lot of strength here, but now Cube is on the roam first from that top side, so LGD back away. They're actually bringing Assam and Jin Zhao up there as well. Maybe this is just a skirmish over the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I think we won't get a full-on fight. iBoy is quite a bit away, but Rare Adam will let this Rift Herald reset. But
They're
now,
pinging help.
with the Zeri here, I think they might be able to burst it out, but, I mean, it does have extra health now in 12-14, so it takes a little bit longer to get through.
Chow making his way over here as well. Doesn't have the Weaver's Wall. Zora is on the flank. They're trying to wait for iBoy to get here. The Meganar is achieved from Fearness, and the Rift Herald is going to be given up and forfeited by RA.
Yeah, I just don't know how you think you're going to be able to fight that as Rare Adam. Like, at that stage, just move iBoy back bot lane, try
Cross
and get
map,
something
anything.
back for him. Yeah, because, I mean, Lien was already chunked super low. Now, he did heal off a Gromp, so that helped out a bit. But, like, Strive doesn't give enough in comparison to High Chair right now. Assam is massively far ahead of iBoy. So what are you trying to hope for here? I mean, even the fact that Fearness had hit the Meganar means that he's going to do more than Cube. So there's a very strange decision from Rare Adam. And unfortunately, this does mean that LGD are starting to pull away when it comes to the objectives. But Rare Adam don't like that, so want to respond to the bot side. But LGD might be thinking of making a visit here.
Have Weaver's Wall. I just don't think they do it. I mean, they're moving in here, and we have a skirmish on our hands potentially. As Dragon, 800 health, it'll be smited away by RA. The Weaver's Wall not going to do too much, and RA right out of the back of the pit.
Yeah, iBoy did have to flash out of the pit, though. Only one that didn't have some way of getting over the back, as Fearness would take more damage from Cube. But it now means that, again, iBoy very vulnerable under bot tower. No flash, no ghost. And you've just hit level 6 for Jin Zhao. I mean, look at where Koi is. They're just going to look for the dive because iBoy had to flash. And iBoy, this isn't his fault. This is him paying for Rare Adam's decision.
He's got reinforcements coming, but that spell shield ain't going to save you for very long. Assam gets the kill. It'll be the third for the Zeri, and an absolutely big snowball in the bottom lane for LGD. They are Rift Heralding down the tower as well. This will be the plates going down over to the bottom lane and all the resources you could ever ask for.
The technical term for that is iBoy being a silly Billy. He should have realized.
Is that the technical term? Is that what I'll find when I look
It's the technical term. This is
peer
the
review
pure
journal?
analytical term. That, yeah, if you are alone with no flash and there's a Alistair on the other team, do not stay underneath the tower as a Sivir. That's never going to work out well. And unfortunately pays the price. Now the bot tower goes down, charge onto the bot tier 2 as well. Reset going to come through for the Zeri. You just plonk her up into the top side of the map, continue to put the pressure on towards the rest of these turret plates. Now there is only 2 minutes left on them, so maybe you only get 1 or 2 more, but still, it's about getting as much of these resources placed into Assam as possible, who already has that Immortal Shield bow component.
That's actually huge. Like, it's going to be so hard to kill Assam at this point. I love that they're moving up here to try to give Fearness a little bit of a break against Cube and try to open it up a little bit more. He's taking the fight early. Assam gets spotted on vision. Cube tries to get away, but the Meganar brings him right back. Now he's going to try to go in for the 2v1, but Assam is very strong with that shield bow, and he's going to find himself a 4th kill.
No needlework for Cube to try and turn that one around. So now Assam gets, as you say, a 4th kill, another plate, and maybe a bit of a problem on his hands.
Yeah, that shield bow ain't going to save you that time. You definitely should have backed away, but he went for the turret play. He got one. Is it worth it, though?
Just no vision to spot out where Leon was. Now LGD are going to start putting the vision in this top side. But still, Assam, like, as you can see, Zeal already picked up. The Cole completed as well. He is monstrously far out.
RA are actually looking for this fight. They've got the wraparound. The Emperor's Divide brings Quay back. He's trying to get over the wall. Can't with the collateral damage, and he goes down to iBoy. And now the rest of the team is coming forward. The grand entrance onto Jin Zhao. The seismic shove is going to be spell shielded out of, though. And Jin Zhao has to flash. The rest of RA aren't there to follow it up. And the Mad Annie comes out yet again.
Really weird invades from LGD, though. Like, Assam had just died. Cube you knew was going to reset and go bot, and iBoy and Zora were going to match the 2v2 in top, so I don't know why they tried to over-aggress in there. Rare Adam punished beautifully for the misstep from LGD. Now, Assam is back in top side, but he will be alone for just a little while, which is why you can see him playing a little bit less brazenly in this top side. But you're catching the replay. Like, look at where, like, iBoy is already going to be here, no doubt, alongside Zora, so you're going to be at a numbers disadvantage anyway. Koi doesn't have flash, so he is way more vulnerable in this. Messes up the collateral damage, as he said, so no escape. it was just a weird fight overall for LGD.
I think they can bounce back from that one. They still have themselves a 3,000 gold lead here, but that's not as much as we were seeing the control from them earlier get them. Again, though, focus back on objectives, back on where the next moments come from both these teams. Both objectives are going to be up about the same time, the next Rift Herald plus the next Dragon. I want to see if LGD try to put more priority around that Dragon, but right now we're trying to get some vision game clearing around the top side. Do you think that we see LGD switch that focus up?
I think the biggest one for LGD is the Rift Herald. Like, this is a very short-range composition, so getting these towers down, as you can see, is a bit of a nuisance, especially as iBoy gets more and more wave clear into his kit. So I think the biggest one is trying to get this top lane tower down. Maybe actually, honestly, getting the mid lane tower down. And then you can always lean pressure in towards top side, because if you aren't able to clear out some of these tier 1s, it's going to be more and more difficult for you to put pressure on Rare Atom, like push the game forward, because Rare Atom can just stall it out so effectively with their wave clear and get to that late game.
That late game's going to be very scary, especially when you look at the team fights, right? A lot of this series so far has relied on the skirmishes leading to snowballs, leading to the game being very one-sided, right? But we haven't gotten to the point where we have very even late game team fights. And I'm starting to see the sparkle in the RAI. Maybe the atoms are starting to move around a little bit. But it's still a far cry from where they would want to be at this point. As they're actually looking for a little bit more gold on the top side. I think Hai Chao and Jin Zhao will be here to respond. As that Rift Herald coming up here, we don't have necessarily a setup for LGD just yet.
Just look at how strong Assam is, though. 2 items at the 15-minute mark. When you look across at iBoy, who's sitting on just a Kraken Slayer and a measly dagger.
Hey,
so
that's
for
a
Rare
dagger,
Atom,
all right.
Starting this up is a bit scary, but LGD kind of fumbling the call. Like, we just talked about how crucial it is for them to get turrets down, push this game forward, but they're going towards the Dragon instead. A Cloud Dragon for this, definitely not worth it. I would have preferred to see them get that Rift Herald and use that to push the game forward.
But the thing is about this kind of situation is now it's about their response to the RA Rift Herald, right? If they can deny a lot of gold in that fashion, if they can deny some pressure from the Rift Herald, that means that they win out in that trade. But it all comes down to how RA approach and where they're going to use it in the kind of reactionary play from LGD. Again, on paper right now, it is definitely in favor of RA to get that pressure and have taken away the Rift Herald.
Yeah, it's just LGD are taking away their ability to be proactive, right? Because now they have to react to where the Herald's going to be put. And if you fumble that play, well, not only are you going to end up with, like, say, a ton of gold going into Strive or iBoy or even Cube as well, who'll be happy to take that, you then have the issues that start to crop up of, oh, well, how many members do we dedicate to this? If we misplay the numbers, well, then maybe Rare Atom find a pick, maybe they find some extra gold, and suddenly they're right back in this.
Dissuade the pick looking from LGD at that point, but they were moving in. And that's something else that I've really appreciated from LGD, especially in this game. Jin Zhao is just constantly bodyguarding Quay and trying to at least keep this Alistar forefront in terms of getting these engages, getting these pickouts. It's not necessarily the same kind of style that we were getting last game from LGD, but I think it's a nice variation on what they're looking to accomplish.
I just think that the fact that LGD haven't gone for invades to like try and establish vision control better, like it's very shallow vision control apart from bot side, but maybe that's where Koi wants to be.
It's all a bait, Cube. It's all a bait. He's taken down. Fearness gets the kill, and he falls for the trap.
And this at least gives LGD the opportunity to try and take this tier 2. You still have that Rift Herald for Leyen, so I imagine he'll just slam it down in mid, try to counteract this push from LGD and get something back for the play. You can see Awesome matching Strive in that top lane. So overall, not going to get too much at the moment. Oh, that's great Weaver's Wall.
What a play. I was talking about denying. I mean, they're obviously going to get the charge off. They get the seismic shove there at the end. But it denied, like, they already were willing to commit to that tower, right? And they will not be able to. So huge denial there.
Yeah, I mean, trading the top tower is fine. Like, overall, that's not going to mean too much for Rare Atom. It's not going to, like, break up in the game. Holding on to mid tower makes it so much more easy for LGD to access things like the Baron Pit, the Dragon Pit, and even just having a safe space for Assam right now as well to continue to farm up, get to that Infinity Edge is going to be massive. So for LGD, big win. Nice job from Hai Chao. Even if he did miss the flick at the end, I still think that was so worth it from the mid laner LGD.
I'm very interested.
Oh, Strive?
Yeah. this top side of the map is getting a little volatile there. But the thing is, now we go back to that conversation we were having about the Dragon for LGD and the worth of that pickup, right? You did deny the second stacking Dragon for RA, where now in 2 minutes it would have been a sole point for them. So I think you even up the conversation when it comes to your late game potential in Dragon objectives, which we have seen being so monumentally important, at least in the first 2 games.
It's just going to be very hard for LGD to try and contest mid lane here. Like, iBoy's very good at clearing out waves now at this stage with the Phantom Dancer now complete. So, like, going to a potential soul point for Rare Adam probably wouldn't have mattered too much because LGD just win the team fight anyway. They spike harder off 2 items. They're in a great spot to actually, like, try and contest that if mid tower is down, right? Where they actually are able to push iBoy into his tier 2 rather than the tier 1. So now Rare Adam, as you can see, will get to contest Vision. Strive is still able to use his decent wave clear. Cube still is working very well against Fearness in this bottom side as well. So you don't actually have like good strong lanes that you can try and very quickly then collapse on mid lane because you just don't have the push on either side. And that's where I think the biggest problem for LGD is going to be now. And this is where Rare Adam can look to continue to stall the game out, especially if Leyen can even just threaten a steal over the back of Dragon Pit. Like, he just goes over the wall with the clone, smites it, flashes out. Like, this is now LGD, as you can see, realizing this. They're trying to quickly collapse on mid while resets are coming through for Rare Adam.
It's actually a nice play from LGD to try and stop a little bit of that pressure and the defensive capabilities of RA as they pull back to the mid tower, but they won't get it. And now they just try to position it in a place where they can get a pick going into the fight, set up to where it forces RA's hand to try to fight into this Vision.
RA don't really need to fight though. Again, only second Dragon for LGD. You can just look for this mid lane turn instead. And again, like, stop playing in towards the wing kind of LGD, which is these earlier fights.
There's a lot of AoE damage going down right now on LGD. We'll see the focus back on RA. They're kind of going back and forth. The On the Hunt had been activated, so some extra movement speed there. But RA now moving into the Vision here. Fearness set up on the flank on the side. He's about to get Meganar, but the Dragon is the focus. Fearness just needs to buy time here on the side, and RA realize they can back away, give that objective up, and refocus on mid lane.
Yeah, that's the actual focus here for Rare Adam. They're just trying to push LGD back far enough that they can contest this, but good pick here from Hai Chow.
They're blocked out. The seismic shove's not going to be there enough in time, at least. Cube with a big needle work across 3 members of LGD. He's moving forward. He's a little bit separated here now, though. Jin Zhao as well. Grand entrance in. He goes golden, but that's Cube already down. And now Quay, Asim, Hai Chow, they're moving forward. Lightning Crash and Asim and Fearness, they're on the duo. The Emperor's Divide will separate it, but Asim's going forward. He can't find it just yet. He's shooting out shots everywhere, but it's a little bit of spraying and praying, but he's not playing Twitch this time.
No, but it does give LGD control of the game. They can move over towards Baron. You got 15 seconds on Lien, 18 on Cube. He does have his TP, but I don't know if Rare Adam can actually try and turn this. Fearness still has Flash and his ult if Rare Adam get too close.
Oh, Meganar into the wall. Fearness with the big play. Zora's on the back here, but he can't do much as a support. This would be a legendary steal, but they'll find him out. Hai Chow from the bush, and Zora is just goners. And that is Baron for LGD. It's 12-2, and it's looking all LGD. Look, gamers, baby.
You had to not do exactly that, Rare Adam. Say, hey, look, play for mid tower, that's totally fine, but Cube tries to make the hero play, thinks he can do it on the Gwen, but look at the targets that he's using the needlework on. You got Fearness, who's totally fine. Jin Zhao, who's popped the Unbreakable Will. So you're not actually getting on towards people that are really going to deal a lot of damage. You're even still engaged onto the Alistar, who's got the Unbreakable Will. Jin Zhao gets the flash away, and Koi now with the Ghost. Asim with the Ghost is just chasing multiple people down. And even if Asim doesn't finish these last few kills, it's about forcing RA back. And then this from Fearness, we said it as we saw it in the pit. Mega Nard out, flash forward into the wall. Easy, easy pickup.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. We're looking back in, though, and it ain't stopping. LGD, they thought they were caught out, but Asim with a huge move with the Ultra Shock Laser. That's huge to turn it around as well. LGD, they will not relent.
I mean, Azir's on the top side, and suddenly there's 3 people dead from Rare Adam. LGD!
Oh, he tries to fight iBoy. Hai Chow going a little ham there. He will try to get out of this one. Boy. He's
Sorry.
trying.
Sorry.
I don't know if he can do it. Okay, at least.
Ginger will tank.
Oh, Stry's gonna appreciate that one
Yeah.
as they now got their third kill of the game.
That's Stry put the ow in high chow. That's what that one was. He went way too deep on that one. We'll see in the replay in the bottom of your screen. Trying to make the pick happen. Clone over the wall, tries to get the pick, but just not quite enough damage with the Immortal Shield Bow. The slipperiness of that Zeri coming in clutch as well. And from that point on, just LGD win that fight out.
Man, the move from Assam. Over the wall. The baits that we've seen in this series for the Zeris has been actually incredible. Both iBoy and Assam, but specifically Assam here in this game has been really good at diving out of fights a lot of the times and following it up with a big Ultra Shock laser, right? Because you're looking at Fearness, you're looking at Haichao. They also are on the 5-kill mark with Assam. So it's not just Assam who's carrying this game. It is the entire team effort from LGD and a wake up from game 2 now to game 3 where they're wide awake and they're punching down at RA.
We'll have to see now if RA can try and keep this one going, though. Again, you're still waiting for like 3 items on towards Drive, 3 items towards iBuy. They're getting close, but the problem is you're looking at 4th items coming through for both carries on LGD's side. Nar, huge at the moment, like a 9,000 gold lead. The scaling may not be able to overcome.
But he's so tanky with that 3rd item, right? The Force of Nature plus the Randuins. It's incredible. And he still does so much damage because of the Trinity Force. Like, this composition for LGD is so oppressive at this point. Now, you're looking at a timer of about 45 seconds till soul point for LGD, and I don't think RA can really put up a contestation.
No, I think for Rare Adam, your best bet is to actually move up into this top side, see if you can put pressure onto the top tier 2, try and get these the standing gold from the objective bounties, and get some much needed gold in towards the Azir, like who's going for this more attack DPS orientated build rather than the burst build we see traditionally for Azir's, but things like the Shadow Flame, like going back towards the Nashor's Tooth. So in like long-standing fights, a lot of AoE damage, a lot of auto attack damage that can come through from Strive and iBoy, but it's just a case of trying to get those fights set up.
And that setup is coming very few and far between at this point. We have about 5 seconds for that dragon to come up. They're just clearing mid lane for LGD to try to push into this dragon pit. We'll see Strive in the side lane. Needs to be responded to. Looks like Haichao will go ahead and start that back, but the dragon already being picked up here by LGD. That'll be 3rd dragon for them and yet another ocean dragon. So stacking up those stats there.
Yeah, because it's just Strive on the top side, he's not able to get that turret. LGD are able to just send Fearness up to deal with that presence, so not really able to trade back in the manner that they would have wanted to, and now it's 5 minutes until LGD have Soul on their side, and that feels like what LGD are just going to pretty much chill out for. Like, they will continue to ping-pong these waves, but until that objective's up, until Baron's up, there's no real need for them to overforce issues, potentially get picked off by someone like Lien and Zora and give gold and resources and tempo back over towards Rare Adam. So just kind of playing around this midpoint of the map and continue to shove in waves is going to be the way LGD close this one out.
Speaking of closing out, we're getting close to the final moments, the final helpings of the appetizer here. You've had time to think of like what this would be if it was an appetizer. Now, what would you say this 3-game series to kick off the night would be as an appetizer?
I would say this was a fondue set.
A fondue set.
It's a little messy.
Why?
It's a little messy.
Okay.
It's still got some good moments though. It's still delicious. And
very one-sided.
Yeah, sometimes it's
because
got bits of that
cheese.
cheesy goodness.
Yeah.
You know? But we've kind of had a mixed match of things, right? It hasn't been standard across the We got like you mix in a little bit of your, you dip in one type of another, you dip in another
like
bit of food. It's been a bit of a
pineapples, then we got
smorgasbord.
meats, and then we got like
exactly.
like a cheese that dips
Yeah.
into a cheese. Do we have multiple fondue sets? Is it just cheese fondue? Do we have like a chocolate fountain?
No, that's more the dessert.
Okay. That'll be later. That'll be for after. All right, I can appreciate that appetizer. I've had very much a good time in this first helping because we have gotten to a point where, yes, it is LGD favorite, but in the end, it's how they got to this point that I love highlighting because game one, like I thought it was going to be a 2-0 for RA. They came out swinging. It looked so one-sided. I was like, how do LGD even come back into the series? And here we go, off the back of, Assam, off the back of the team composition, the new pieces that we've seen for LGD. It's coming to life.
Well, LGD gonna now start up this bar, seeing what they can achieve. Jinzhou still playing front man. This is a little bit risky, I will say, for Rare Adam. Lian just feels like he's trying to go for the steal here more than anything else, and LGD don't want to give that up. Trying to allow Fearness, have that presence on bot side, start to move up. See if they can bait out that teleport from Cube.
They really want to force this bear fight. So just try to get Lian to show here. They're keeping Fearness down on the bottom side of the map, taking away the red buff there as well. Pings for RA towards the mid lane. With LGD just continuing to position around this Baron and continuing to threaten it, right? But Strive and the rest of RA moving away a little bit. They're getting in position for this flank from Fearness. He doesn't have Meganar just yet. The engage has already gone off. The lightning crashes, and now Eyeboy and Cube, they actually find a big kill in the backline. Fearness has separated the fight a little bit. Eyeboy is gonna go down. No, the spell shield for the Meganar. That's huge. He still dies to Fearness, though. Cube was able to pick off the fight on the side, but now the Weaver's Wall in, and Lian is caught out yet again. The dividing line too strong, and LGD come out on top again.
Just about able to come out on top, though. Much closer than you would have expected. 2 for 2. LGD will now move over towards the Baron. Just don't forget, Zora does have Unsealed Spellbook. I'm pretty sure the Smite isn't available after the last Baron. Yeah, it won't be back available yet, but so it looks like Rare Adam just going to see if maybe they can poke them out. Maybe they can still contest this fight.
Zora and Strive just want to try to poke down a little bit. Strive wants to get in there with that Leandries, but Meganar with the Emperor's Divide. But oh, there's one side that came out on top on that one, and that was LGD. As they take the fight, they take the Baron, and Fearness is to be feared by RA.
Fearness, every single time we get to the Baron, is having these phenomenal Meganar ultimates. Getting on towards Strive once again, putting him in his place. LGD, I mean, they're in command. Dragon now, 50 seconds. The Baron in their back pockets. They will just start to close this one out. We're catching the replay here again. Great engage from Jinzhou. Doesn't quite connect on towards Eyeboy, but sets up well for where Asim is positioned. Cube tries to TP in, but again, just Asim just about able to eke away from that. Heals back up with the Immortal Shield Bow. Quay playing distraction duty here as well, and Fearness is running amok, and here we go.
The carousel keeps on turning here when you're in the LGD party. They will move into the enemy jungle here. You got about 20 seconds for the dragon to spawn. Again, this would be Ocean Soul for LGD. And if they can find a pick before it, it's easy for them to take that objective.
Neither support has their ultimates, though, but were just used as we came back into live. So, a little bit of a squishier Alistair here. Zora definitely going to be trying to play follow-up to Lian on these engages. We'll have to see how they're going to be able to follow up on this. Like, a 3-level advantage here from the junglers, and the poke is real for LGD.
I mean, the Dragon's already halfway down. They are already focusing. The Fearness has the Meganar. If he can get the separation here, the Dragon goes over to LGD. The Ultra Shock Laser to follow up. Cube is in the fight, but it's already Lian down. 5 strong for LGD. They're hopping over the wall. Cube is left out as well. That's TPs into the bottom lane, and LGD are signaling the end. They try to get Zora on the backside of it. The seismic shove, not enough. Ultra Shock Laser dodged out of as well, and Zora's just trying to buy time. But we all know what's coming in the end, and it's the end game for LGD.
What started off as a fantastic game 1 for Rare Adam will no longer end that way. LGD bringing this series back and getting the reverse sweep.
They will, in the battle of pride, win out over RA. They will push them down in the standings and rise above them in the end. The spell shield from Eyeboy, nicely timed. I don't even know if LGD can end at this point. They're going to try to do so, though. They just need to get one quick pick, and it looks like it's about to be Eyeboy for lunch. The appetizer is nearing the end. The dinner bells are starting to sing, but LGD want to make one lasting impression onto RA as they take a best-of-3 reverse sweep against Rare Adam and claim victory.
I mean, we're still getting Cube.
They gotta just attack the Nexus. We want to get to dinner. It is.
The appetizer is done. Clear the plate. Get it out of here.
Get it out of here. It is really nice to see LGD come back in that situation, right? You see the happiness on the players' faces, but for me as well. We talked about at the beginning of the day, the movement, the changes, the adaptation to the season, realizing that they were not in a position of success and needing to look forward. And you're starting to see some of those pieces, why they picked these up, why they're trying to develop them.
Yeah, especially when you look at Asim here, this game really did showcase why he's been such a main proponent of LGD. Like, the team fighting has been spectacular. His late game ability to find damage in these fights has been very, very strong for LGD. And here, they give him a bit of resources. He's able to follow it through. So, again, I think LGD just doing a good job of playing to that strength.
Absolutely. And I just love to see the connections for LGD, right? The fact that we're seeing Quay feel a little bit more confident, even if that comes back to bite him occasionally. But he is looking for those engages. You're getting the connection as well with Jin Zhao, who is showing a breadth of champions, right? And all in the center of that, Haichao actually making our other eyes on. You know, we had a bunch of Pengus looking at Strive and making this last game feel like there wasn't a mid lane that was even able to step up to LGD.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I just really appreciate that Haichao is kind of like standing out there, like
chilling,
surveying,
in the moment,
absorbing the moment. Like, especially because don't forget, like, he's been denied being able to play in the LGD stadium for such a long time. So picking up that first win in the stadium is going to feel pretty good for him. So, just to give a little bit of a shout out there to Haichao, you can see he's definitely reveling in the moment. But I do agree. I think Haichao did very, very well. The Talia, the great Weaver's balls stopping that Rift Herald that you talked about, having the impact to try and like both defend that top lane play that Rare Adam were going for when we saw around the 7-minute mark where they were able to turn that one around. It's good to see the pieces starting to come together. And I think it's a case of like everyone having a very clear identity of how they want to play, right? You're looking at Fearness, weak side top laner, can bring out things like the Fiora, but definitely looking great on things like the Nara and the 1v1. You're looking at how Haichao is going to play that facilitator role, which definitely I think this meta fits that style very well with things like Ari, Talia, Lissandra being very, very potent in that mid lane. Asum, the late game carry they want to play around. Hell yeah. Sivir, Zeri, Aphelios, all these things that you can play for late game with. It all just kind of starting to fit nicely in a nice tidy bow for LGD. And at least that they are starting to end their split with some extra wins. They still have 3 series left to go. One of the later teams that we have won't be able to make playoffs, but at least you're starting to see they're looking more.
I got a sad look on my face because you didn't shout out the Twitch. I feel like in a different situation, Tom and Jerry do just fine, okay? All right? Gosh, dagda. No, but in actuality, right, that game one, something they won't want to remember. The 2 games afterwards, though, something that LGD will hold near and dear. And look again. What was that?
You called it the submarine. It's lurking beneath the surface. So that's why I forgot it.
Just, you never know where it's going to pop up. You just got to be ready, all right? You got to be ready.
But again, look at the damage, right? Asum doing phenomenal stuff here. 26k, nearly 27k. But Fearless, I think, as well. Big shout out to this guy. 8-0, I think. 9-0 by the end of that one. A 16 KDA. His ultimates were fantastic in this. And it's kind of cool to see how people are respecting Fearless more and more on LGD. Like, we're getting the Fiora bans consistently towards him. Like, now the Nar definitely feels like something that you have to try and be worried about as well. So for LGD, we're starting to see these players, as they get more and more experience on the main stage, starting to kind of solidify their own identity.
That's the biggest thing for me, is even in these moments, even if it is a battle for pride, right, and you're out of the playoffs, it's still about showing up. And especially like you're saying, the little nuanced things, the first win in the stadium, the likeness of this team to actually come together and look like a proficient team that can actually go for objectives. I will say that the biggest standout for me is we didn't see a lot of trading going down. It was a lot of like, I will show up and I will fight you for this. If we don't fight, then we'll back away. And I think that's one of the big adaptations I would like to see moving forward in terms of like strategic shot calling. But overall, I think it was really interesting to see how this series developed all in all, and especially the way LGD were able to kind of flex a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the shot calling has been the most lackluster part of these teams. Unfortunately, that is why we're looking at, 15th versus 16th. But at least for LGD, being able to pick up that win now, kind of claw themselves up ahead of Rare Adam is going to be nice, because they're sitting at 3-11 with the win here as well. They're just going to eke out ahead of Rare Adam. I'm not sure if they beat Ultra Prime, actually, because I'm not sure who owns the head-to-head there, but Ultra Prime has the head-to-head, so Ultra Prime will still be slightly ahead of them, but they do separate themselves that little bit more from WE at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously LGD have a little bit more looking forward for them. They're a little bit behind the ball. They got to play a lot of catch-up games in the last week, right? They have 3 series in week 10. Starting off with the RA series, and they'll be looking at IG and then RNG. So very tough task, at least at the end, the last one. But hopefully that they can kind of show up against IG and use this as a bit of momentum to kind of see the best of them that we can, at least at the end of the season, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, at least they've got I think 3 we said more left to go. So they
So
still
they've
have to
got 2
play.
after
So
this one.
they've
It's
2 more.
IG and then
and
RNG.
RNG.
Yeah.
Yeah. So not exactly the easiest of games, but I think if they're going to come out and like play their own style, we start to see the gamer drafts a little bit more as well. I think
need
that's
the
where
Kiana. Oh.
yeah. I think my biggest worry for LGD though is just they're against RNG on Sunday. RNG 2-0 LGD. They're in like second place in the split. You get automatically qualified to that knockout stage. That is so massive, especially because if RNG get third place this split, they guarantee themselves that spot at Worlds. No one else can catch them in championship points. RNG looked angry. Really, really angry.
I had
in
them
their last
winning Worlds,
series.
man. I had them winning Worlds. I think the come up has been crazy.
Yeah, well, TT definitely felt that come up, so I'm a bit worried that LGD are going to get their own comeuppance, but we'll have to see. Again, I think for LGD, it's more so, as you can see, like having fun, getting to experience the stage a bit more, starting to solidify more and more what this team is, because definitely LGD, it feels like at least they've kind of committed to this team. Like, we've had Shadows kind of been the mainstay for a while, Asim coming up from the LGD LDL team, same you look at Haichao, like it feels like they're trying to give their own rookies a bit of space.
Yeah, and it's nice to see at least some of that willingness to lose a bit of confidence, right? But still have confidence in the development. We did get our MVP, and it is none other than man top lane with the perfect KTA. It is the fear itself. It's fearness on the Gnar.
I mean, absolutely slapping folks about. 28% of the team's damage. The Gnar ults were on point, especially when we got towards those Barons. Every single time it felt like he was just slamming people into the wall. And even here, like, he got attention. Rare Adam tried to play to shut him down, but there's just no way they were going to get away with it.
And it was so many big flanks, the setups, the just command from the top lane that we saw that I loved. And as well as, like, again, the fact that we got to see so many moving parts around each other for LGD, like this roam up from Asim, perfect timing to go in onto Cube when he goes aggressive onto Fearness. It was just so nice to see again. I hate to harp on it even more, but Fearness, like this one, that's the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that was so well played. And again, when we got to this next Baron, when Rare Adam are trying to commit to it again, it's just a case of him shutting them down once more. So, really nice job from Fearness. And again, we started to see more and more people respecting him. The Fiora consistent ban throughout this has been starting to creep in as a more and more consistent ban against Fearness in that top side. Now the Gnar, a big issue for folks as well. So we're going to have to see if teams are going to start to continue that way.
Well, I do hear we are ready for our interview with Christina. So we'll get to hear from Quay. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Hello everyone, welcome to Postgame Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Quay, the jungler for LGD. Congratulations on your win. How do you feel about getting back to your own home court in Hangzhou? 让我们恭喜老干爹拿下今天的比赛。我们邀请到打野选手葵接受访问。首先想要问一下，最近也是听说队伍们回到了自己的杭州主场嘛，在自己主场作战有什么样不同的感受吗？
在主场作战的话，各方面都会感觉很好一点，最起码比训练室做得很舒服，然后注意力会更加集中。
Actually, we are more focused in our own home court, and everything there is really comfortable for us, especially like the scrims room. We can perform better in our home venue. So, second question for you: people were talking about maybe the jungler pace was the key in today's matchup because you're playing against Rare Adam. So, how did you guys adjust after losing game one? Especially, did you guys target their jungle core 乐言？那么第二个问题想要问到的是，今天赛前呢，很多这个观众朋友们都觉得啊，对阵到 RA 的时候，可能这场比赛的焦点会是野和打野的节奏。那么在今天输掉第一局之后，你们在哪些方面做了很好的调整呢？是有特意针对到对面的打野节奏吗？
第一把结束之后，我有去说，下一把我不想就是跟着队友的节奏，我想打自己的野区节奏，然后我感觉这样会好一点。至于野区节奏的话，大家联赛成绩都差不多，没有什么好不好的，做好自己就行了。
after losing game 1, I told my teammates that I want to perform my own pace in jungle. And besides, our result is similar to Ari's performance, so I don't think the jungler core is really important. I just want to do my best. And why did you pick Graves pick as a first pick? I don't think he's really popular in current meta. Is that because you are so proficient on this champion? 那么顺着这个话题，也是说到了你想打自己的野区节奏嘛？这会不会是你第三局一选就锁下男枪的原因呢？并且我不认为好像这个英雄在最近很火，很流行。
这个英雄的话属于我玩的比较好的，属于一个招牌吧。然后因为第二把确实打自己野区节奏效果不错，所以我觉得这个英雄也挺好打猴子的，所以就让教练选男枪。
Graves is one of my signature champ. I'm so proficient and confident on this champion. Especially I think my plan works really well in game 2. So I told to my coach that I really want to pick this champ. So final question for you. After you pick Graves, your team secured so big leads in very early game. You guys totally controlled the whole situation. So how did you guys manage the early game in game 3 and utilize your advantages to snowball smoothly? 那么说到这个男枪的选择，在第三局的前期，你们好像就已经锁定了很大的优势。所以你们在第三局前期的重点是什么呢？而且是如何滚起雪球赢下比赛的呢？
前期我们的重点是打中下野的，但是一级出了意外拿了1血，所以就有点优势了。然后利用这个优势继续滚雪球吧。
Actually, we wanted to play around the mid and bot in game 3, but accidentally we got the first blood. It was really caught us off guard, but so that we can snowball the game smoothly to secure a little bit leads. So thank you so much for joining me. 让我们再次感谢奎来到赛后采访，也希望老干爹在最后的几场比赛当中展现出自己的风采吧。让我们把画面交还给解说席。Back to you guys.
好，谢谢。
Thank you so much, Christina, and especially getting to hear from Quay, getting to hear a little bit from one of the newer members for LGD, but as well as getting to hear, like, things didn't go according to plan in game number 3. They were gifted a kill, and then from there, they just snowballed the game, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, gets a bit easier when Strive ends up misstepping and Koi picks up a very early first blood. But to give him his due, I think he did look very proficient in the Graves, right?
Yeah.
Able to very quickly clear through his jungle, get these advantages. His team fighting looked a lot better. So definitely, I think, again, what we were kind of talking about, that comfort seems to be a big thing for LGD.
Well, I hope you enjoyed this appetizer that we had for you, because now it is time to get to the main course. The appetizer was full of the glitz and glam, the craziness, the spunkiness of RA versus LGD. But now we get to the meat of the problem. We get to Top Esports, one series win from claiming first place in the regular season of the LPL. You're not going to want to miss this match of the week.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
Come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. We'll dance together. Stay up all night. We have what it takes. We can make it if we try. Oh, oh, run with me now, don't be shy. Oh, oh, you let me be me, as happy as can be, my shining light. We can last forever. We'll run together. Stay up all night. We can make it if we try. Oh, oh, run with me now, don't be shy. Oh, oh, we can make it if we try. Oh, oh, run with me now, don't be shy. Oh, oh.
Top Esports and Victory 5. The history between these two teams is short but compelling nonetheless. Just as the world was beginning to fear the terror that is Victory 5, Top Esports rose up, seemingly out of nowhere, to stop these would-be kings.
Jackie now being a little too aggressive for Vatron. Moves into buy space. Knight on the front line goes down. Kepler trying to out DPS the Sivir. Can he do it? Flashes forward. Jackie one more auto. Just kiting it out. And then the boomerangs fly. It's a quadra kill for Jackie Love.
The LPL are kings again.
Them out. Yao Yao gets onto Jackie Love, but Mark's there to save the day. Nothing TT does matters anymore, as Jackie Love will clean up. Look at it go, as Jackie Love takes the team and grabs a pentakill against TT.
Now, right before we head into playoffs, these two behemoths are matching up again. And for V5, this means correcting their mistakes. Declaring to the rest of the league that last time was a stumble, not a fall.
The final chapter from Rookie. They're onto the backline, but Vin uses the Hextech Ultimatum, and they've already lost XLB. The Baron goes over to BLG, but V5 are actually able to take a lot of them off the board, and Doggo dies too. Rookie is putting on his carry pants, and he's able to take down everybody from BLG. The kill goes to Photic, and a huge turnaround from V5. Has the AoE, he has the slow of the Rich, but he got to be careful because the bubbles will get you all day. XLB, there's Rookie, he wants to find Doggo, he does! The shutdown's coming on through! There's TP coming from Icon, he just TPs to his death. Finn hook shots out, but that's a double kill for Rookie, and make that the end of the series! BLG's reinforcements mean nothing to Victory 5!
这场打 Rookie 就也和他打很多次，就和他交手的话，感觉就他这赛季打的都特别好吧，就也没什么大失误。和他交手主要是注意对线的细节吧。下场面对 V5这场也是比较关键吧，感觉主要是在中野对抗吧，就如果赢了就比较轻松。
Welcome to the match we've all been waiting for. The first time in my memory we've been able to change the match of the week to a Tuesday night, a Titanic Tuesday, as we have Top Esports versus V5. I'm Mazel, joined by Dagda, and you heard it from Knight. That mid lane is going to be popping. He's got to be on his A game against Rookie. And Top Esports, they've got to live up to the name here. They are on a massive win streak, and a win here tonight in this series against V5 would lock them in first place of summer.
Which would be absolutely incredible for Top Esports. Not only for them to live up to their name in Top Esports, but bring us back to 2020, summer 2020, where they not only took first place in the regular season, but they took first place in playoffs as well. It feels like we're getting that revisit to 2020, where they are battling with JDG and RNG for that top spot. And definitely Top Esports will be looking to dominate this series against V5 to make sure they can secure that top spot.
And hey, if things go according to plan, they have been dominating, so it should be easy. But at V5, that might not be as easy as you might think. Now, looking at both these teams, we were talking a lot about, living up to the name for Top Esports, but when you look at the way they play, Dagda, it's a bit of locomotive game in here. We got some slow starts, but some very, very powerful finishes.
And it's the same on both sides, right? Both teams, you can look at that first blood rate and you're like, they're not that scary. But when you actually see the kills that they get at the 15-minute mark, how quickly they explode onto the map with those first tower percents, that's where you can start to see that they are going to very quickly ramp up over the course of this game. And it's interesting to see how they almost play towards opposite sides of the map, right? When you look at Top Esports, highest in the league for Dragon Control, Tien, Knight, Jackie Love, Mark all playing very effectively around that. You'd often see Tien even looking for around the 5-6 minute mark solo, just off the pushes that Knight and Jackie Love can get in their respective lanes. But when you look across at V5, it's actually much more situated towards that top side of the map, using some of the advantages that Rich has, using the fact that Rookie's going to be able to set up these team fights, full rotates for that Rift Tower as well. They really want to try and force these early skirmishes where they can then lean that into those first turret takes that we're talking about. So I expect here that we're going to see a lot of early aggression at both neutral objectives, because even though you can see they're first in respective sides of the map, they're no slouches when it comes towards the other side as well.
They are not. They're going to be shoveling the coal right into the steamage there, trying to get it as quick as possible. But I'm going to need you to do something for me, Dagda. I don't know if you have a blindfold, but I need you to pretend like you have one on, because we got a dartboard in front of us, and everything is a banger. You could literally blindfold yourself, throw a dart at the wall tonight at this matchup, at this series, and every single one you hit would be incredible, because thank you for humoring me, Dagda. But it's, it's Rich versus Wayward. It's XLB versus Tien. It's Photic PP God versus Mark Jackie Love. I don't think that you could go wrong with any of these.
But that's the thing. This is such an insane series to look at across the board for every single one of these matchups. And you kind of hit the nail on the head. Like, if one thing goes wrong for these guys, it can be a disaster. And especially when you look at how good Top Esports are punishing V5, who are currently in a bit of a slump, need to pick up their pace. Like Rich, if you make a mistake against Wayward, Wayward is very capable, even as the rookie, to take over in that lane. Xiaolong Bao, I think, has definitely been kind of trying to grow into V5, but has had major struggles adapting to the team as he's coming to replace Karsa. And it's kind of fed into that bottom side of the map where Photic and PP God want to be aggressive, they want to play for lane domination, but without the support of their jungler, they've been getting a lot of attention from the opposition, and that has been the main point of struggle. But against Top Esports, you cannot struggle. One misstep and they will heavily punish you.
They're on a 13 win streak for a reason. You could see, obviously, the middle of that graphic is really empty, right? And there was also something that just happened to be missing. But you can't go anywhere without hitting this bullseye of the mid lane matchup. The gambit that's going to be on for both these two teams between Rookie, between Knight. We got to hear a little bit from Knight before going to this matchup. But man, if it doesn't all sit around this lane, I don't know what to say, because both these guys, legends in their own right, but also having a split that really just encompasses their personality.
A legendary matchup in the LPL. This has been one of the most touted mid lane matchups that exists because of the raw mechanical skill of both these players. But we have to take a very different look at this matchup, because this split has been a very different story for Rookie, where both these players will be battling for those first place pretty much across the board in these stats, like you can see on Knight's side. Rookie doesn't have that, because Rookie's been playing a very different game plan. Coming in, taking a step away from being the main focus and playing to be a team fight setup, trying to curate these team fights that allow Photic on these late game carries to take over, trying to nearly claw V5 back into these games when they have fallen into a deficit with picks on things like the Ari. Whereas when we look across at Knight, he is still the just maestro of the mid lane. Magnificent performance from this man, especially as the meta shifted into his style of picks. The Silas being a big one for him, Talia as well, honestly, on both sides of the equation. This matchup is going to be the most crucial point of this entire series.
I'm so excited to get to the nitty-gritty of this one, especially with the way that the draft's playing out. But we have to look and reminisce a little bit of how we've gotten here for both these two guys, right? And especially looking at Rookie here.
I mean, this is just Rookie, again, kind of clawing this game back against Ultra Prime, because this is the last series that we saw from V5, and it was not confidence, especially Ultra Prime. Currently sitting in 15th place, V5 struggled to pick up the win, and it was off the back of plays like this from Rookie that were able to push their advantages forward. But we can see in these fights like this, where Rookie's on things like the Lysandra, more of these facilitator stalls, it's him, even when V5 dropped the ball, bringing it back with a great Ring of Frost, keeping Icon away from Photic, who's starting to go low. The exhaust at the last minute here to keep himself safe. It's these individual decision-making moments from Rookie that have made V5 the team that they are.
And he makes the life of the other mid laner hell. Like, Icon is not having fun in this match because he is constantly keeping him on the outskirts. But at that moment, you also know that Rookie is always contemplating all of the scenarios. He knows that he needs to go back in. He knows when he needs to capitalize on his own strength as well as the strength of his teammates and saving the day as every good bodyguard could.
And then on the opposite side, it's Knight, who's, instead of being the bodyguard, is getting the bodyguards. Mark and Tien have been playing very heavily around Knight in this mid lane to make sure that he's been able to set up for success with things like the Silas, and then he's going to bring these into team fights where he's been an exceptional carry for this squad. Individual moments where he has stepped up to outplay his performance. This is what Knight's bread and butter is, and this is what makes Knight so terrifying.
And that is the duality of what we will see on the Rift tonight. It is a battle between Rookie and Knight. Differing results, I guess, differing play styles to some extent, but it's all about execution. It's all about team cohesion. And I think we've seen a lot, even in these moments, like Knight is under a tower, 1v3, somehow pulls out 2 kills, and the third one's assisted by his teammates. These guys are such high-profile mid laners, but it's also the pieces around them, right? And as we go into the draft, that is where the specificity of what we see as priority here for both teams is going to come to light. We already see Top Esports on the blue side for this first game. They ban away the Lissandra, the Talia, away from Rookie, and then they also add that Callista in there. V5 on the red side, they ban away the Poppy, the Zeri, and that Trundle.
Super interesting to see that the Talia is still prioritized as a ban by Top Esports. This has been the go-to ban against Rookie. 54% of the games it's taken away from him, and already given that respect, but it does leave open things like Wukong here, especially with Poppy and Trundle off the board. The Silas, we said, has been the pick for Knight. Not even this split. This is Knight's champion. This is his favorite pick, and we're going to get to see if he can perform on us.
Got to start off with confidence, and that's exactly what Top Esports going to do right here. Speaking of confidence, though, relying on some burst potential in the bottom lane, they grab the Lucian, but as well as the coveted Wukong.
So this is a bit of a different take here for V5. When you've got the Lucian Nami coming in, you need to be able to play around this bottom side of the map very, very heavily. But you haven't gotten rid of all the things that do well into it, right? Callista's taken away, but the Draven is still there. And Jackie Love is the premier Draven player. So I wouldn't be surprised to see like something like a Draven and a Leona come into that bot side, but not going to be the case. It is going to be the Kog'Maw, which means we're probably going to get the Lulu. And it isn't the first time that we've seen this from Jackie Love this split, but it's definitely going to be something where we're going to have to see if he can have that same impact that he had, where he had 11 KDA the last time that he got that win.
I will say they're putting a lot of eggs in the bottom lane basket, which I think is perfectly fine at this point. But I guess at this junction, it's about V5's answer in terms of how they execute that bottom lane. You're looking at this Lucian Nami and you want to try to get something going for Photic PP God, right? No slouches to some big carry moments for V5 across the last couple splits, even if there has been some disappointing moments for the bottom lane in Pacific.
Well, we'll have to see if they can try and pick that one up. Jungle Ban's going to be coming through for V5 as they start to roll through. TN not having his pick yet. You know, he favors things like the Viego and also things that have been like the Poppy and the Trundle, but with those taken off the board. Lee Sin, maybe the way that TN wants to go in this. Again, try and play through that strong mid jungle. Give resources and help down to Jackie Love and Mark once you get that mid jungle up and rolling, because at the moment V5 they're setting up for a very strong team fight with the Ornn locked in, but all of it centers around shutting down this Kog'Maw in the early stages, playing around this bottom side, and even having the counter pick for Rookie here leaves him up to pick up whatever he wants as an answer to this Silas.
I'm very excited to see what he has up his sleeve here, especially against Knight, right? This tried and true matchup that we all know and love at this point in the LPL. But the thing I love is the decisiveness from both of these sides, really. They know what they're coming in with the game plan. It's the Sejuani and Viego insta-locked in for top.
So it's definitely comfort here for the mid jungle of Top Esports. Like, Tien was synonymous with Viego back when we looked at Spring. This was his champion, his most played by a country mile. So we're going to have to see now if he can try and help out tonight in making sure he's going to have a good time against Rookies Oriana. Dude, they are pulling out all the stops for this game one. I am so hyped.
They have to. Like, absolutely. V5 on a slump, as you had mentioned before. This is a moment to step up. This is a moment to deny, even if it might come eventually, a first place lock-in tonight from Top Esports. I think especially with the track record that we've had from V5, the historical slumps that we've seen from them, even last split, it would be such a big mark on the end of the season for these guys. And not only, like, I'm talking about these guys, like, these guys are legendary. We have multiple Worlds attendees, international appearances, so much pressure that these guys have dealt with in the past, and we're in the regular season, the end of the regular season for summer 2022, and I couldn't think of a better moment to put these guys on the same rift and have them hash out all of these wonderful matchups.
But that's the thing, right? It's not that we're getting the facilitator mid lanes that we looked at, Talias, Aries, these kind of things. It's Rookie on a lane bully, Knight on his signature pick. We are going to get these two properly going head to head in game number one, and we're just about ready to get into it, Mazel.
You didn't fill up on the appetizers, did you, with LGDRA? Because we're right about to get into the main course. You got your dinner forks, you got your knives. It is match of the week. Top Esports, again, one series win away from winning the regular split of LPL Summer 2022, and V5 with the likes, with the names, the amount that has been invested into this V5 team, even the come about, the turnaround for this organization over the last year. This is a huge mantelpiece for both these two teams. And as we get onto the rip, the competition is ever more alive. Top Esports versus V5.
And we are going to have to see what versions we get of both of these squads. Top Esports looking to fire on all cylinders, guarantee themselves that top spot. Knight already being found out by a rookie. Whereas V5, we talked about a slump already being hit for V5, but it feels like this composition is set up for the classics. Play for team fights, play to let Photic step up, and rookie on something where you can bully lane, but still have a massive impact in fights. The best Orianna in the LPL, conversations across the world as to whether he is the best Orianna in the world. This is the moment where V5 will need to prove that they can still contend with the top spots in the LPL.
And we're talking about the first place lock-in, right, for Top Esports, but for me, it just feels like nothing else matters besides this series at this point. Like, all the trials and tribulations that both teams have been through, the success for Top Esports and some of that slumping for V5, like, all of it is just out on the outside of the perspective right now. I am focusing so holistically on this matchup because for all these players, it means that much. And speaking of little advantages going through here early on, Photic with the first strike got that early goal. Just saying, Dag, I don't know, easy GG, but at bot lane at least getting some of that aggression.
Yeah, and I do like this because I think for the bot side here, usually you'd see the press the attack. You still get a lot of upfront damage as Photic, but honestly, I think with the Lulu there, the trading patterns become incredibly difficult for you to all in as Photic because you just get whimsied. You can't go for the full trade pattern. So instead, he's just going to opt into going for as much gold, getting as much value from that as possible, and then getting those item advantages so he can play for team fights, play for early skirmishes. So nice adaptation from Photic coming into this, and I think that's kind of going to be the story of V5 as we move through this, because you've got late game scaling from top side and also from rookie. But the problem is you're giving a huge amount of valuable ultimates over tonight with that top side in Rich, in Xiaolong Bao, and they want to try and help out on Rich right now.
This Wayward getting a little bit low against Rich. Who's going to go down first blood? Oh, Tien goes over, and that will be easily given to Top Esports, and you'll take that lead all day long.
Just a really great pathing from Tien. Immediately Red into Raptors, gets the Grump on top side and gets that first blood, punishing Richu. Traditionally on the Ornn, you have a good matchup here, but Wayward, knowing his limits, just about able to eke out that first blood. Xiaolong Bao tries to respond on bot side, but Jackie Love and Mark playing way too far back for the Wukong to get anything.
I love that we're seeing Tien take those little advantages, right? The pathing mastermind that we actually get to see here. So we'll look at that mid lane a little bit more. Rookie, you were talking about him bullying. Well, he's doing just that. He might get bullied himself, though. Tien looking for a second gank of the game, and Rookie doesn't have mana here. He does have Flash, and it's just going to be a nice pressure relief for Knight.
Just about able to get that mana back for the shield, so he will be fine. Tien coming in to give a helping hand here tonight. And that's oftentimes what we see from Tien when Knight is on this silence is, look, he will just show his face, tell you to back off, and then go back into his hidey hole, right? And all it needs to do is get time for Knight to reset. But PP God, off on his own, will be able to back away from this one. Double TP back to the mid lane, so he will get the reset. Knight starting to hit level 5. This match will become a little bit easier as he gets the 3 points in his chain lash.
So we're obviously seeing Xiaolong Bao come down towards this bottom lane, potentially trying to get V5 to bait in Top Esports down here. But speaking of Xiaolong Bao, I want to zoom in. You're Xiaolong Bao here. You're coming in. You're replacing Karsa for a majority of the end of the season. You're going against Tien, man. You're going like the matchups again. We were talking about it earlier, but this is such a difficult situation. And XLB has shown a lot of prowess in the season, but this is, I feel like, another level.
Especially when you know that a lot of the presence is going to be on this bottom side from both junglers. Xiaolong Bao needs to find interesting ways to actually catch Tien out. Like, look to desync on these waves. Because as you can see at the moment, Xiaolong Bao has been putting so much resource into that bot side. He's only just finished off his last camp, just put in his first reset, same as Tien, but Tien had a little bit of a faster clear. So definitely want to see what Xiaolong Bao can do. And it looks like now he's actually just caught that desync we're talking about.
Yeah.
Does his Wolves now moving bot off of an unusual timer, but there is a good ward there that was placed by Tien that was spotted by V5. So Xiaolong Bao won't be able to get into the bot side.
The difference, the world champ difference at this point. Knight's going into the aggression onto Rookie. But again, it seems like that skirmishing, at least in the mid lane, has definitely been in Rookie's favor. I think Xiaolong Bao, even with the early attempts from Tien, he'll be appreciative that Rookie has been able to keep a bit of pressure and stability in the mid lane, because I feel like without that, you would have a lot less going for you in this counter of a snowball for V5.
The real loser, though, with all these plays is actually Photic and PP God. You know, Jackie Love and Mark outrange Photic and PP God. Photic can't actually try and go in aggressive in this matchup because one Mark, two Tien's been there. You can already see a sizable CS lead opening up for Jackie Love, and he's getting to crash his wave under turret, so Tien gonna make a play in mid.
Trying to find it yet again. The flash from Rookie will finally be burned. So that's a return gank in the making here for Top Esports.
But Tien doesn't even cost anything to do this, right? This is just a nice transitional gank because he wants to move towards the top side anyway. Get that Scuttle Crab. So again, it's just Tien ever present on the map, but always doing it in creative ways so then he can make sure, okay, I'm keeping up my jungle efficiency, but not wasting time like we saw with Xiaolong Bao there, kind of hovering around bot side, not quite able to get too much. And even as we talked about, you know, Xiaolong Bao trying to separate himself from Tien, they're both pathing up towards this top side, and they're going to start moving down to the bot side at the same time as well.
Yeah, and I'm still looking for some of that proactivity from Xiaolong Bao as well. But I don't think at this point you're going to necessarily feel that confident when you've seen Tien be pretty much everywhere around the map. But then you start looking at objectives, right? You start looking at some like secure differences that you can get in the next little bit. And we have, you know, a Rift Herald in a minute. We've had the Dragon spawned on the Rift, but both teams kind of reluctant to try to put vision down, but more so go for those objectives just yet.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for Top Esports is the fact you've got Knight on Silas. You don't get a huge amount of control over mid, but this Kogbal Lulu can definitely get themselves control over bot side. And off this big wave that's about to push, both in mid and bot, I feel like Tien is going to move over towards that dragon. Will hit 6 off his red buff as well, which is a big advantage for the Viego as well here. You just see him hit 6 there, and they immediately go over towards dragon. So again, this is kind of why Top Esports have been so good around dragons, is their ability to set everything up in order with mid lane, with bot side, and then play towards him. But Tien will find Xiaolong Bao, who's still level 5.
A little bit of a level difference in that aspect of it. Also, Knight already going back to the mid lane. Rookie will be missing now. Scan realizes he might need to back away from this one. The pressure in bottom lane really lets him have a lot of the decision-making power in a situation like this. And this crashing wave for Mark Jackie is doing just that. Still no big vision around this dragon pit, but at least Xiaolong Bao getting some of his jungle camps at least this time around on the bottom side. But Tien just ever hovering this mid lane, knowing how important this Knight versus Rookie matchup is.
It looks like, though, with Tien knowing that Xiaolong Bao's on the bot side, he's going to start up Rift. Knight again getting control over the mid lane. This is where, like, as you said, once you start to crest level 5, you're a bit easier in that mid lane. But the attention's on bot side now. Xiaolong Bao trying to get onto Jackie Love.
Got the flank. This could be a nice setup. The culling comes through. Nice damage reduction there from V5 in terms of trying to get the damage down. Now the bubble double trouble. Top Esports, the bottom lane, the tidal wave. It's huge, and V5 come up clutch.
That was so well played by Xiaolong Bao. Look at all the vision that has already been established on this bot side by Top Esports. There's one in the brush that Xiaolong Bao's in. There's one in the pixel brush as well. But Xiaolong Bao uses the decoy to get over the wall of Dragon Pit, avoids all the wards that Top Esports have, which is why Jackie Love and Mark thought they were safe and manages to get that kill. And this is exactly what Photic and PP God needed to try and even up this bot side matchup.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a big difference down there. And again, just the highlighting of Xiaolong Bao. He punches back at Tien's early aggression.
Again, just really good pathing here, avoiding everything, gets in beautifully, doesn't ever use the E, just walks at them so that then he always has that follow-up when they flash. Phenomenal bubble from PP God. As you say, double trouble and double kills going over to V5.
Setup for the Lucian Nami lane. It's such an unlocking factor for V5, but TES, Top Esports, Tien, they are not stopping, at least in the aggression, right? You see some chickens stolen, the back off the Rift Herald there with the quickness in terms of getting back and getting the reset, and now it's next steps for Top Esports. It's where do you drop this Rift Herald to try to get some more resources? Do you see it on Jackie Love, or do you see it on Knight in the mid lane?
It's a bit of a tough call, because I think the best thing you want to do, excuse me, as Top Esports, is use this to get Dragon. Like, start this snowball rolling. And I think probably putting this into Jackie Love is your best bet, just with the resources that have already been taken. But you have to be so careful, because, like, look at mid lane right now. Knight doesn't have control over that mid lane right now, especially with Xiaolong Bao kind of sitting in behind them. So Tien needs to help Knight to help bot, and that's where Xiaolong Bao with Rookie and Xiaolong Bao hitting level 6 could turn things around.
Level 6 mark definitely makes things change. The Shockwave actually stolen from Knight here in the mid lane. We're getting a bit of aggression between the clone and Tien. He'll find the real Xiaolong Bao there afterwards. And the aggression 2v2 continues. But speaking of aggression, Jackula about half his health bar from the culling of Photic. And you're actually seeing Top Esports having to run away from that 2v2 in the mid lane.
Because of pressure on bot side, right? The Photic and PP God can roam up, so they get to back away. And just a really nice job here from Xiaolong Bao in kind of catching where Tien is trying to make his moves. And now, with that play, you actually have V5 who can move over towards the dragon. So great job from Xiaolong Bao there to keep Tien in check and use the fact that Photic and PP God have advantage bot side.
And I love that we set it up in the beginning, right? It's a bit of locomotive gaming here. And particularly in terms of objectives, at least in this first game, where it's a slow start, but a very, very tried and true push forward after that slow start. We do get the first dragon in about 11 minutes for V5, so we'll start that stacking, but again, it's more so relying on the movements around the map here. And we're actually seeing Jackie Love get positioned up towards the top side with the lane swap.
And I think this game is going to have significant ebbs and flows over where both these teams want to try and put their aggression. But I'm going to hold on to this as Tien is kind of hovering on bot side, doesn't realize he's on a ward. So V5 got to try and respond with a play in mid.
Knight just utilized the shockwave on the minion wave there. Does have the flash to get himself out, but the tidal wave locking him up. The bubble as well. Xiaolong Bao gets the kill, and man, PP God is just everywhere.
Not the cleanest there, with Rookie slightly missing the shockwave, the Cyclone going a bit wide, but they still get the kill, and we'll still be up here if Top Esports decide to stay that bit too long.
You got the Ornhorn from Rich. It does get the knock up here onto Jackie Love. They have the tower down already. Jackie Love is the focus here. He's getting about half health as V5 has to back away. PP God is the one playing aggressive, as he should be, man. His bubbles, his tidal waves, they've been on point.
Yeah, 4 versus 3 though, they will decide to back away. Not convinced that they're able to pick that one out with all those resources used in that mid lane play. Tien now, feeling a bit more confident, tries to go for the invade.
I like this, though. Trying to keep the tempo up against V5 and keep some of the advantages that we're seeing in terms of the pressure around the map from Tien. They aren't able to really get much on the end of that one, and they'll just look back at the pressure in mid lane and reassign Jackie Love to try to pick up this at least wave. I wonder if we do see that transition back down towards bottom lane, though, as Wayward and Photic just kind of going at it in the side. But right now, it looks like Top Esports fine with the lane assignments they have.
Yeah, they just want to get back and get that Blade of the Rune King for Jackie Love. Like, he's sitting on a lot of gold from that top tower that they gave him all the resources from. And also just the fact that you're very low on mana pretty much across the board. So they will get these resets in. Rookie will do the same. Can move up to match Knight's push on the top side. And this is traditionally where we start to see Top Esports moving with Knight, continuously playing in side lanes, especially against an Orianna who isn't the most comfortable in side lanes because of how vulnerable she is to ganks from Tien, from Wayward as well if he comes through. And then you look at Jackie Love being set up in the mid lane. He's going to continuously just farm it up, keep it nice and chill, and then maybe they can try and look for Rift Herald and that kind of stuff. But honestly, I think with the way that this game is going right now, with the fact you've got 2 item spikes, or 2 items here for Rookie and also Photic in those mythics, very, very strong. You just don't want to try and contest right now as Top Esports.
I love that we're actually getting the movement holistically to the mid lane for the bottom lanes early into the laning phase there, but appreciate the fact that all the resources will now be diverted to Jackie Love and Photic respectively in the mid lane. So I want to see how these carries get along, but I think we'll have to wait to check in on that. And until then, we're really looking at the aggression we've seen consistently from both Tien and XLB.
Yeah, Rookie hiding off to the side here. You've got the movement coming through from Rich. They really want to dive this mid turret, knowing Silas is top with no TP, and Wayward was in the bot lane.
Yeah, and we'll show his face over here. At least positioning from Rookie. He might not be on a front line, front engage, right? But he's still able to play that bodyguard role with the potential of the shockwave as we see the top lane go down over to Knight. And Rift Herald actually started up by Top Esports.
Yeah, good movement from Wayward from bot to mid to cover the potential play from V5, so they will back away. Tien, though, is separated from the squad here. They're still waiting on Knight to come back at a base. He's just reset for the Everfrost, so now moving into position, but V5 still feeling confident again. Like, these small corridors are a nightmare for Top Esports' composition, with Xiaolong Bao and Rich's ultimate being so good. Same with Rookie. Even the tidal wave is going to pose a problem.
They're actually going to contest this. We have Rookie on his way down here, but he's not here yet. Knight is in the back of the pit, was trying to see if there's anybody over there. Gets the control ward over. This is a fight over Rift Herald, but the Rift Herald's facing a little bit the wrong way here. XLB goes in. I'm not sure who got it, but the Ornhorn back across 2 members here. TES, they're going in. Wayward flashing forward. Big knockup for the tidal wave, and V5 actually find the first kill in the fight. Wayward is down, and now V5 are out of there with the pickups. It is the Rift Herald going over to top esports, but you'll take it.
I mean, getting that kill is going to be very crucial for V5, especially if things start to put some pressure down on the map. But top esports, that Rift Herald in the short term could be used to try and crack open some of this mid lane structures, especially when you look at Dragon in 20 seconds that everyone's resetting for. But, right, looking for Rich.
Little close there. He was trying to get the quick combo, but Knight won't find it just yet. We'll get a replay of that last situation.
So this is something we see a lot with the Sylas into Ornn matchup. The Sylas sometimes just tends to be the better Ornn. Manages to get 3 members of V5 locked up there. And Photic is doing a lot of work towards Wayward, but it's about buying time here for top esports. They get the Rift Herald, they get what they came for. Yeah. And now we'll have to see exactly where they want to try and use it. Ultimates are up quicker here for top esports, which is why they're pushing that little bit further forward. Still no tidal wave, still no Ornn ultimate, and that's why top esports are very much posting up in this river.
Knight is heading down from the top lane 1v1 against Rich, but yeah, the Dragon going over to V5. The Rift Herald used in mid lane though, and they'll bring a lot of presence here for top esports. They'll TP actually bringing Rich down, so it's dissuaded, and top esports just have to get that charge off and back away.
So top esports not able to get as much as they would have liked. They were posturing in river thinking, hey, we actually have ultimates up faster. Maybe we can take a quick fight before V5 are all clumped up. Or even if we push them back, we deny them access to that mid tower. But V5 do a good job of kind of spreading themselves out in both directions. So pick up Dragon, control the mid lane as well. And now we kind of go back into a course of, okay, Rookie trying to push against Knight in the side lane. Shelong Bao trying to change that matchup in favor of Rookie though.
He really is. And just a side note, I don't know if anybody saw, but Tien got half his health bar chunked out by one little combo from Rookie. Meanwhile, mid lane, Jackie Love getting the health bar knocked out by Photic. Tried to go forward with that Gale Force, but it's the aggression you'll love to see from this bottom lane of V5.
Will still force the reset, and that might give mid tower to V5. You see Shelong Bao and Rookie immediately start to move towards this mid lane. Mark, the sole defender, will not be able to defend this for very long. I don't think Lulu is the most threatening underneath these towers, but V5 looking wayward more than they wanted mid tower.
Yeah, they were a little worried about the flank. We actually saw some question mark pings and stuff coming up from V5 around there. Wayward did have a pretty big flank on the top side, but they actually don't pull the trigger on the mid lane. Photic will stay there. The rest of V5 move around, get some resets off, and top esports, they're actually taking advantage of this, and Knight will move on to the tower and bottom lane.
V5 needed to get something out of that map movement, but the fact that they couldn't get mid tower or Wayward means that Knight is again just getting to free farm on bot side. He's evened up the CS discrepancy. He's starting to get some damage on this bot tower. Tien even here to try and help him secure that, but both junglers just matching mid laners right now. And I think this is the right call from Xiaolong Bao. Like, Knight can kill Rookie if he's able to close that gap right now, especially the fact that he has the Everfrost and will have access to the Orianna ult as well. So Xiaolong Bao needs to be here in case things go a bit sideways between the mid laners.
So we've seen, obviously it's a very neck and neck. The gold is very, very small, but I want to zoom in on V5 a little bit more here and look at next steps for them, right? They have 2 dragons to their name. They're trying to set up this composition, especially dealing with the side lane of Knight. Knight has been consistently a pain, a thorn in the side, if you will, of V5 right now in this one. So how do you kind of deal with that side lane pressure that Knight's been putting?
Well, that's the biggest problem here, is that you actually don't really have a way to deal with Knight. Like, Rich has to deal with Wayward, Rookie has to deal with Knight, and as long as top esports are able to keep the tempo advantage, that's where they can try and push their advantages forward. So for V5, I think it's trying to play towards these dragons in 2 minutes time is your best bet. Just keep ping-ponging these waves. And if you ever are able to find a moment where, hey, look, top esports, don't get to the dragon as quickly as possible, well, then these jungle corridors, great fights for V5, like we already discussed. Maybe you're able to actually look the trade instead of just for that second dragon. You might, or third dragon, you can trade for position on this Baron area.
Yeah, Photic just really likes to hit Jackie Low with all those culling shots. It's just been on cooldown, it seems. XLB trying to catch out Knight on this tower transition, but it will be an outer tower going down to V5. So map control starting to work out for them.
And that's why you fling every single bullet from Photic into JackieLove. Because JackieLove has to reset, and now you just have a numbers advantage on the map for V5. Especially with Wayward sticking around in the top lane. Cool, there's 2 towers nice and quickly for V5. So really nice job from them just using the numbers advantage that they have on the map. And with a minute 20 until the dragon, that's a solid amount of gold that has just been put into their back pockets. With 2 items and now 2.5 completed for Photic. Rookie nearly towards his Archangel staff, not quite there, but should hit it before this next fight. Hopefully you will be in a position as V5 where you're firing on all cylinders. Orianna, 2 items. That's where she really comes alive with those ultimate damage.
I'll have to see if they can actually get to that point, right? But it's been really interesting to watch the differences in how this mid lane has been played out so far in this game in particular, right? We're seeing Knight constantly in the side lane, actually staying away from the fights a lot of the time. But speaking of, we're going to need to see him get to this fight for top esports. They want to contest the dragon because V5 using the mid lane pressure here, using this minion wave, they're going to have free reign over the pit here.
And I love how aggressive Photic is playing, knowing that he has that free reign, right? Protection from Rich, Shalongbao's Cyclone, PP God keep him in check, even Rookie with Shockwave. So he's just free firing before Top Esports can really get in a position to contest. You see it there, right? Resets coming through from Top Esports. They just don't feel like they can actually contest this right now. No real vision behind them apart from that one ward. So TP plays probably not going to be too big of a deal here, especially if V5 can try and close those ones out. Rich moving back to the top side to match this push from Wayward as well. Feels like Dragon just, immediately picked up by V5.
Not going to be much here, but I do want to go back to what I was saying earlier and kind of focus back in on the differences we're seeing from both Knight and Rookie, right? It's something that we didn't really touch on too much is the fun before this game is over. The fact that Rookie is 22-9 over Knight, and the fact that we have seen, like, even in Rookie's moments, like, he always just somehow finds an upper hand over Knight. But in this kind of situation, it feels like we have different trajectories for them, right? Like, Knight is playing that side lane very heavily, where Rookie is playing to his nature and trying to play for the team, trying to get these setups for Photic.
I feel like a lot of people kind of forget just how dominant IG were because we're looking at the new IG. Like, in 2021, IG was still finishing first in Spring Split. They were 5th in Summer Split. Like, they were still a very, very strong team who just had a little bit of a slump. So, not fully surprised to see Rookie hold this.
Oh, Photic almost gets caught out by the Glacial Prison there. He did, but he has to cleanse. Now, the return for V5. Photic gets the kill onto Tien, and now afterwards, it's just an avalanche. V5 are moving forward. Knight is now here. He steals the Ornhorn. He immediately pulls the trigger on that one. JackieLove is trying to go forward now, but Rich is taking up a storm. JackieLove is knocked up, and there you go. Rookie ends his life. Knight with a big Everfrost. He gets out with the Blast Code, but V5 take that all day long.
V5 find the fight before Knight can even get there. And Rookie holding that shockwave for so long, knowing that he has to kill JackieLove. And just like that, we were talking about V5 being on a slump. Well, they say not today. We're going for the Baron.
Again, everything else does not matter. This series matters. You can take everything you want about everything we've said for V5, the slump, all the tragedies that have happened for them, Top Esports on a 13-win streak, but when you get onto Summoner's Rift, none of that matters.
And they try to get Photic. Wayward looking for the pick. The cleanse comes through. The safety net that we talked about with this front line for V5 works wonderfully. And Photic playing so well with all the shields, the heals, and even as Knight comes in here, Rookie is still holding on to this shockwave for so long. This is why he's such a good Orianna. The decision making around when to use this, and the second JackieLove is caught,
we ain't stopping. Glacial Prison out. The tidal wave as well. Rookie getting very, very low. He's buying so much time, and Rookie survives! Wayward dies too! It's tragedy for Top Esports, and Photic, he's gonna find Mark. That's easy pickings. 3 down for Top Esports. Can they make it more? They've got Photic on the back, calling on to JackieLove. They've got the calling themselves, but it ain't gonna mean much here. Top Esports, how did we get here? 10-1 V5 dominance.
Rookie always controls Knight, and Rookie will not fall to the Top Esports play. Baron is still there for V5. They will take the tier 2 in top. They will push into the tier 2 in mid, and just like that, a 6,000 gold lead for V5. 3 dragons to their name, and Fancy Feet Rookie always surprises us with just how clean he is on this Orianna. And watch how he's using the speed ups coming through from the command dissonance. Flashes away there, manages to just about get the speed up again. The shields coming through from PP God as well, and the heals. It's nothing can be done. Rookie survives for so damn long, and Top Esports are running for the hills. They know they've messed up. They know it's too late, but it's already gone the way of V5.
It really, really has, and I love the step up right now in this moment from Bodic as well as Rookie, right? The spacing from Rookie would, like, we have that, yes, but the damage needs to be there, and Bodic is doing that, right? The LPL All-Pro first team in spring, he is performing in this season, even in the slump of V5. They get a full Call Ignite!
Oh my god!
That's not a solo bolo, but it's almost there. The thumbs up from Bodic. And V5, they have just domineered Top Esports in this first game.
Yeah, what went from a locomotive has turned into a bullet train as Photic is chasing people down with all the speed ups the V5 are offering. And Mazel, we're 26 minutes into the game. V5 are looking to end.
You better get on the train right now because V5 is heading out to a win. It is 11-1, one Nexus tower down. Make that a second quickly off the back. Glacial Prison does come out, but Wayward has to run away immediately. The tidal wave is out. V5 have broken the base. They're about to break the mental of Top Esports in game number 1. They have the Nexus in front of them, but they want the kills. They want the KDA, and they want Jackie Love. That's going to be game number 1 to V5. Slump who?
Slumps are not to be found here. Perfect posture, perfect gameplay. Phenomenal across the board for V5, and it starts with the man on your screen, Rookie, looking incredible in the mid lane against Knight, controlling Knight from start to finish, and Photic as well on the Lucian. We talked about this man coming up from the LDL this split, facing against the team that turned around and put him on the bench for Jackie Love, and he shot him down the entire way through this game.
Man, I feel for the little brother of Knight, in Knight, for Rookie, because, man, Rookie just finds a way every single time to get the better of this legendary mid laner, and it wasn't just the mid lane matchup, the early laning phase. It was the fact that they just continuously found these big shockwaves, found these big setups, and snowballed to victory out of a game that we were talking about. Top Esports, they had control. Tien was everywhere. They were finding everything. XLB was wasting a lot of time in the jungle. But again, it doesn't matter. The golden left hand doesn't come alive here for Top Esports, and V5 find an incredible victory.
And that's the thing. We talked about how there was going to be a lot of ebbs and flows in this game, right? Where it's, even when you look at the mid lane matchup, Knight when he hits level 5, then being able to control a bit more of the matchup against Orianna, let's see what he can do. But when we get to 2 items here for V5, that's when they really do come alive. Photic with the Gale Force, the Rapid Fire Cannon is a monster with these cullings. Rookie as well, having access to the Archangel Staff alongside the Luden's Echo, is going to do a ton of damage in team fight, and V5 just played so well to those strengths. Like, they knew that, hey, look, we have a significantly stronger front line. We have 2 carries that are spiking incredibly hard right now. Let's just play to this spike, and that's exactly what they did. I mean, the damage says it all between the 2 carries, right? Photic nearly 8,000 gold ahead of Jackie Love. Knight, I mean, that damage is so tiny. Like, PP God did more damage than Knight.
Yeah, and that's definitely not where you want to see Knight, as we lauded this mid lane matchup, and Rookie just had the holistic better hand in game number 1. And I think that is the difference for me. When you look at the game, you see 27 minutes, right? And that feels fast, especially in this day and age. But it was so chaotic in the end because we didn't get our first dragon until like 11 minutes into the game. There wasn't a big focus around the objectives besides the Rift Heralds. But then the difference between the top teams and the bottom teams of the LPL is knowing when you have a lead and just driving it home through your opponent no matter what. And I think V5 represented that so well in this first series, this first game of the series.
Especially when you look at how they played the map to try and drive that victory home, right? Like we talked about in the mid lane, or mid game, how they played around that mid lane first turret still being up. Like twice we saw them, cool, push bot. Then we're going to en masse congregate around the mid lane turret. Now, attempt 1 didn't work out because Wayward very nicely kind of teetered into position. But in the second attempt, they get the mid lane tower. Suddenly they're playing for dragons very easily. Baron's there whenever they want it. It all becomes very hard for top esports to try and deal with.
Indeed, it is. And we'll see if they can bounce back to bring us to a full 6 games tonight, because they are on the chopping block in this series. V5 came out with a very, very strong victory in game number 1. We'll be right back after this break and the continuation of our match of the week.
Specifically as a result, I'm not sure if we'd see nearly as much bot pressure if it's still...
Whoa, Strife! Just gets deleted!
One-shot him!
You're heavy reliant on Cleat, who is still flashless to get some of these great plays off.
Just look at top. I mean, it keeps happening. Grand Challenge close to getting through. I want to see that fight as he goes in under turret the shy. 4 members against Breed, who's trying to hit level 6. I'm kind of curious because Breed needs 6 ASAP. Now has the needlework, launches it out as anyone's legend, and making the dive, but in his little circle, ZDZ having to flash away. He's dead for first blood. It's a double under the turret. Chocho also almost next.
Oh, the crown is gone from Rookie. Oh, there goes onto the backline. Bin onto Photic. They can't get the damage follow-up, though, because of that Keeper's Verdict on the Weiwei. The final chapter across, though. Rookie has the lightning crash. As the Ultra Shock laser comes out from Doggo. Doggo step it up here. Rookie can go over the wall as the lightning crash uses it. Tries to go back in on the Weiwei. Doggo has to get out. He's almost out of mana at this point. And you've got to be really careful. That's already Weiwei down 2. Doggo, you
so
gotta
low.
find a way to carry. Icon, somebody. Doggo's got 1. Can Doggo clean it up? Doggo's got 2. He's trying to find the miracle play. He's got him. No. Grisp goes down, and a triple kill is not enough. And V5 slammed the door on BLG.
They just dive. Ansem is gone. See ya later, LGDers. Top Esports happy to tank this tower up. Jaculov just free firing, untouched the entire play as he finishes them all off. A quadra kill on top of a dominant game. And I think Top Esports is just gonna end.
2 quadra kills in a row in 2 different Sivir games. And Hai Chao having a tough job ahead of him of stopping this push.
There's no way they don't dive the fountain. Hai Chao gives it on over. The pentakill for Jaculov.
받은 선수 라인전 되게 잘하는 편이라고 생각하고 또 TN 선수랑 합이 잘 맞아가지고 좀 정글을 많이 조심해야 될 것 같습니다. 좀 더 팀적으로 생각할 수 있게 된 게 많이 바뀐 것 같고 그리고 성적은 비록 저번보다 안 좋지만 뭔가 프로 때는 더 잘할 수 있을 것 같아요.
Welcome back to our match of the week, Top Esports versus V5, and game 1 of this second course meal is delivering, Dagda, as I'm Vazel, and it was an incredible first game from V5. A lot of questions still lingering for Top Esports, but there is no question at who got MVP that game. I think maybe, okay, I take that back wholeheartedly. There might be some questions, but Photic gets MVP anyways because, you know, coming in clutch with the Lucian, especially in a situation where he didn't have the greatest early lead, he found a way anyways.
I loved the adaptation that we saw from Photic, though, taking this first strike, right? Because again, you usually see press the attack, electrocute, but knowing that he's up against the Lulu, he's like, look, I actually can't get into range here, so I am better off taking the first strike, using that damage from the Culling, accelerating my game and the amount of items that I can get to a point where I am unstoppable. That's exactly what we saw here.
Yeah.
And Xiaolong Bao, great ganks onto the bottom side to help get Photic and PP God over the initial hurdle, and then get to a point where they were just dominating. Absolutely spectacular performance from this bot lane. And I have to give a shout out to PP God as well. I think PP God was instrumental to the success of Photic here as well. Like, so many great tidal waves. The bubbles were phenomenal. And as well, always being in the right place at the right time to make sure that he was able to dish out those slows with the Tide Caller's blessing. So overall, phenomenal gameplay from the V5 bot lane.
And again, speaking of the gameplay from V5 as a whole, right, it was still just the fact that they literally got a lead. And I don't know if you remember that gold grab, but it was a very far dip down in terms of, you know, V5 getting a lead and taking it home, right? They didn't even go for those early dragons. It was more so fights around the Rift Herald. And that's where I need to look at like a easier transition from the early game of Top Esports to the mid game. And especially maybe getting Knight a little bit more involved in the middle of the map and not necessarily the side lanes here, Dagda.
Yeah, I don't disagree with sending Knight off to the side lanes. I think it was just a case of, like, when you've got something like a Kog'Maw, you need so much time to scale into the game, but V5 just never really gave them that opportunity. Very quickly turning toward these early neutral objectives. And we actually talked about TN having a moment to get that first dragon for themselves, right? But instead using that time to go for an invade rather than going for that initial objective. So I think there was a couple of moments here in the game where V5 could have, like, drawn that game out longer, right? Because you then don't have to go for a third dragon. You don't have to worry about these things for Top Esports. It all just kind of nicely starts to slip into place. So I definitely think adjustments are going to have to be made from Top Esports, looking at these early dragons that we honestly set themselves up for being the team that likes to focus these dragons. Highest dragon rate in the league, but not willing to go towards that objective this time, came back to burn them.
And I think that for me is something to really hone in on because early pathing, man, Tiet had the uniqueness. He had the right gumption, I guess. He returned to mid lane twice against Rookie, but in the end, like, if you don't transition those early advantages, the early pressure into something, you're not going to get into that late game position you want to be. So for me, it's looking at this composition, even though we saw a lot of positive things from them in an early game, it's about shoring up some of those weaknesses, I feel like, going into this second game.
I agree. And I think that's going to be a lot of what we're going to be looking at here for Top Esports. Going, hey, what are we prioritizing here? Because while the Viego is synonymous with TN, is definitely comfort for TN, I'm not the biggest fan of Viego in general in this meta at the moment because it feels like there's so many things that can disrupt him, right? The Viego is very much a case of, hey, we get this mega engage off, we burn everybody, I come in, I ult, I'm getting all these resets, I'm carrying the fight through that, right? But what we're seeing is a lot more is that because it's like late game carries from the bot lane, not really burst orientated picks in a lot of situations, more facilitators in the mid lane, the damage isn't coming in for Viego to get those resets anymore. So the fact that V5 have been pushing TN onto this pick has kind of been working out relatively well, so he's kind of invisible when he gets to the later point. Now we'll have to see if they do prioritize the Wukong more here, as it's a very similar draft to what we had in game 1.
And very similar sides, right? I mean, exactly similar sides. Top Esports on the red side, V5 on the blue side.
Oh, wow.
It is a first pick Yubi from Top Esports. So they said, okay, we got game 1 out of the way. Let's go ahead and get our strategy going for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we started to see already a little bit from Mark. He has 2 games on it at 13 KDA, but nowhere near this super high priority. It does mean Wukong and potentially the Sylas can be taken here by V5 if they're very worried against the Sylas in the mid lane. But honestly, I think Rookie, his Orianna, did a fantastic job of keeping the Sylas in check. And especially with the fact you're on red side, I think you just take your AD carry here, make sure that you're going to be safe. Whether it's something like the Sivir, if you want to, just make sure that you're going to be in an okay spot. And if top esports don't take the Sylas on this next rotation, okay, cool. We just ban it away. We just ban it coming into the next phase. We still got counter pick for Rookie, which is the most important part. Rich can play a tank top. We're all good here.
Yeah, I think that's an easy choice and easy line of decision making at least to have. I love the Wukong pickup for V5 though. Again, just sticking with some comfort there, but as well as the playmaking ability we saw from Xiaolongbao last game. They also get the Senna here for the bottom lane, so a little bit different of a setup this time around.
Sivir gonna be the answer here. Yumi Sivir, just such a strong bot lane to go against this. You got great scaling and the opportunity just continues to shove in that wave, especially since you tend to pair the the Senna with something that isn't the best at wave clear, one of those melee supports or melee champion at least anyway. Trundle locked in here for Tien, a good answer into the Wukong, kind of separates out the fights and can also steal away a lot of those stats that make it very easy to burst out, but that would be a really cool pickup for PP God.
Oh man, I'm just gonna look the other way until I see the red screen lock in there, because I think obviously there's a lot of options on the board with the Sentinel lane. We've seen, like, obviously Tom Kench be very, very highly prized with it.
Okay.
But it is the Seraphine locked in for V5, so they're bringing out some tech here, Dagda.
Yeah, and I'm actually literally scrolling through PP God's picks, because I was like just niggling the back of my head. It's like, we've seen Senna Wukong, maybe it's something like that, but hasn't actually been playing a huge amount of the Seraphine. Now, something that goes incredibly well with the Senna here, ton of setup then for a beefy frontline. So honestly, if I'm V5, I'm the one angling to get a Sylas, because the Wukong, a Sylas, a Gnar or something for Rich in that top lane, which is immediately banned away by top esports, would be unbelievable with this double heal, shield, spear extravaganza coming in from your bot lane.
Hey, I'm all here for the extravaganza. We get the Sejuani ban for V5 though in the second phase. We'll see what they want to actually ban as their final ban here. I would expect, obviously, for towards us to try to get something going. They actually get the Ornn off the table here, so taking away one of their own picks.
I feel like they're setting up Rich for some sort of carry pick, though. I still think you take Sylas here. You leave counter pick for Rich if top esports don't ban away the Sylas. But you've already got great engage from the Wukong. I mean, you've got more follow-up that can come through as well with the Sylas, especially if you're looking at things like the Yumi ult. Sylas does really well with the Trundle ultimate as well. They work super well in conjunction with each other. So I'm curious to see exactly what they want to go for. But I definitely think you take a blind mid here and leave counter pick for Rich.
Absolutely, especially with the way that the bans are going out. If Rookie, yep, all right, cool. Well, you got Bodyguard on the Rift. Man, every time I see this guy play the Sylas, it is so crazy, because you just think about the way he approaches the game cerebrally, but as well as the avenues forward for Sylas. The fact that you have that mobility at a mid lane. You also can steal those ultimates, which gives you so many avenues in team fights. And seeing this guy on the Sylas, I know we just got to see Knight Sylas, but I'm very excited for Rookie Sylas here myself.
Yeah, I like this adaptation coming through from top esports though. Gragas for Wayward means you've got great disengage for things like a Wukong and a Sylas. I'd actually love to see the Rise as well here. I think having something that can try and play heavily in this early stages towards sides is going to be fantastic. But we're going to see something kind of similar with the LeBlanc, but this is a bit more of a skill matchup. I will say the Rise who just brainlessly pushes mid lane. Instead, you have to actually be thoughtful about how you want to try and play for this matchup. And on the upside, okay, I was curious what carry we were going to get for Rich. And Aatrox, beautiful pickup. Again, a ton of CC help for him, a ton of speed ups coming through from the Seraphine, healing, shielding, all that good stuff that Aatrox thrives with. And I'm loving what V5 brought to the table. This is a super unique draft.
Man, to come into the second game like this after the early starts, right, in game number 1, I am here for it. The fact that we get the rich potential on the Aatrox, but we're right back to the mid lane focus for me, because you've got the golden left-handed knight piloting the LeBlanc, and now The second iteration of the Silas, but in Rookie's hands for this second game. Fireworks abound in this mid lane. I'm very excited to see how both teams kind of work around that setup.
And this is a champion for Knight that he made his name famous on at that mid-season cup in 2020, where top esports were able to beat their Korean counterparts and push it across the line to take home that title with some phenomenal outplays on this LeBlanc. Now we'll have to see if he can do the same against Rookie. Knight was very much invisible in that last game, and now we'll have to see if Rookie can show him how it's done by taking that Silas away.
Well, here we are, one game away from B5 potentially ending that slump and really coming back with all abandoned here against Top Esports. And Top Esports, they were a series away from locking in first seed in the LPL summer, and now you're just hoping to get to game 3. B5 versus Top Esports. Rookie versus Knight, and everything in between. This is why we're here. This is the competition that we live for, and I am all but ready to find out who takes this second game.
B5 setting up for Knight to come in here, though. Will not let him get that ward down. Really nice early decision making from V5 here. Reading exactly what every LeBlanc on the planet tries to do and being in position for it. So I don't think he didn't get a ward down. So no information going across to Top Esports. And as you say, Mazel, Top Esports are trying to lock in first place with this win. Bring us back to summer 2020, where they took first place in regular split, they took first place in playoffs, but a very much forgotten information from that time was that in the regular split, Top Esports lost 2-1 to V5. If we are going back to 2020, Rookie still has the opportunity to take down Knight. V5 have the opportunity to take down Top Esports one more time. And Top Esports must also overcome history, statistics, matchups, mental warfare that Knight, the mental block that Knight seems to have against his counterpart in the mid lane here to push us to that game 3 and take this series.
And there's nothing else I would want to see Knight on, I feel like, in this moment, right? The high mechanical skill ceiling of this player matched with the high skill ceiling of the LeBlanc and finding your into these fights. It's going to be difficult. That's not saying it's going to be easy. You're going against a very tough peel style composition if they get in the retreat stance, I guess, for V5. So it's going to be a lot of little things that matter the most for Knight if he's trying to find that success.
It's kind of a tale of two parts here for Top Esports, right? As you say, for Knight, he wants to be threatening PP God and Photic on the backline. Make sure they're not able to set up properly to continuously support this front line from V5. Whereas when you look at the rest of Top Esports, they are all on Protect the Jackie-Love. And that's why already you can see TN is playing down towards this bottom side, pathing down here to make sure that there's no funny business that can come through in these early stages and make sure that Jackie-Love can stay safe. Now, he will take a ton of harass in this matchup. One of the things that is a pain with PP God and Photic on the Seraphine and the Senna is not only the fact that they're great in team fights, you have a ton of range, a ton of poke, and against a Sivir that is quite short ranged, it is going to be an issue.
So then we obviously have to look at the next big influencer in this matchup. And what we saw be a big influence in game number 1, it was the matchup in jungle, right? It was the TN early aggression, the proactivity that ended up not being the best situations for Top Esports being, because XLB was still finding advantages when he was roaming around the map. So where do you see kind of that ebb and flow between these two junglers in this one, especially with the matchup of Wukong versus the Trundle?
I feel like a lot of this is going to be a case of trying to play for Rift Out in the early stages for Shelong Bao up topside as TN making his way in bot, but as you can see, speed ups from PP God keep V5 completely safe, also with the wave pushing in, but should mean that Jackie-Love is okay. Shelong Bao immediately runs up towards this top side as Wayward's wave is pushing out.
He actually won't be spotted out on any wards because there aren't any, but Wayward, he's in some trouble here. Shelong Bao is just trying to get the flash out of the big old Gragas. Won't do so this time around, but it's been attempted ganks from both junglers already, and that's some of that proactivity.
Yeah, the Infernal Chains wasn't there for Rich, so wasn't able to kind of lock up this Gragas a bit further and guarantee that, but it will give some presence towards Rich, who can crash this wave. Now look for a reset as well, and we'll have to see now, as heavy trading in the spot side. PP got a Photic poke going a bit wide.
Yeah, Jackie-Love playing with some serious confidence down there. Mark right at his side, and it's working out really well. The ricochets especially putting in a lot of work for Jackie Love, and they will continue to push this as the back comes through for PP God. He does have the TP, so the pressure won't be that long. Nice little body slam to get out of that one.
Yeah, wasn't sure if Rich would connect with the follow-up, but won't be able to. As you say, though, TP for PP God could be used to get back to bot, but they're actually just going to use that as Photic to farm up and just get some gold underneath the spell. Because, again, like, you can still collect some of this CS as a Senna, even if you are fasting, and it just means he'll be able to pick up the double longsword on the reset, get some boots as well, which is going to make this harass even more difficult for Jackie Love to deal with, because you can use that move speed to continuously pace yourself on the auto attacks. But overall, I think I want to go back to your conversation here of Xiaolong Bao, because I think Xiaolong Bao had a fantastic game one. Like, honestly, probably the best game I've seen from Xiaolong Bao all split long. Like, matching Tien really well, being in the right place at the right time, but it almost felt like, again, he was playing to what he wanted to do, what he was reading on the map. My biggest criticism of Xiaolong Bao has been that he's constantly listening to people like Rookie, who's in trouble.
Yeah, he goes in on the abduct there in the back end. He's in some serious trouble now. The Kingslayer ain't going to save him today. Tien almost dies to the tower, but that'll be first blood for Knight in the mid lane.
Nice job there, just to catch Rookie as he went aggressive. Knight kind of baiting that one out, Tien being in the perfect spot. And we said Top Esports love to play through this mid jungle. They need to double down on that coming into game 2. And this will unlock Knight to try and play for Jackie Love and Mark on this bottom side. And already, look at where he's moving. He sees Xiaolong Bao. He wants to shut that down.
He does. They have the orb that comes across, though, so at least XLB will know that Knight's on his way down here. He's just moving back, though. The mind games of this man, Dag. The mind games.
No level 6, though, and PP got relatively low. You don't have a lot of damage on this bottom side. So it looks like at the moment, just trying to see if he can steal away camps, make sure that he's able to keep some presence on the bottom lane so Photic and PP God can continue to push in this wave, get that turret play for themselves. But you still have to be very careful because Trundle is on the way down. Xiaolong Bao, respecting that, will back away.
Do you think we see any increase in jungle, at least priority on the dragons? I know we got a lot of focus on the Rift Heralds, but do you think we, especially for Top Esports falling down so heavily in terms of those neutral objectives, do you feel like they pick it up at least to try to make up for that?
It's really difficult to do so just because, like, you technically have 2 ranged champions on Top Esports side, but one of them doesn't really auto attack. So it's kind of like a 2v1 lane here in the bottom side when it comes to that push power. So for Top Esports, trying to lean into those dragons is going to be super hard. The only way I can really see it happening is, like, if they try and unlock Knight again, like gank Rookie now that he's flashless, Knight gets a chain, you kill Rookie, then you turn in towards Dragon. But with the Rift Herald about to spawn in just 8 minutes time, this now becomes really hard for Top Esports to try and play this Rift Herald objective because, I was going to say TP on PP God, but he actually used it to get back bot lane. But he may actually be able to just continuously shove in this tower and roam up now that they have that push to the Rift Herald.
Look at Tien. He's going for the aggression here on Xiaolong Bao. He's trying to take away the crouch, just knowing that he wants to keep the body, the mark onto XLB. Rich was first to roam, though, so Tien has to back away after that one. But we'll still love to see, like, Tien trying to get in the face of XLB because we got to see in that bottom lane, XLB is perfectly fine, you know, spending a lot of time to make sure the setup is correct, especially around that bottom lane. But in the end, it's Tien trying to make that aggression work for them and maybe even set up for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, see, Tien knows that with the pathing Xiaolong Bao went, he's not going to hit 6. You can see Xiaolong Bao is still level 5. So that's why he's trying to play aggressive, but nice. Fancy feat here.
He's got a
really
bit
good
of
damage
aggression
onto
there.
both Rookie and PP God.
Yeah, but it's turning right back. Oh, the Ogor blast out of from Knight. He'll take a tower shot to PP God.
So Knight will have to flash, but I mean, he's still going to be able to get healed up by Mark. PP God not having that ultimate is going to be pretty big. Photic, though, still has his. Mark would love to hit that 6.
Hit the chains on a PP God there. The lockdown as well. Do they get him? Flash over the wall. The ricochet is not enough. Photic actually putting in some nice damage on the back end of it. Top Esports now in the mid lane with Tien and Wayward. They'll turn back to this Rift Herald potentially.
I love how Top Esports are playing this, though. Knight not overcommitting, just constantly harassing and poking. Jackie Love nearly able to get PP God, but that's 2 big ultimates burnt already, 5v5. Whereas you still got so much available for Top Esports. Rich, though, having control over top side and moving down means that he's actually in a position to try and help out with this Rift Herald. So despite how well Top Esports tried to play that, it still will be the Rift Herald going over to V5.
And it's also a flash down for Wayward as well. We saw in that picture-in-picture, he got it burned as his mispositioning, at least in the top side of the map. So see if they revisit that. Obviously, Flash Body Slam being a big piece to the Gragas puzzle, at least. But V5 take the Rift Herald here, and that'll be continued aggression, at least towards the top side. Now it's about where do they use this Rift Herald? Dagda?
I definitely want to see the solo lanes used. Again, like, you are running a double support, essentially, bot lane. So getting these frontliners ahead is actually the core of this team. So I'd love to see Rookie getting that, especially just because, I mean, the faster you can get Rookie to a point where he's, you know, 2 items, got the Zhonya's, maybe actually wants to go for a second item Banshees just against the LeBlanc, but having him in a spot where he's more comfortable is going to be probably your core leading win condition. So you can even use that to teeter over in towards things like the Dragon as well. The only argument I'd have maybe for V5 using a bot is just, hey, we've already got 3 turret plates only available on this bot side with this wave pushing in, so just go for it.
We'll see if TED wants to go for it here. Will actually back out at the last second there. Nice warding from Photic, and this is Dragon, started up by V5.
Yeah, just nice done. Pushing bot, pushing mid. Can't contest this as top esports. No blast cone for TN to try and get over the wall as well. So just V5 using the pushing power they have on bot and getting a nice timing window there with Rookie. Just, again, V5 playing the map better than top esports have been in this series.
And that means I have to get a check-in here, because I personally was thinking we were going to get that aggression from top esports, but it's really been dissuaded by V5. And I'm looking at the V5 comp, right? I'm looking at that set of Seraphine bottom lane, and it gets terrifying. I think there's still some very good scaling options on top esports as well, but it still is, you're not getting this early advantage for the mid-jungle duo that I would like to see for top esports.
Yeah, it's also just the fact your composition's so short range for top esports that one mistake
They're going in. XLB's here first, though. That is not going to be enough for the final chapter, but Jackie Love flashes for it. Donnie Shadow will pick up the kill for Photic. Here comes TN. He's trying to separate against Mark. Mark doesn't survive, and that's 2 kills to V5 now. They've got the support, but XLB goes down. Rookie is now here, and he's trying to get the kills himself. Knight and TN make it out by the skin of their teeth.
Just not quite able to get the healing that you wanted there from Photic. Rookie TPing down, so 2 for 2, all said and done. But it is going to be Jackie Love falling slightly further behind, losing out on this wave. Nice. Gets the chains onto Rookie. Can't do much more.
There isn't much left to be said. He wants to get that last turret plate there. He does get it. The aggression not answered to either. Knight will start his back, but the pressure is not stopping. They're continuing to push this lane. It might just look for the 2 plates at least. You have TP from Knight if he wants to come back and respond, but Jackie Love is right here ready to go to try and stop this push.
Yeah, I think Rookie just going to reset. No, though, as I say that. So they will realize that he's still in the bush, but they won't know whether Rookie's backed or not. Photic probably giving the game up there. So Jackie Love will just stay back. Shelongbao with no Cyclone to speak of.
That's Rift Herald.
So, yeah, they're just going to try and crack this one open. Seraphine, PP God move to the mid lane to push against Knight to make sure that there's not losing anything here.
They're just trying to get this Rift Herald into the tower. The charge will come through. Jackie Love still pressing up. That shot look out getting very low from those ricochets. They don't really have much more to speak of, and Jackie Love, Mark will just clear out the wave after a very unfortunate series of events for them. But we'll look at the start of this crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I thought PP God was actually going to get out of here for a second, but just not quite able to. Jackie Love able to finish him off on the back of this. Mark gets knocked up here, so he can't safely escape to TN, and Shelongbao just about able to finish him off. And then Shelongbao tries to stick around here, but one of the things about Wukong is, in these early stages, very susceptible to magic damage, so Knight's Burst takes him out of the equation. Top esports, though, after seeing Shelongbao reset, trying to invade on this bottom side, and Rookie's very low.
Very low. He's got the subjugation. He's going to pop it onto TN. He has the Kingslayer if he wants to get some healing. Knight has to back away as well, but V5, they want to chase. And they're actually using a lot of the speed up bridges over the wall. They're flashing forward for this one. The Cyclone TN is down. And V5, Jackie Love left out on his own. And Mark, you're not attached to anybody. And that's a sad, sad kitty. V5, they represent.
Top esports may want to own the top spot, but V5 own the map right now. Every time top esports try to make a play, V5 know they have the advantage. Wayward, no TP. Rich says, I want a piece of that. Immediately TPs down to the bottom side, and they turn that play around.
What do you say as Knight? I don't even know. I'm
sorry.
bad. Like,
You say sorry.
I just don't even know. Like, you're finding your picks, you're getting your comfort, you're trying your darndest, but every time you look, Rookie's face just gives you a jump scare. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, Wayward, it looks like Nutty just checking the bush, could have interrupted that back, but with that flash over the wall, as you said, gets the distance that he needed. The Cyclone's second proc was there to continue the knockup, and because Top Esports are trying to save the play, it all goes disastrously. Fantastic lockup there, by the way, from Photic, like spreading his focus there to make sure he gets the CC and the kill. You're looking at 2 kills now for Photic in the supportive AD carry role. You've got kills for Xiaolong Bao as well. Again, more kills going to Rich in that top side. This front line of V5 is getting pretty damn scary, and we've got the next Rift Tower now about to spawn in 20 seconds. A V5 in the position already.
Yeah, I was gonna, after all of this, if we didn't get everything that just happened, I was gonna. So, I want to check in on the island for Rich and Wayward, see how their vacation is going. But Rich was like, I'm taking a first-class ticket to the bottom lane, and we're going to fight. And Wayward's like, wait, where's my ticket? I thought I bought one too. But in the end, it's V5 coming out holistically on top. We'll see if they get caught in some of that aggression, though, as Knight just continuously poking and prodding at the defenses of Victory 5.
I honestly think for Top Esports, they're kind of counting their lucky stars that it won't be an Ocean Soul, but Dragon is up and available.
Lot of damage. Oh, that is not the bush you want to walk into, Tien. And he's just dead outright. Rookie gets the kill.
I was about to say if Top Esports wanted to trade Dragon for Riftail, but it's bloody Top Esports, and they found Photic.
Knight is just trying to force the hand here of Photic. He's trying to get a kill in here to even things up, but he just can't.
Rookie hiding in the bush, waiting to see how aggressive Knight was willing to go, but Riftail now goes to V5. And again, you can still contest the Dragon if you want to as V5, just because you've still got push, and Tien only on his way out of base, so you can still get the resets and be in position for Dragon. Rich and PP God are going to make sure they stick around to try and clear out this wave, though.
Yeah, at least get a little bit of defense going for themselves in that aspect. So I think it's important to see. But it is Dragon for Top Esports, so the first objective for themselves. They haven't gotten the Rift Heralds, they haven't gotten any of the Dragons so far, but they'll get the Ocean Dragon, so at least a little mark on the board.
V5 instead going to trade Dragon for this top tier 1. Xiaolong Bao won't need to put down the Rift Herald, which means now you've got Rookie who can push in top, Rich who can push in bot because he is the advantage over Wayward, and then immediately collapse mid with the Rift Herald for themselves. Knight will respond in kind with that tower on the bot side, but it still gives an advantage to V5. It's actually screw mid lane apparently. V5 just want the tier 2.
We saw this last game. They are so quick to pull the trigger and to make lasting damage. Speaking of lasting damage, Wayward, he has to flash. That's another huge cooldown from the Gragas. Knight is just going in. He loses half his health bar. The Dawning Shadow will pop the clone as well, and Wayward, oh no. Okay, Photic not going to have the damage just yet, but V5, they find the tier 2 tower. They find everything they want on this top side.
Yeah, PP God is pushing mid as well, so we'll get some chip damage onto this mid turret, but V5 not going to be in a position to fully help him.
He's trying to get out of there. He's like, XLP, go the other way. Go the other way. The rest of the team actually, Photic coming here, but PP God's already down. The Encore doesn't even come out. They're TPing in, though. TES, this could be a moment for them to strike true, but Rich is now here to defend, and Top Esports just want to push.
Everything has been blown by both these teams for tiny skirmishes because they know how crucial every bit of gold is going to be in this matchup. Rookie now with the subjugate will need to be careful as Tien moves in.
Tien forcing under the tower, Knight going in, half health, Photic. He almost goes down. Tien is not down yet, though. He gets the healing from Mark, and the aggression, the siege continues for Top Esports.
Yeah, big wave on top side will need to be collected by Top Esports. Wave pushing in bot as well means that Top Esports will back away. But these fights, Mazel, are getting so incredibly close. And Rookie, he was spotted on the ward, so Jackie Love knows he's there. They're trying to collapse with Knight. They want to circle him out.
Yeah, our XLP's right here, though, on the other side. You also have Mark, or at least PP God coming in to try and stop a little bit of this, as the Seraphine is like to do. Not going to be contesting over that red buff, though, as V5 realize they don't want to overextend at a moment like this.
We'll actually just take their leeway and move away from that. I still think, though, looking at top esports, some changes need to come through. Definitely need to start prioritizing some of these grievous wounds. The only person who has at the moment is Knight, and that's not going to be good enough right now. So we'll have to see if they start to pick that one up. But here, PP God very much overextends. I don't know if he expected V5 to like rotate across the mid lane, because I think that could have been a potential play, but after that, like Shelong Bao then coming in as well to try and save him, it all just goes pear-shaped, and V5 have to commit Rookie's TP as well. So a lot of those advantages they picked up on that topside play, like TP advantage mid, some of these summoner spells, now all being blown. So V5 will have to see how they will do with this next dragon in 2 minutes time.
I still just zooming out of this series and looking out like the 13 series win streak for top esports. The slump, right? V5 has lost series in recent memory to Weibo Gaming, to JDG, to OMG. Yes, they were coming up with victories in terms of BLG and Ultra Prime, but to see this difference, to see them taking it to top esports, it's an incredible sight to behold. And again, you just got to start thinking about the curse that Rookie has overnight, but maybe that curse is going to transfer to Rich, because he could be caught out here. That cask will get him right under tower, though.
Just about eking him into safety. You can see Rookie was not there, and again, no TP because he used it to try and save PP God. So this is why top esports are trying so desperately to just poke and prod V5, see if they can create this advantage for themselves. But good wave clear from Photic and PP God. Rich being there to support it means they will all just back away as V5's mid laner pushes in the bot lane.
I got to shout out Knight, though. As we were seeing earlier on to Photic, we stated, right, that is his job. If you can blow up Photic, PP God, that is a huge into these team fights for him. And he's getting there, right? He's like two items in, going to be working on his third, but it's about staying ahead of the game in that aspect, being able to have the damage profile to take down Photic and PP God in that one fell swoop. But it's getting scarier and scarier.
It's going to be harder and harder as well, especially when we look like Dragon in 30 seconds, right? No position on mid lane for either squad at the moment as they're looking to reset. But, I mean, the Seraphine going to be doing a ton of healing, a ton of shielding. Photic as well has that heal as well to keep himself safe. Might be working towards the Eclipse, but also an Edge of Night could be in the near future for Photic as well. So suddenly it starts to become less and less easy for Knight to find these big picks. But at the moment, the chip damage still reigns on this mid lane turret with Dragon in 7 seconds. Reset from Rich. The TP will be coming to try and make these plays happen for V5.
Yeah, they're going to move in here with having cleared out that mid lane push. They will have some priority from mid lane, and Spirit Visage has been completed for Rich. We got a decent out of power spike here for V5. Knight on the side tries to take down XLB. He doesn't do so. Rookie is in the pit, but he can't get in there just yet. Tien is the only one on the dragon right now, and V5 are trying to move in to make sure. Oh my God, Jackie Love! He gets the one, the final chapter, the cast. It is looking like a top esports fight, but Tien is a little bit separated. The healing, the dawning shadow. Is Rich gonna have enough here? But it's the front to back from top esports that's working out in their favor. The flash from Wayward, he's down! PP God, he's able to find the difference maker, and Rich is looking for Jackie Love. The nice little pillar from Tien separates the fight, and we just get blood, but not that many kills.
The sustain is real for V5. They're constantly getting these health bars topped up. No, he goes!
Rookie!
He gets Rookie! He needs to keep this up, though. Shelong Bao is not here. Tien is trying to heal off the chickens, but V5 have found him. They will back away. Knight has dissuaded the play onto the dragon.
Man, the knight in shining armor here. He's got his sword wielded, and he is trying. He is finding the little moments to capitalize, and finally takes down Rookie in that big moment, forcing V5 off the objective. But you know their eyes are going to turn right back to it. They are here in full force. They're waiting out Rookie about 10 seconds, but they're trying to position and catch out TES.
The big thing is, though, that these major ultimates for PP God and Photic are a little bit slower at coming up. PP God was just about to crest over with the cooldown. Photic will not have the Dawning Shadow. That is such a large part of V5's composition. Rookie, though, and everyone else will have their ultimates. Same when you look across the top esports, except for Mark.
Oh, Knight going across. Let's get the damage down. This root does come through. He doesn't have that damage to take down PP God in one fell swoop. V5 now having Rookie, now having some of those ultimates available. The Cyclone for XLP, the setup is so crucial. They try to go in for Knight. Knight is so expertly diving into these fights, and now he's got the flank here, Dagda. It's going to be very tricky. Subjugate taken by Rookie. And it's Top Esports moving into the contest of V5 over this dragon. It's not even that important of a dragon, and V5 want to go for the fight. They've already gotten Wayward, and Knight is nowhere to be found. Maybe on the back end, the Encore goes wide. Knight still just edging on the fight, but he can't necessarily get in. He's been able to get the poke in. He tries to take down XLB, but he can't do it, and that's Dragon for V5.
V5 needed to find that play immediately. They were running out of mana on Photic and PP God. The poke from Top Esports was becoming a major issue, but they find it onto Wayward. They get the turn, and they will get Dragon as well. But that is the most tense Cloud Dragon I have seen all split long, Mazel.
You would think that's an Elder Dragon. That was second dragon of the game for V5.
Absolutely insane. But watch here. Knight, again, tries to get onto Shellout, but just can't quite finish him off. But the healing is always coming through from PP God. Oh, this is the first one, actually. We're going right back to the first part of this fight. I thought we were on the second one, but yeah, that was just a nice cue through the fight for the kill on towards Shelong Bao. But again, like, the sustain is insane, right? Like, PP God continuously keeping people like Rich super healthy, giving the shielding to get the sustain. Rich then obviously having a bunch of his own sustain with the Gore Drinker and the way he's able to interact as well. As we come back to live, Photic is gone. And Baron is on the cards. I mean, Top Esports, maybe they're just looking for that mid lane, but having that AD carry down is huge for Top Esports.
It is, and all off the back of Knight sitting at 4-0-1. The redemption from game number 1 where we said he was invisible. Well, you can't say he's invisible now, Dagda, as he is the cornerstone in damage and trying to pick apart these fights for Top Esports.
Yeah, blinking in and out of existence and making Photic blink in and out of existence is Knight. And this again is the champion that he made his name on at the Mid-Season Cup in 2020. And now trying to bring this game back as well for Top Esports. Only a 2,000 gold lead. Knight on the side. Rich.
He's a little bit tanky, though, and Knight needs to be careful. Tien is the benefactor, though, as he sets it up and knocks it down. Rich is already gone. XLB with the Cyclone, nicely done. Encore, and V5, they turn it around on the drop of a hat.
How does that even happen? Jackie Love gets caught, and V5, just like that, are feeling themselves. Tien dead, Jackie Love dead. Now V5 are feeling like they can move on. Knight and Mark, though, have a lot of poke, a lot of healing, and I don't know if V5 necessarily want to be on the brunt end of that, but they are moving over towards the Baron. This could be it. Like, a Knight and Wayward need to make a hero play.
This is the scariest thing. We're going to get a picture of that initial fight, and we'll talk about this Barrett as it goes down, because Knight is going to be there. Wayward as well for the poke, and there's a lot of AP poke coming through. Rookie immediately goes in. Knight tries to go in the pit. It's a split focus, but Wayward is down already, and Rich can play bodyguard here. He goes over the wall, going away from Knight, actually. And Baron down for B5. Knight on the wrong side of town, on the wrong side of the tracks. But he jukes them perfectly. And even if they lose the Baron, I think you could say positive that Knight got out. But the scariest part is that B5 last game, if you remember, they took one advantage, they snowballed it, and took out Top Esports. They can do so again at the drop of a hat like we saw in this fight.
And here, I mean, Knight gets a good amount of damage on towards Rich. The cast is beautiful from Wayward, but the follow-up with the Dawning Shadow, then PP God, fantastic ult. The lockdown for initially from his E as well means that Jackie Love just gets caught in place. Beautiful stuff from PP God on the Seraphine. You even see the Banshee's Veil now on PP God. Going to make it incredibly hard for Knight to pick him off. No Edge of Night for Photic means he's still a target.
They're just snowballing it. They're doing it again, Dag. I don't know what to say for Top Esports. They've just disappeared off the map, and V5 are taking presence.
Baron in pushing mid. Rookie in boss. Top Esports are crumbling. V5 are picking them off.
No way! XLB goes down as a trade back. Rich is in some trouble here. Jackie Love has a serious damage, and Knight is following it up. They get Rich on the backside. It's 2 down for V5, but now Jackie Love is trying to make a miracle happen. Knight on the side. Jackie Love is down! And Photic and the rest of V5 will move mid. This is a giant move.
Knight needs to hold. Knight needs to be the hero here as V5 do not look like they want to stop. The inhibitor will fall. 30 seconds until Dragon, but 10 until TN.
No way.
Can Top Esports hold?
No way. The towers are falling like paper being torn to shreds. V5 do just get the one. They realize they need to back out of this one. Even if Knight takes about half his chunk in damage, it's just the one tower and the mid inhib that they come away with.
They should be able to back up towards this Cloud Dragon as well. These Cloud Dragons are actually going to be very, very good for the side of V5. That slow resistance is going to be beautiful against things like TN.
They don't care. They're trying to do exactly what they did last game. They're just ending it here. Final chapter across the board. PP God will flash. XLB is right here on the corner with Rich on his way. They get one big engage. This is just game for Top Esports, and they do not want to let that happen. It is on a knife's edge.
V5 don't want to toss it, though. When they're teetering on the edge of victory, when they're teetering on that knife's edge, they will take the low-hanging fruit. They will go back towards the dragon. The Baron will fall off in 7 seconds, but it is a 4,500 gold increase for them, and so much of it is off these plays here on your screen. Xiaolong Bao goes in, will fall for his troubles, and Jackie Love is trying his heart out here to carry this with the speed up from the ultimate, getting on towards Rich, but with too many members of V5 collapsing onto mid lane, he just doesn't have the support that he needs, and Rookie will not let him escape from this one.
The double Everfrost because Mark comes out of the last second. Oh, it's incredible to watch. We're seeing the setup in bottom lane, though. Jackie Love is all by himself. Knight actually having Mark on his toe. He'll be trying to get something in here to try to take out Bodic or even PP God, but at this point, it's so difficult. We'll see the setup. V5 moving around the horn here, and Rich goes over the wall. They are just trying to get these picks, and they're doing exactly what we saw last game. They forced bottom lane so heavily last game and ended up winning because of it, and here they are yet again.
And they've been able to force Top Esports away from this bot tower, so should get some decent damage on towards this. Wave in mid, not quite there, but the tower will fall. Top Esports are crumbling. They don't have a base.
Shadow, Rookie goes in, and that's it. That's gotta be it. V5 find the fight against Top Esports. You might have a 13-win streak. You might be the most dominant team right now in the LPL, but Knight will always fall to Rookie, and everything stays the same. They will wait on the minions, but it is a tried and true victory for Victory 5. It is a holistic effort, but you have to look at Rookie in the mid lane, constantly dominating the golden left hand of Knight, and V5 upset history.
Questions were posed to V5 saying, what can you do? Your slump from spring playoffs has come early, my friends. You are out of contention. You do not deserve to be in the top 4. Well, today they answered back. Proudly, they stand above Top Esports, and proudly, they will take the 2-0 win.
Man, the fact that everything came down to unrelenting aggression against the likes of Top Esports. Xiaolong Bao against a world champion in TN, against multiple incredible legendary players of the LPL. And we see V5 not only come around XLB playing to the lanes, Rookie finding the most incredible upsides against Knight. It just feels like a different team, Dagda. That slump, the few losses we've seen V5 take, it's non-existent in this particular series against Top Esports.
We had our dartboard at the start of the day where he said you take a look at every single matchup and every one of them is going to be a banger. Every one of them is going to matter, and every one of them V5 came out on top on. Rich dominated Wayward. Xiaolong Bao controlled the map against TN. You had Photic and PP God stepping up in the Lucian Nami against Jackie Love and Mark. And then again coming in with this Seraphine and Senna. And in that mid lane, Rookie proves once more that Knight can hold the stats. Knight may hold top KDA. Knight may hold highest CSD at 15. But that does not matter against the behemoth that is Rookie in that mid lane.
He will improve to 24-9 overnight all time, and if at this point, I'm just wondering if Knight has nightmares over Rookie, because it just seems like no matter what, this guy Rookie is always on it. Even when you're seeing, like, I love that you pointed out the fact that like Jackie Love trying so desperately hard, Knight trying so desperately hard to pull that game back from the brink. But in all actuality, the cohesion, the team comp, the execution from Rookie and the rest of his teammates, it was too difficult.
And this is exactly what so many people were hoping to see from Victory 5. This is the Victory 5 that we got at the start of the split. And people are like, best team in the world. They're going to win Worlds. They're going to go on and do the LPL proud. But having that slump come in where, yes, they end up like losing series to OMG, to JDG, but having really tough series against like the likes of Ultra Prime, barely winning out in their last series, struggling against BLG. This was exactly what V5 needed to find that confidence once more. And it feels like now, can we see that slump is over? Because we saw this slump in spring 2020 or 2022 playoffs, where they couldn't get themselves together. They fell apart, and we got to see Orangey, top esports, start to move on and move into the finals when a lot of people expected V5 to be there. Now, it feels like V5 are back, firing all cylinders. You can see there, the damage is all on top esports side, but the healing, the gameplay, the coordination from V5 was too much for top esports to handle.
The little nuances that this series brings out as well. The fact that V5 not only take a 2-0 victory over top esports, they end the 13 series win streak for top esports. They deny the lock-in of the first seed in the LPL summer split, at least to this point. And those are just two huge underlying factors that are complemented so well by the fact that this V5 roster is putting it on, right? Like, we're finally seeing the clicking, I feel like, for XLB and the rest of the team, where I know we've had our doubts for this jungler coming in for Karsa, one of the most lauded junglers in the LPL, but it's been really, really interesting to see how the team kind of works around him, but as well as how he works around the rest of the team.
And that's the thing. It felt like Xiaolong Bao was able to play his game today. He wasn't going, hey, I have to, focus on this lane for Rookie. I have to do this for this time. It was, hey, I am a good jungler. I understand what I need to do. Leave me to it. And playing his style, he controlled TN from start to finish. Stopped him from being able to get these snowballs that TN has been so good at, and shut down, as you say, top esports from their win streak, from securing first place. Now, top esports will still get a second chance against anyone's legend. They will still be able to secure first place. But for V5, the fact that now you're sitting at 13-3, when you're looking at teams like Orangey, 13-2, 14-2 for JDG, they still have a chance now if any of these teams drop a game to try and catch back up. So definitely keeping V5 alive, but showing that they deserve to be in that top 4 spot with the rest of these teams.
And it's the likes of LGD that they'll be going up against in their last series, right? So that'll be a nice send home for them going into the playoffs if they're able to secure that win. And again, just making the top 4 so absolutely crazy, especially like you said all the time, right? It's the fact that it just feels right that we're actually finally getting this iteration of V5. Like, I don't know what else to say, because it's been so long since we've been talking about this roster, talking about the big change that V5 made when they brought in, the revamped roster with Rookie, but we hadn't seen those. We've seen the failings of V5 really in the last split, even with some like the crazy records they've had. And then at the end of the split, to not fall in those slumps, to actually find a momentum moving forward, as I say all the time, is so important in the LPL. It just means that the sky's the limit for this roster.
And that, I think, for so many of these players, is going to mean a huge amount, right? For Rookie to see him stepping up once more, taking on a carry role here, not playing the facilitators like the Aries and the Talias and these kind of things that we see a lot. The Orianna, his most touted pick. The Silas bringing it out here, looking fantastic on it. For Photic as well, being able to get vindication against top esports. Because when you look at top esports, like, again, in spring, it was V5 that were able to beat them in the regular split. But in playoffs, both times V5 fell to top esports. Now in summer, they will do it again. But Photic to be able to take down Jackulov, the guy who replaced him on top esports, has got to feel good.
It does got to feel good. And the bottom lane will be ringing in the MVPs today, as it's PP God who picks up MVP for game number 2, rightfully so, on that Seraphine. The setups, the healing, it is actually incredible.
Yeah, this is why I love to see these set of Seraphine lanes, especially with the nerf that we've seen over the last couple of patches to Grievous Wounds. They only become more obnoxious, and it means that you just can't deal with how much is here. Like this again, PP God coming through, getting this clutch double E onto the the Jackie Love then following up with the encore, making sure that there was absolutely no way that top esports could escape. And once more here, following up with these ultimates, consistently being in nuisance. And again, his decision making on how to use these the double ability usage from his passive was so crucial. Like getting the CC at the right time, understanding when a shield was enough versus when needing a full heal was actually the big call. So really, really good stuff from the support.
I gotta ask though, I'm gonna go back and watch those games, obviously, and we'll talk about it afterwards in just a little bit, actually, because we do have our interview ready. So we'll talk to Photic and hear from Christina, and we'll have that conversation right after this.
Welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Photic, the AD carry for Shenzhen Victory 5. Congratulations on your 2-0 very clean victory, especially against the top esports, who got 13 consecutive wins. How do you feel, and how did you guys prepare for today's matchup? 让我们恭喜深圳威武2-0拿下本局比赛。我们邀请到下路选手 Photic 接受采访。恭喜你们今天2-0赢下了对面的滔博，是此前有着13连胜战绩的一支队伍。所以在今天的比赛前，你们做了哪些特殊的准备吗？现在感觉怎么样？
做准备的话，我们就说的就是打好我们自己的嘛，就是不要管对面是谁，就是对面是谁都无所谓，就是我们只要把我们自己打好就可以了。
感觉怎么样？
就赢了老东家还是比较开心的吧。
I'm pretty happy to be able to beat my ex team. And before today's matchup, we just talk about that it doesn't matter who we will play against, just focus on our own performance, do our best. And I also want to touch on game one. Even though the early game was a little bit shaky, but you got kills in bot lane. And I would say it's just like Lucian's game. How did you guys maximize your personal advantages to the whole game? 接下来我们从第一局说起啊，即使在前期的时候，可能因为双方的节奏还是有来有回，但是自从你在下路拿到人头之后，看起来就要起飞了。所以你们是如何把卢锡安的个人优势辐射到全局的呢？
就卢锡安这个英雄的话，就是现在就是对线的话，就是没有大嘴露露这么厉害嘛。然后我们就是想着前面就发育一下，然后看能不能抓他们一波。然后就后面等我装备起来之后，就是我优势比较大嘛，然后伤害也比较高，然后就这样看着我慢慢就是上去点他们，然后就挺简单的。
Firstly, I don't think Lucian is much stronger than our opponent's AD carry and Lulu, so we just ask my teammates for help. As long as I have better items, 3 core items, I can seize opportunities to make damage so that my team is just following my pace to take this victory. And I also want to touch on the draft in game 2. What's your take on Senna and Seraphinis' combination? Actually, I have watched so many Seraphini games in overseas regions like LEC. 接下来想要问一下，第二局选出了一个塞纳和萨勒芬尼的组合，是出于什么考虑？以及你觉得他在版本的优先级怎么样？因为之前呢，我个人会比较关注到海外，像北美那边，他们对于萨勒芬尼这个下路是非常重视的。
就因为就是我们之前就是玩就塞纳萨勒芬尼，就是也玩了不少嘛，就训练赛也练的比较多嘛。然后就是今天看就对面，我们就是想着对面第二把就是可能会拿猫咪跟希尔嘛，然后我们就想着拿那个塞纳跟塞纳芬尼，就是跟他们打团嘛，然后就是效果也挺不错的。
I'm pretty happy that Senna and Serafini work so well, and we have expected our opponent will pick Severe and Umi this combination, and we have been practiced this combination for so many times in Scream, so we decided to this combination. And final question for you: you just end your regular season 2-0. Looking back on the summer regular season, how would you evaluate your personal performance and improvement? And any expectations for playoffs？ 那么今天威武也是成功的赢下了自己常规赛的收官之战。回顾整个赛季呢，从我们观众视角都可以看出 Forty 选手打的真是特别好。那么你自己是如何评价自己在这个赛季的一些成长啊、收获啊，以及对季后赛有什么样的期望呢？
就是我自己的话，其实这个赛季其实也有打得不好的地方嘛，但是就我虽然有打得不好，但是其实有打得好的地方，就是我会就 就把自己打得不好的地方就是积极改正嘛，然后就是如果打的话，就是打得好的话，就是能够保持下去是最好嘛。季后赛的话，就是我想的是，就是其实我们就只要进决赛，我们就能去世界赛了嘛，就所以我们就是争取目标就是进个世界赛，然后就这样。
Actually, in terms of my personal performance, I'm not very satisfied because sometimes I make I make mistakes. Sometimes I perform great. So in a future, I have to fix on my personal issues. In terms of the playoffs, our goal is making the world. I'm sure that you can do this. 我也是非常相信威武在接下来的比赛当中呢，能够表现得非常好，也期待你们进世界赛吧。再次感谢我们 Forty 选手来到赛后采访，拜拜。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christine, and also getting to hear from Fodik a little bit, and especially like some of the focuses at least that we hear from him, but also just the end goal, right? Make it to Worlds, and I think it's working. It's on track, Dagda.
There's no doubt. I mean, when you have a performance like this against top esports, like one of the teams that, even when you look across the world, a ton of professional teams are trying to emulate, for V5 to kind of manhandle them in the way they just did, I think speaks volumes to exactly where we expect this team to be. But we'll have to see now if this streak can continue into playoffs, because that is going to be the big question for V5.
Well, we are rounding out our two-course meal here on a terrific Tuesday or Titanic Tuesday, whichever one you decided on. I'm not taking names or counting. But after all is said and done, we did have two best of threes. One going the distance, the other going the distance in my heart. Because we started off with LGD and RA as our appetizer. Definitely went to 3 games. It was definitely volatile, as we knew it was going to be. And then we had our match of the week on a Tuesday, Top Esports versus V5, with a holistic victory for Victory 5, denying so many things from Top Esports, but as well as uplifting themselves, Dagda.
Just phenomenal stuff here from V5, and as we talked about, at least LGD will raise themselves up that little bit higher, but not having anywhere near the implication that some of our upcoming games can have, because as we look at the standings, there's a whole lot of positions still left to be decided. A lot of teams vying for those top 7 to 10 spots.
Yeah, 10 series left in the LPL summer split, regular season at least, and we still have those 4 slots on the line being vied for. So I know you were saying, TT, at the beginning of the day, you still sticking with that one? You still pushing them into the playoffs?
I want it so bad. They have an easier schedule, so I think they might be, maybe. Potentially.
Okay, no caveats there, no caveats.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because I think they are actually playing... No, they're playing on Wednesday, so it'll be a little bit of time before we see that.
It'll be, yeah. And speaking of games, right? We're looking at tomorrow's game, where we will have Hysterics and Lyric on the call with EDG versus Anyone's Legend, and then IG versus OMG. And as we get to the end of the season, things start working out a little bit more in terms of mattering.
I mean, if AL and OMG win, they will secure themselves playoffs.
They will indeed.
So, like, they are very, very crucial games for AL and OMG, and even for EDG as well, if they want to try and bump themselves up in that standing a little bit more. But those, like, the next couple of days are so incredibly important for how our playoffs are going to look.
It really is. I'm just so excited to see what our final 10 will be, because when we have performances like this from V5 at the end of the split, it's like, please just get me to playoffs already. I need a best of 5 like this, because it's actually incredible to watch these guys put everything they want. But I want to talk a little bit more about Victory 5 Top Esports, because I think we touched on a lot of the historical things for this team, but especially like going back to this mid late, I still think it's so cool. I know we talked about it so much, but like Rookie, the fact that he does have that intrinsic winning factor over Knight, I just don't know how you shake that as Knight in this kind of situation, Dagda.
I mean, it's so hard too, right? Especially when it's kind of been... it becomes a lot easier when you get that win, but it's been so difficult in finding that victory. Now, we will say Knight has found those victory at crucial junctions, right? When you look towards Top Esports in playoffs, even in spring, right? They had to beat V5 twice in order to get into that finals, but they were still able to do it. So I definitely think when we look towards what happens in playoffs, that's where we need to see what this matchup is going to look like. Because honestly, this does feel like a potential preview for some of our playoff games. Since we have that double elimination bracket, there's a very high chance that these two teams will end up facing off. So we'll have to see how V5 will be able to produce in playoffs versus a top esports that's showing several times that when they get to playoffs, they are just far and beyond one of the strongest teams we have in the LPL.
They are indeed. Did you have anything to kind of encapsulate the meal that we had in the second series? Do you have anything that comes off the top of your head?
Buttery smooth with a little bit of spice.
Okay.
Absolutely delicious.
Absolutely delicious as always. Rob, I just want to give you a huge shout out. This will be our last regular season cast, but it was a banger to go out on. So huge props to you, man. It's been a pleasure casting alongside you. The honor of getting to cast this matchup alone was so huge. Shout out to the production team for making us look good on a wonderful night of games. And to the audience, to the staff, to the teams, thank you for being here and letting us do what we do. We'll see you all tomorrow, same time, same place for some more LPL action. And until then, we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.